about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Hello everybody! Welcome to the final stretch of Frederica Fridays, beginning now. It's NezumiVA, the 8th arc of Higurashi, the final main arc of the series, excluding the little epilogue, which we will also be doing at the end of NezumiVA, but I digress. Before we get started, I have a couple little housekeeping things I wanted to go over. So, let's get to that real quick. So if you're watching this live on Friday, June 27th, I will be having a new video coming out tomorrow, all about my top 10 favorite Yuri ships for Pride Month. So please give it a watch if you don't mind. I think that'll be lots of fun. I hope you enjoy it. Had a good time working on that. I have to mention a little thing I mentioned in the Discord earlier as well. If you were somebody who watched the Uminako streams while those were going on, I did use the console arc opening in episodes 1 through 4 quite a bit. It was not entered into YouTube's Content ID system at the time, so it did not interfere with any ad revenue on those particular streams. However, it seems to have been entered into YouTube's Content ID system recently, so that means that all of those episodes 1 through 4 Umineko streams, or at least a lot of them, are getting demonetized now, unfortunately. It doesn't mean that the streams themselves, like the VODs, will be removed. Their visibility is not affected. You'll still be able to watch them just fine. It just means that I'm not getting any money for my work on those anymore. So, more than ever, I would very much appreciate your super chats. They are very, very helpful. And speaking of super chats, there actually was one on the wait screen from Indigo with the 10 pounds woman moment. Thank you. But yeah, definitely any additional help that you can give at the time, at this time, if you can manage it, if you want to, really means a lot to me. So thank you for that. Only other thing I think I wanted to mention before we get started is that this arc, the beginning of this arc, does contain quite a bit of, let's say, sort of harrowing content revolving around treatment of children. Of a particularly abusive nature. So I would caution you for that as well, content warning wise, if that is something that will upset you. I don't think there's anything else that I need to go over. So yeah, let's just get right into it then. Thank you for listening to my opening spiel, and now we will get started. Matsuri Bayashi. At least, let it end with a blissful dream. Festival Accompanying Chapter. The riddle you have been entrusted with solving now finally becomes unraveled. What must be done to stop the chain, and what will happen in the ultimate end? It's a showdown between the conclusion you reached and the one I reached. There is no difficulty. You should understand that now. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is accepting that. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is fulfilling that. I, too, am entitled to happiness. The difficult part is working out a compromise. Frederica Berncastel. The study was filled with piles of books and papers. In that study, there was a full-figured old man writing something at his desk in utmost concentration. 1 second, actually. I forgot to hide the display thingy again. Hide window. Thank you. What? Oh, no. I forget, that's not the setting. It's not that one. It's, Where the fuck is it again? Hide user interface, yes. God. There was also a little girl sorting out papers on the carpet. She almost looked as though she was playing with them, but the serious expression she was wearing made it clear that she wasn't. Grandpa, I'm done sorting them out.
Thank you. Let's see. What happened?
Look, there are lots of people with the same symptoms. It's way higher than the national average.
That's exactly what I expected. There's an intriguing treatise over here, too. It discusses psychosurgery and civilization. It also predicts the existence of parasites that inhabit the frontal lobe.
The frontal lobe is what causes emotions.
That's right. Emotions aren't created by the heart, they're just side effects of the chemicals secreted by the organ known as the brain. If parasites capable of acting on that organ did exist and spread to create a colony, then that colony's thoughts would be unified.
So, are parasites the cause of the spread of ideology? When ideologies clash, is that because different parasites are competing to expand their habitat?
That or to expand religion. to expand national borders, or to expand a race. It's hypothesized that our differing cultural communities and their conflict are the result of parasites influencing human thoughts.
There are people in other countries who think the same thing as you, Grandpa.
Of course there are. There are countless parasites on this earth, and it's well known that some coexist with their hosts and some control their hosts. We've also discovered plenty of parasites that infect humans. Yet despite that, we adamantly deny the possibility that parasites could infect humans and control their hosts. Even the hypothesis of such a thing.
Why do you think that is? Humans aren't special in any way.
Because that hypothesis would also mean changing our view to see the spread of ideologies from the perspective of epidemiology. If conflicts in ideology can be resolved through debate, then they're peaceful. But if those conflicts occur epidemically, they become frightening.
And if one were to treat bad thoughts or the spread of culture as an epidemic?
Think about the Black Plague in Europe during the Middle Ages. A vile infectious disease spread. They forced infected people into hospitals and didn't release them until completely recovered. Some even died in those hospitals. They burned their corpses. They confiscated and burned everything those patients touched to fear the plague infected it. They even suspected families of infection and forced them into hospitals.
So they'd hospitalized healthy people over individual ideas?
Replace an idea with a disease. The rest is the same. Patients won't be released until they completely recover. People burn everything that may have been touched by the patient. They force the patient's family to go to the hospital.
People are free to think what they will, right? Thoughts aren't pests.
If an idea was created by parasites, it would be exactly the same as a plague. In other words, an idea is like an incurable epidemic.
So you mean anyone with a different idea is treated like they have a disease?
That's right. If we bring this to its logical conclusion, parasites could be responsible for mass murders of people belonging to different races or religions, but this could be seen as justifying genocide. Therefore, talking about parasites and brains has been taboo since the war.
What does taboo mean?
It means something people shouldn't get involved with. That's why nobody researches these things. Nobody even remembers anything about parasites that live in the brain. They assume that parasites which control humans simply don't exist.
That's almost funny. How can they prove something doesn't exist? That's just impossible.
Exactly. Proving that the devil exists is easy. You just have to show him to someone. But you can't prove he doesn't exist. You can't show somebody something that doesn't exist.
It's almost as if the parasites in the brain are controlling people so that they can keep their own existence a secret. Me and my grandfather shared a happy laugh together.
Humans are simply another animal in the natural world. We might be at the top of the food chain, but it's foolish to think that we're superior to others. Humans can be controlled by parasites. Just because the existence of such parasites hasn't been proven doesn't mean they don't exist. They exist. I know they do.
That's happened before in the scientific world, right?
That's right. Not all scientists are recognized for their work while they're alive. There were many who were ridiculed and couldn't prove their theories to be true.
But, Grandpa, I hope your theory will be recognized before you die. Otherwise, it would be so sad.
Don't worry. God doesn't ignore people who work hard. Hard work always pays off in the end.
But when will that happen?
Nobody knows when God's going to descend from heaven. Just like you never know when you'll be robbed, so we always have to be alert and ready, so we don't miss our chance.
That was something my grandfather said all the time. Nobody knows when efforts will bear fruit, but it will happen one day. That's why you must always work hard, so you have no regrets when the time comes. Your efforts will bear fruit someday. That's what he meant. But is it going to happen before you die? Even though there were so many scientists whose work weren't recognized while they were alive? That was such a cruel thing to say. But I didn't mean to be cruel. I had seen how hard my grandfather had been working, and I also knew he wouldn't live forever. I just wanted his work to gain recognition before he died.
Do you know of the resurrection of Jesus Christ?
Yeah, he was crucified and resurrected after 3 days. You told me about it.
How do you think Jesus was resurrected?
Didn't he just get up as if he was waking up in the morning?
He was buried after his execution, so his body was in the ground.
Did he break open the tombstone and crawl out like a zombie?
No. That wouldn't be called a resurrection. The sinners who killed Jesus imagined exactly the same thing.
Jesus predicted just before he was executed that he would come back to life after 3 days. The sinners buried Jesus, sealed his tomb, and posted guards to watch over it. But what Jesus meant wasn't that he would resurrect physically. He meant that his teachings would be resurrected. After 3 days, Jesus' teachings were resurrected, and people regained their belief. The hearts of those who wanted to be shown the proper way revived his teachings. That's what the resurrection of Jesus is all about. He came back to life in the hearts of his believers. Jesus doesn't exist physically on this earth, but he exists in people's hearts. In other words, that's when Jesus became an existence superior to humans.
Even if it's after the author's death.
Oh shit! ERA. Y'all, I'm on episode 26. I'm finally strong enough to watch this series again. I'm coming for you all, just you wait. Hey in there, ERA! I'm happy to hear that you're catching up. Definitely take care of yourself, but we will be right here waiting for you. Anywho. Yeah, I just noticed the weird thing too, that the chat display is just showing people's ats instead of like their actual display names on YouTube. That is very strange. I don't know why it's doing that. I didn't do anything. I didn't change it or anything, so that must be a YouTube problem.
Even if after the author's death, as long as his work receives a fair evaluation, it will live again as a great achievement. Even if my body is gone by then, my life will return and receive recognition.
Does that mean that you'll become a god, just like Jesus did?
Indeed. My research will be recognized for what it is someday. That's when I will become a god. That's why I'm not in a rush to achieve that recognition. I don't know when that day will come. God doesn't know that either. But the day will come. That's why I need to continue to work as hard as I can.
It was very sad to hear my grandfather say that his life would end one day. He wasn't ill, and he didn't only have a few years left to live. But set next to the average lifespan, his remaining years didn't look like much. The only person left in my life was my grandfather, so I didn't even want to consider what it would be like with him gone. Grandfather must have remembered that I didn't like to talk about that subject. With a tender smile, he gently patted my head.
Of course, I want my research to be recognized before I die. I'll do my best.
Yep, I'll do my best to help you, too. I purposefully didn't mention the before you die part. I caught myself before I said it.
Thank you. That makes me very happy to hear.
Grandfather smiled in satisfaction. His research wasn't exactly outrageous. He wasn't trying to uncover the mysteries of the universe. He was only searching for the possibility that parasites could be responsible for human behavior. Nothing more than that. Nothing outrageous. It really wasn't a wild idea. We even had some leads. Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone City, XX Prefecture. The villagers there are possessed by a powerful homesickness. When they're unable to return, they allegedly behave abnormally, as if they're cursed. There are also some bizarre rules in place in the village, based on their belief system. When he was working with the military during the war, my grandfather noticed similarities between the people in Hinamizawa and assumed that some kind of existence was responsible for their odd behavior. He'd been researching it ever since then. In the middle of the 20th century, numerous strange diseases were discovered all over Japan. Most of them were caused by infectious parasites, and people started to pay attention to this forgotten field of study. Grandfather's research was simply one of those investigations into such diseases. Therefore, he believed it would be published amongst other research and attain recognition soon. But if his research didn't bear fruit before his death, I wanted to continue it. I wanted to continue his research. Grandfather taught me, resurrection isn't something that happens physically. It's when your life's work is appreciated. That's what he meant by resurrection. That's when he'll become a god. So when my grandfather dies, he'll still be with me forever. I wouldn't have to be alone ever again. I'll always be with my grandpa. Our works will gain recognition, and we'll both become gods, gaining eternal peace. I will make my grandfather into a god. I will become a god. Therefore, we will be granted eternity. We'll be together forever and ever. I was looking at the key on a keychain. The key was labeled Hen House, but the lock Eriko was trying to open didn't belong to that door. It should have opened effortlessly. At least that's what was supposed to happen. But it didn't open. I noticed beads of sweat forming on Eriko's forehead. She was the one who came up with this idea. Eriko was starting to panic. The rest of us started to panic too. This only opens the hen house. Let's stop. Let's go back. Shh! We were supposed to be cleaning out the hen house. If they found us back here, if they found out why we were here and why we were trying to open up the lock to the back door, then all 4 of us were to be sentenced to splayed piggy. Don't panic, Eriko. That key opens this lock, right? You already tried it, right? Will you shut up for a minute? This is the right key. It's just hard to open, that's all. She was almost shrieking. Our hearts were pounding loudly. It was as though the sound of our heartbeats was echoing throughout the hallway. And at that point, we heard footsteps that didn't belong to a child. Shh! Someone's coming! The 3 of us held our breath, but Eriko didn't hear it. She kept fussing with the lock and the key, as if everything would be okay if she could just open the lock. Eriko, somebody is coming! Be quiet! I know this is the right key! I'm not dreaming. I already tried and it opened. Come on, why isn't this working? When this lock is open, we can be happy and we can say goodbye to this hell. Eriko, somebody's coming. My father and mother died. I don't know exactly how old they were. I was too young to remember. They went shopping without me, and that must be why they were punished. It was a train accident. What a terrible disaster. A lot of people died in that incident. But maybe my father was one of the lucky ones. He was still alive when he arrived at the hospital, so he was able to share his final words with me. My mother died instantly. Daddy! 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 I didn't want to admit that this person I could hardly recognize was my father. As I called out to him, I hoped that it was someone else instead. But, unfortunately, it was my father. Maybe I shouldn't have woken him, because when I woke him, he was reminded of the miserable agony that he'd forgotten. Daddy! 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 He tried to move his right arm so he could pat my head, but his arm was wrapped in bandages, and his hand was no longer there. I couldn't find his hand anywhere on the bed. I only had scary memories of his right hand. Its main job was to slap me when I did something bad, but I never wished it to be gone. Besides, that hand also patted my head, even though that only happened a few times. It was a big warm hand, and it stroked my head very gently. But no matter what good deeds I did, he could no longer rub my head. No, his hand was the least of his worries. He had to go into emergency surgery. The doctors already warned me that the chance of him surviving was very low. That was why I was allowed to see him, regardless of his condition. Not only could he no longer rub my head, he might be gone forever. Daddy, the surgery will make you better, right? Daddy, you'll get better, right? Right?
Listen carefully. Your daddy might not make it, even if I die. You have to be strong, okay?
No, no! You'll get better! The doctor's going to make you better! So you're not going to die! He was a stubborn and old-fashioned father. He believed endurance was a virtue and he never complained about anything. That was why I couldn't believe he actually said he might not make it. I tried desperately to deny his words, but even that wish wouldn't prolong his life. My father, knowing his time was limited, tried to tell me some important things, but I interrupted his efforts by crying like a baby. I just wanted him to slap me, just like he used to do every time I cried like a baby.
I'm going to... Hello? Steam? Now is not the time to tell me about your great deals. Somebody's father is dying. Also, I'm going to... I'm pretty sure that's Heartwolf. With the $10. Someone give this little girl a huge hug stat.
But he would never slap me again.
Listen well. Your mother and I both lost all of our family in the war. So, after I'm dead, there won't be anyone left to take care of you.
He didn't need to tell me that. My parents used to tell me that all the time, so I was aware of that fact.
I can't... I'm sorry. I can't remember your actual display name. Peach Tea, thank you for renewing your channel membership. Oh no, wait, that's Neon Roses, right? I'm sorry if I was wrong. If I'm wrong about that. I try to remember as well as I can.
In other words, my father was the only relative I had left in this entire world.
If I die, you can count on Dr. Takano. Dr. Hifumi Takano. Can you say it?
Hifumi Takano.
That's right. Dr. Hifumi Takano. He's my former teacher. He will help you.
Daddy! 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 Many doctors came into the room in a hurry. He wanted to tell me something else, but the doctors stopped him from talking, so I wasn't able to hear him. I was kicked out of the room. I didn't know what to do. Nobody told me how my father was doing or when the surgery was going to start. And nobody told me that was going to be the last conversation I ever had with my father. I think I asked people at the government office about Dr. Takano. They'd ask me if I knew his phone number. I said I didn't. Then they didn't ask me anything further. Sometimes they told me that they'd look into it, but nothing led to anything. They couldn't find me a guardian, so I ended up going to an orphanage. At the time, there were plenty of orphans from the war, so although there were many orphanages around, they were all full. There was also some orphanages run by civilians. I was sent to one of those civilian orphanages. There was no profit to be had in taking in an orphan in the first place, so I thought those civilians who were running orphanages must have been very good people. I was sure they hoped that the children would grow in this loving environment and enter into society with a sense of gratitude. But reality isn't so kind. How many children in this world can actually express their gratitude towards their parents in the first place? Children are supposed to be nurtured by their parents' love. Therefore, when that environment's destroyed, their hearts are wounded. Every child has his or her own personality. Receiving affection doesn't guarantee that a child will become someone angelic. Not everyone's heart can be healed. That was why there were some problem kids at the orphanage. Maybe I shouldn't call them problem kids, though. The sadness and despair of losing their parents, and the anger at having to hide such feelings, filled those kids' hearts. Spending time individually with the children could have solved their problems, but at the orphanage where I was, none of the staff members even tried to spend time with them or put in an effort to understand them. All they could do was make sure that the kids followed the rules. Therefore, they could only see the children's emotional pleas for help as problems. In this world, nobody expresses love without expecting something in return. The person who founded that orphanage was expecting something in return as well. He wanted the children to appreciate him. That was why such a faint dream was destroyed by cruel reality. The children called the orphanage a prison, and nobody appreciated the staff at all. All they did was complain. That made the staff slowly realize that love alone couldn't run a facility like that. Just like how the children called it a prison. The staff started to recognize the facility as a prison too. It was a chain reaction, resulting from mistrust on both sides. The staff bound the children with rules so they could suppress problem behavior. There was a framed picture of the founder of this orphanage, but I'd never seen him in person. Was he satisfied with the fact that he put his own money into this social service? Or maybe he finally realized his dream of being surrounded by angelic children and being celebrated for what he did was simply that, a dream? I don't know. But there's one thing I'm certain of. Such a dream didn't exist at the orphanage. There were so many rules and several plausible standards outlined for us, but the most valued one was silence. Children's chatter tends to increase each other's volume, just like mics drawing closer, and sometimes that leads to fights and the disturbance of order, so children were forbidden from speaking with each other. With those disallowed, they must have thought things would go smoothly. However, I think I always heard people's voices at the orphanage. There were two kinds of voices. One was the staff yelling, and the other was the children crying. We were not allowed to walk around inside of the orphanage freely, so we never knew who it was that was crying. One time, along with the crying and yelling, we heard the noise of metallic things being smashed against each other. We knew it was some sort of punishment, but there was no way for us to even imagine what it was. We trembled, pretending we didn't hear anything, and kept working on our assignments. One of my roommates told me it was the casket punishment, but she didn't tell me any further, and I didn't want to know either. Even if we behaved exactly the same way as yesterday, if the staff were in a bad mood, they might pick on us. So even if I didn't want to know, I might suddenly find out what the casket punishment is one day. The footsteps of a staff member were getting closer. We noticed them, so we straightened our backs and pretended we were studying hard. It was more important that the staff saw us doing so than actually getting any work done. I noticed the girl next to me was falling asleep, so I poked her with my elbow. She noticed my signal and straightened her back like the other children. It was almost evening. This was the hardest time for us to keep ourselves awake, and the most dangerous time. The door to our room opened, and a mean-looking man showed up. Then he looked around to make sure none of us were falling asleep. Even if we were actually studying hard, if he thought we were asleep, we were out. That was why we had to make sure we appeared to be studying very hard. The man walked around our desks. I hoped he would just walk by me. That was when we all prayed, as we kept working on our homework. The more we pretended to study hard, the more we could hear the sound of metal objects. The sound of metal objects crashing into each other along with screams. We couldn't even imagine what the poor subject of that punishment was going through. Maybe there was something even worse than the casket punishment. To erase such fears, we tried to concentrate even harder on our work. We kept working, as the metal sounds and screams went on forever.
Hold on just a second, actually. I got a dehumidifier recently, but I think I'm gonna turn it off for now, just so that it's not consuming so much power, during, the day. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Anywho. Back to it.
The only time we were allowed to exchange words with our roommates was right after turning the lights off to go to bed.
Being located in the middle of the mountains, the orphanage was very quiet at night. Dehumidifier, I did not know that was a thing. Yeah. I use one, I got one recently specifically because it's Florida. It gets so fucking humid here that I actually discovered there was like a picture frame that was sort of out of the way in my room, like in a corner, and it started to get mold on it, and I had to throw the frame out. So I got that very quickly afterward because that was scary. That scared me. Being located in the middle of the mountains, the orphanage was very quiet at night. After making sure the staff members were far enough from our room, we enjoyed talking amongst ourselves. That was the only leisure time allowed to us, though it wasn't anything nice like enjoying pleasant conversation. Why? Because we mostly talked about others behind their backs. We spoke of things like, that member of staff is only strict or unfair or malicious towards this person, and so on. We just repeated those topics forever until someone couldn't keep themselves awake anymore. We even discussed how we could get back at the staff, and we took revenge on all of them in our imagination. Some kids even started to cry when talking about it, difficult as it was for us. Although the subjects we spoke of were negative, talking about them was the only way to vent our frustration, and even though we felt despair about tomorrow, we were able to fall asleep. But sometimes a different subject popped up. It was about the Urigalka House of Love and Mercy on the other side of the river.
Yeah, over there I hear they not only get nap time but snack time too. Plus their president's a very nice person.
The House of Love and Mercy was a privately run orphanage, just like the one I was at. But it was a very kind facility, unlike ours. It seemed like a fantasy land compared to our current environment. A few years before, when this place was a lot worse, a few children tried to escape. It was hard to believe. There was a time when this orphanage was even worse to live at. Supposedly 3 or 4 people tried to escape. I don't know the exact number, though. They headed to the House of Love and Mercy. Their escape was a success. Except for one unlucky child, they were able to get to the property of the House in Love and Mercy. I guess the staff couldn't follow them into the other orphanage's property. In other words, the other facility's property had to be out of their jurisdiction. The staff were frustrated that kids got away from them, and they dragged the one they caught back here. I'm sure they wanted to bring back the others who got away from them, too. I'm certain the staff were determined not to let a single one escape. It was easy to see that determination in the obstinate way they locked the place up after that event. But they were never able to bring back the ones that got away. No matter how much the staff were mortified, they couldn't reclaim the children and punish them. In other words, if you could make it to the House of Love and Mercy, then you could escape the evil clutches of this hell. On the other hand, the one they caught went through such misery afterwards. Yet the exact details of how he was punished were never passed down. All that remained were ominous phrases left by those who knew him at the time. The drowned ducky, the mashed caterpillar, the splayed piggy. I can't even imagine what kind of punishments they were. The only thing I can say is that those punishments were supposed to be far more harsh than the casket punishment, which was the most cruel punishment I knew at the time. I can only imagine how horrible those punishments were from their ominous names. After that, the captured kid's wish came true, and he was able to leave the orphanage. Was he able to leave this orphanage safely and enjoy his freedom while breathing in fresh air under the blue sky? Well, according to the rumors, that wasn't what happened at all. While he was playing in the boiler room, he slipped and fell, injured his brain, and died. The children were instructed not to go into the boiler room after that incident. Everyone knew the boiler room was always locked. So everyone knew he was killed. And not just that, he was killed after being tortured. He was killed to teach the other children that they would face hell on earth if they tried to escape. Yet those who faced that risk and made it out obtained ordinary, average lives full of love and mercy's namesake, which were far better conditions than we lived in here. Maybe the House of Love and Mercy was really heaven.
Maybe all the orphanages are pretty much the same. But compared to my orphanage, I bet anything else would have been better. Even if someone escaped successfully, the police would catch him. Then he'd be sent back to the orphanage, which would be pretty much the same as being killed. However, if he could reach the House of Love and Mercy, they'd take him in. They wouldn't send him back. By talking about escaping to the House of Love and Mercy, we were trying to forget how cruel reality was to us. Then, one day, the leader of our group, Eriko, said to us quietly, "Would you try to escape if you had a chance to?" Who didn't want to escape from here? It was a rather foolish question, but that wasn't what she meant. If there was a chance to escape, would you take that chance, knowing what you had to go through if you got caught? That was what she meant. Not one of us could answer immediately. If the previous escape incident was a total success, then we might have thought differently. But after that, the orphanage had tightened up security to prevent runaways. All the doors and windows were locked heavily, and it wouldn't be at all easy to get out. Even if another group escape was planned, the success rate would be very low. 3 escaped and 1 was caught before. Maybe 2 would be caught next time. No, maybe everybody would be. If I could, I'd want to escape. But the House of Love and Mercy is so far away. The bridge is long, too. We'll all be caught before we get there. Besides, we can't even go outside. Everything is locked up. There were locks all over the orphanage. To escape, you'd need a key for both the inside and the outside. And after the lights were turned off, even each section of the hallway was individually locked. Make no mistake, this was a prison. According to the rumors, orphanages receive government funding depending on the number of children they house. So, if anyone escapes, they lose money. Also, if we were to expose the conditions at the orphanage, they would end up being inspected, and things would get complicated for them. That was why they were so intent on keeping us locked up. Sure, if there was a chance, I would want to escape. But realistically, there's no way we could. Every door is locked. Well, did you know? The henhouse in the courtyard uses the same key as the door to the back stairs. Really? Shh! Eriko shushed us. Sometimes mass-produced locks take the same key. Of course, most places use different types of locks so that this won't happen, but the staff at the orphanage must have overlooked it. So there were 2 locks that used the same key at the orphanage. However, most of us never had a chance to even touch the keys. But there were a few exceptions. One of those was the hen house. Each room group took turns taking care of different chores. If your group was assigned to clean the hen house, you'd have to get the key to it from the teacher's office. You were supposed to return the key immediately after you were done. But while taking care of the hen house, the key was in the children's hands. While the staff would occasionally come around to check, they couldn't keep an eye on us forever. Eriko-chan, you weren't thinking about using that key, are you? Let's not. It's too dangerous. Of course it's dangerous if there's only one of us. But it's different if we're in a group. Wait, why? Do you know why only 1 kid was caught the last time they tried to escape? They were desperate. And so to escape as a group, they did something. To increase the chance of success. That was why only 1 of them was caught. What did they do? They scattered as they ran. They dashed in different directions. They waited until the day when there were only a few people working at the orphanage, and ran this way and that. And so, although it depended on luck, it would increase the chance of success for sure. On your own, you'd probably have no hope, but if the staff were to chase after other children, then your own chance of escaping successfully would increase. In other words, Eriko was inviting us to escape with her. The more children joined, the more each of our chances would increase. But among us, there were children who tattled to the staff for their own benefit, so she had to be very careful about who she talked to. Eriko must have trusted us a lot. Eriko, me, Tomomi, and Kikuko. 4 children.
Peanut Kicks with the $5. I'm late, so I can't watch live, but so excited for the finale arc. Hope you enjoy it. Thank you.
Do any of you want to stay here a day longer?
The three of us shook our heads. But at the same time, we couldn't agree to escape with her either.
Of course we don't want to stay in here a day longer, or even an hour longer. Even if we did exactly the same thing as we did yesterday, we might get yelled at tomorrow. I can't stand this anymore. I can't stand living in fear of what to do or what not to do, so I won't be yelled at.
We all feel the same way. We can endure strict rules, but it was almost impossible to endure vague ones. It wasn't too much of a stretch to say that the rules depended on the mood of the staff. This is okay. That isn't okay. Such borderline rules changed daily. And if we were to say anything about that, we would be treated horribly for it.
I will escape, even if I have to do it alone. Like I said, the more people that join, the better our chance. Think about it. If they find out about this henhouse key trick, they're sure to change the lock on the back door. In other words, we only have one chance. So even if you regret not joining in later, it'll be too late. But... I'm scared. I'm scared too. If we get caught, we'll be killed.
Tomomi and Kikuko weren't the only ones who felt afraid. The fear was perfectly understandable, because all of a sudden, the fear of the punishment that would follow had become very realistic. I'm sure Eriko felt the same way too, but her courage was suppressing her fear, and because of that, she shared her idea with us.
So, do you plan to stay in here forever? No way! I know you're scared, but this is the only chance we have. You have to be brave just this once. What about you, Miyoko? Don't you want to go with me?
Unlike Tomomi and Kikuko, I wasn't trembling that much. Of course, I was scared in my own way, but compared to the other two, I must have appeared rather calm. Can we really escape? Of course, Eriko couldn't guarantee our success, but I had to ask her anyway.
There's no guarantee, but if you join me, I'll have a better chance of escaping than trying to run on my own. Of course, the same goes for you too.
Eriko gave a calculated reason, but I'm sure she just wanted a friend to agree with her. That was probably more important to her than increasing her chances to escape.
Tomomi, Kikuko, if you're too scared, then I won't force you. Miyoko and I will escape ourselves. 2 is enough. Well...
Eriko rushed the two to make up their minds. It almost looked cold, but that was her way of mustering their courage. Because it was very possible that regardless of the outcome of our escape attempt, as our roommates, those two would be held responsible.
It's not like we'll do it tomorrow. Our turn to take care of the henhouse is in a week. We'll wait for the perfect time to do it. If we don't feel that it's safe, then we'll wait until our next turn. We'll be very careful.
The rotation of the staff and timing were important, but we also each had to know the way to the House of Love and Mercy. We were planning to split up, so we had to know the area. I made up my mind.
Okay, I'm coming with you. But let's time our escape very carefully, okay? Of course. We'll be killed if we get caught. I don't want to die. I'll come too. Me too.
Tomomi and Kikuko agreed, and so we all decided to escape as a group. We waited for the perfect opportunity. We waited for the day where only a few staff members were at the orphanage, and we decided to let God take care of the rest.
It's open!
Maybe it was the way I did it. Eriko tried to open the lock several times without success, but I got it open on the first attempt. The back door opened slowly, and we felt a cool breeze. This wasn't the world of freedom just yet. In fact, it was the exact opposite. If the staff were to find out we were here, we would be in big trouble. It was a world of danger. But unless we went through that dangerous world, we wouldn't be able to go any further.
Okay, let's go.
I think Eriko wanted to say that. We were planning to leave with that as our cue. But what we heard instead wasn't Eriko's voice.
What are you kids doing there?
We started to run. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to hit that. It was raining. We all got soaked immediately and our clothes stuck to our skin. While that would normally be very uncomfortable, we couldn't even stop to think about that. We could only keep running in the rain. We were dashing on gravel, but it felt more like trudging through a muddy rice field. My feet kept sinking and I couldn't pull them up. I was frustrated because no matter how fast I tried to run, I wasn't gaining any speed. I felt a sense of urgency. I heard someone yelling, "Escape," behind me, and all I could do was run like crazy.
Okay, everyone go in different directions! Come on, scatter!
With Eriko's cue, we all went different ways, hoping they wouldn't be coming after us. Would we be able to reunite at the House of Love and Mercy? All 4 of us there together. Or maybe someone would be missing. No, maybe. Everyone else would make it, and I'd be the one who gets caught. My thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a staff member coming from behind me.
Hold it! Wait! Hold it right there!
The staff members should have numbered fewer than us. So, if I was lucky, they wouldn't be coming after me. Praying that the staff voices I heard in the distance weren't after me, I looked back for a moment. If I had time to turn around, why didn't I take another step forward? Why didn't I try to escape further? As I turned around, I felt a huge hand cover my face. Its pinky finger slipped into my open mouth. The hand grabbing my face shoved me into the muddy gravel. Of course, I didn't stay quiet. I fought back. And then I saw his face. It was the scariest face I'd ever seen. I realized it immediately. He only wanted to capture me alive to use me as an example. And considering what would happen to me afterwards, killing me here on the spot wouldn't pose any problem, would it? Yes. He looked at me with unworldly hate, ready to end my life here and now. His pinky finger ended up touching my tongue. The indescribably nasty taste sent an icky feeling throughout my whole body. That's it! This is what my murder tastes like! He was going to shove that finger down my windpipe and suffocate me! And so, in order to live, I fought back in the only way I could. Something warm filled my mouth. It felt like swallowing blood after a nosebleed. I spit it from my mouth and ran without turning around, leaving behind the staff member clutching his pinky finger.
You little shit! Damn you! I'll kill you!
I heard his roars echoing behind me. It wasn't a man that was after me. It was a beast. He had no interest in capturing me. His only goal was to see me dead. My shoes had slipped off. They weren't sneakers, so they came off easily while I was running like mad. My bare feet struck the gravel over and over. It was painful, but I didn't care, because if I stopped, I knew what would happen to me. Tree branches cut my face and barbed wires scratched my thighs. My feet and toes were bloody from running on gravel. The blood from the staff member's pinky finger dripped down from my mouth, staining my chin and chest. I was running for my life with scratches and cuts all over my body. If I were to get caught, I'd be killed. If my pursuer had any sense, then I'd be killed after being tortured. But if he didn't, I'd be killed on the spot. I don't want to be killed. I don't want to be killed. My lungs and heart were about to explode. My mind was blank from fear and lack of oxygen. I was about to lose consciousness. I might have given in, if I didn't hear the voice of the staff member coming after me. My knees were shaking. My legs wouldn't move properly. I felt like I was going to fall like a puppet with its strings cut. That's the line. But I couldn't fall. I couldn't fall just yet. It was too late. My face had hit the gravel. I felt the awful sensation of falling, and immediately after the roar of the beast coming from behind me.
Damn you! My finger! My finger!
I must have hit my thigh against the steering wheel when I jumped. I can feel the throbbing pain delayed slightly. I'm sweating all over. I wiped the sweat on my forehead and put my hand on my chest, only then realizing how fast my heart was beating. I rubbed my thigh. I rubbed it in a straight line. That's not where I hit the steering wheel, but I feel like this is where it hurts. I can't see a scary beast in the moonlit car. I have my shoes on, and I'm not covered in blood. My toes are fine, too. Someone knocked on the window, startling me.
Major, it's time.
Oh, thank you. I wanted to take a nap, so I told him to come wake me up in an hour. Maybe an hour was too long. Too long a nap actually makes you tired. I put my seat back up and got out of the car. The cool breeze feels good on my skin. I only see the moon. There's nothing else to see on this mountain trail. My car and a command vehicle disguised as a trailer are parked on the side of the street. I can still feel that bad taste in my mouth. I spat it out at the side of the street, but even that couldn't get rid of it. The taste of blood, saliva, and rain. Sweat from my forehead and raindrops got into my mouth, but I couldn't swallow, so I ended up drooling. That sensation around my lips brought back memories, and I tried to wipe my mouth. Maybe I'm nervous. That's why I had such a bad dream. I think there's a coffee machine in the command vehicle. An unpleasant cup of coffee will wake me up. So, has anything happened yet?
No, not yet. We just got Gifu's scheduled check-in. Everything's okay over there.
I see. Hey, could someone make me a cup of coffee?
Sure. Cream and sugar?
Just cream, please. No, please put in some sugar, too. I still have a bad taste in my mouth. The feeling of biting and crushing his little finger, and his filthy blood filling my mouth. I'm sure a sweeter cup of coffee will wash down that bad taste, and also wake me up from my nightmare completely. No new tips available.
Banquet to back end, over. One more speaker, then the toast starts. Are you ready? This is the back end, we're ready. We can't hear anything from inside. Oh, wait. That's probably. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know if they're walkie-talking or anything. So please give us a cue when the speech is wrapping up. Listen up. 10 bottles of beer per table. Make sure to deliver them to your area smoothly.
Young hotel workers, dressed smartly in bow ties, pulled bottle after bottle out of the beer cases, preparing for the toast. They waited for their cue to serve the drinks while listening through the intercom. Oh, it was an intercom. Okay. At a normal party, they could put bottles of beer on the table ahead of time, but if there was a lecture before the party, then they couldn't. Guests don't mind sushi going dry due to a long speech, but they don't like seeing their tables get wet with condensation from bottles of beer. And more than anything, they certainly don't want to drink warm beer. That's why beer has to be served right before a toast. However, there's always a speech before a toast, and usually a long one. Especially at a big party like this, there are lots of guests that give speeches, so it's extremely difficult to know when to serve. For that reason, the bottles end up sitting outside by the banquet room. Sorry, I was just tripping up a little bit there. And people end up drinking warm beer anyway. There were several dozen tables with white tablecloths on them in the banquet room. Approximately 8 people were sitting at each table, so there were at least a few hundred people in the room. The banquet room was filled with excitement. There were many plates with many different kinds of food on each table. A sushi platter, a sashimi platter, a fruit platter. And also along the wall, there were cooks ready to serve fresh sashimi. All the guests appeared to be well-mannered gentlemen, and were clearly notable people in various different fields. The huge and beautiful chandelier above them clearly indicated that this hotel held a status good enough for these famous people. An elderly gentleman was giving a lengthy speech on the stage before making a toast. Usually people don't like such long speeches, especially if it's before a toast. But the guests occasionally shouted, "Yes, yes!" and sometimes gave him loud applause, filling the room with their fervor. Well, maybe fervor was a pleasant way to put it. It was probably more accurate to say their excitement was bizarre.
Which country would actually teach people not to show respect towards their own flag? There are no others. It's happening only in Japan. That's right! That's right! Is forcing people to respect their national flag and anthem an obstruction of their freedom? That's a foolish idea. Listen, love for one's national flag and anthem comes naturally to all. To know ourselves, to know our culture, to understand our history and our culture itself, country itself. Those are the things that make you realize you're a Japanese citizen, that make you understand the part you play as a citizen of this country. And the feeling you get from that is love towards your own country. However, those anti-Japan teachers are proclaiming that it's militaristic brainwashing. Those stupid claims are wrong. What are those people doing anyway? They're teaching our children to hate being Japanese. They're the ones brainwashing them with this self-destructive education. They're teaching our children that Japan should be ashamed of itself, and that they should be ashamed of being Japanese. Forget who you are and deny your country. That's what they're teaching them. These innocent children listen and believe such nonsense. Of course they do. They go to school to learn things, right? If their teachers teach them that, of course the children believe it. Can you believe such corruption exists? We must do something about this country's education now, no matter what it takes.
Oh, yeah, Ryan. This is eerily familiar to read. Yeah, it sure is, isn't it? The sound of applause filled the banquet room. All the gentlemen agreed and expressed that they felt the same way by cheering him on. After that, a gentleman wearing a cloth sash appeared on the stage. The hall welcomed him onto the stage with another round of thunderous applause. A rousing theme from a popular drama series played as he took the stage, but it was entirely unnecessary before the overwhelming applause. The man's sash carried his name written in large letters, along with the name of the prefecture he was running for office in.
Let me introduce you to a patriot!
Redacted.
Kun. This man has served the former governor as his right-hand man as director of the office of the governor for many years, supporting the prefecture's government for a long time. Since the previous governors decided to retire, he was appointed as the next governor. Unfortunately, we have those anti-Japan teachers in our prefecture. While they proclaim freedom of education and freedom of thought, they're shamelessly forcing an anti-Japan education down on those children. They don't teach real history. They teach our children that everything was Japan's fault. They don't even mention the true purpose of the greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere, or all those who fought to save Asian peoples from Western control. They don't even talk about how many Asian countries were actually Western colonies before Japan stood up for our freedom during the war. Our countries recovered amazingly since then, yet our children don't know any of that, because those teachers don't teach them.
Peach tea with the $5. Oh no, nationalism. Yep. Oh, whoops. I didn't know that it would scroll past when I did that. Sorry. Oh, yeah, okay, it only went to one line forward. I thought that it skipped a bunch. Good thing that it didn't.
How truly, truly sad. I can't stand the fact that those anti-Japan teachers are actually teaching our children alongside those teachers who take teaching seriously. They're insulting our educational institutions.
Jetty Reel with a Canadian $2. Like, damn, this came out in 2006. It sure did. And timeline-wise, obviously, this takes place even before the current storyline. And Atropos with the $2. Crazy that this was omitted from the anime. Yeah, a lot of this was omitted from the anime. A lot of it was.
I'll become a governor and get rid of those teachers. I'll straighten out our education system and make sure our children will grow up to be decent young people who carry on Japan's future. He,
Redacted.
Kun, announces his candidacy for the next year's prefectural governorship. We appreciate your support for him. I promise I'll straighten out Japan's education system. Thank you for your support.
Again, the banquet room filled with applause. The man was receiving a standing ovation. I need to explain a bit about this banquet before you misunderstand. It wasn't the conference of a political association or a lecture by a political candidate. It was hard to believe, but this was nothing more than a meeting of a college's alumni association. Everyone should be familiar with what those are. Whether it's elementary school, junior high school, or college, once you graduate from one of those, you normally belong to an organization of alumni. You receive invitations for reunions where you enjoy talking about the good old days. However, There are many different types of such organizations. Some are simple, and some are united with much tighter bonds. And once an organization becomes united with those tight bonds, it's no longer a simple organization of alumni. Rather, it becomes a significant faction known as an alma mater clique. In Japanese society, it's traditional for graduates to form tighter bonds that go beyond the level of an organization. Also, the more superior the alma mater, the stronger that tendency holds true. The Imperial University, one of the best universities in the country, is famous for the deep bonds its graduates form. Why do superior people like to bond? It may be because they take pride in being superior. But more than that, maintaining connections is the most significant reason. All Imperial University graduates are elites in their respective fields. They're likely to succeed and become important people. When they do, the unity of their alumni association gains immeasurable meaning. In fact, even today, the Imperial University graduates maintain their tight academic clique, and they hold great influence throughout many different fields. They interact with other universities as well, so the graduates' bonds are extremely tight, even today. Additionally, while Imperial University usually refers to the University of Tokyo, sometimes it's used to mean all 7 major universities in Japan. They are located in Tokyo, Kyoto, Tohoku, Kyushu, Hokkaido, Osaka, and Nagoya. They are all great schools. There happens to be an organization of alumni that includes all of those 7 universities. The elderly gentlemen in this banquet room were each from one of those organizations. However, not every graduate would get an invitation here automatically. It's a society of selected gentlemen, and in order to become a member, one must first fulfill several conditions, such as a recommendation from an existing member, contribution to the society, possession of status, and so forth. Therefore, all of the members are important people from different fields, and obviously the power of this organization is of a political nature. But there's one more very important criterion one has to meet to join: strong patriotism, a heart that longs to contribute to Japan and its rebirth. As a result, this organization has become extremely nationalistic. Up on the stage, the candidate for the prefectural governorship was still talking passionately, and amongst those elderly gentlemen in the crowd, Takano can be found. Takano seemed used to this kind of conference, and seemed unsurprised at anything that was said. But at the same time, she looked rather fed up with it. As she was in attendance, she must have been one of their members, which meant she possessed not only an extremely excellent academic background, but that the older gentleman here had acknowledged her equivalent contributions to society, and that she possessed strong patriotism. However, her academic background was the only qualification she had met to join. She was only able to join as a special case because of her connections. She didn't even hold prejudiced ideas like the other members did. So why was she here today? Probably because of the same reason as the man giving a speech up on stage. The man on the stage didn't actually have prejudiced ideas, much like Takano. He only prepared a speech that he knew the guests would like. Politicians only want votes. Each and every person has a vote, but appealing to each one of them takes too long. So the most efficient way is to appeal to organizations with a unified idea and a unified will. In other words, this man was giving this speech so he can garner support from those powerful people. The elderly gentlemen in the banquet room will do their best to support him, since he appears to share their ideals. They can offer many different kinds of expediency, support, and assistance, to an outrageous degree, I might add. If the day's events continued in the same way, the organization would likely decide to officially support him. They will probably give him a great deal of financial aid. They'll assist him in different ways as well. Of course, the man on the stage won't be the only one gaining something. When he wins the election and becomes a governor next year, the organization will welcome the governor as a new member and gain even more political influence. And eventually the organization will become so powerful that nobody can ignore it. Those of you reading this right now probably get the sense that they're no mere alumni association. You'd be absolutely right. After reaching this level, they were a fine syndicate. No, they would be a secret society if the group wasn't so open about its activities. Rayla, grifters. Yeah, pretty much. Now, I'm sure some of you readers are brushing this off, thinking there's no way such a suspicious organization could exist in Japan, but everything I've explained is entirely true. There are several such influential groups and organizations within our society, and you need to understand that they hold powerful political clout and influence on our national policies. Some are alma mater cliques like this one I've described above. Others are scientific societies serving different parties, industrial groups, advisory committees, religious organizations, community service groups, and so forth. Also, there are right wings and left wings, the hawk and the dove. I won't go listing their specific names here, yet you've probably read them every now and then in your average newspaper. In Japan, the terms for such forces aren't very common. Most of you readers probably think of a suspicious organization wearing white hoods when you hear the phrase secret society and laugh it off. But unfortunately, that's a huge mistake. In America, where there's far more territory and citizens, there's way more groups like that. And they possess such vast influence that ignoring them is impossible. So the terms they use for such forces doesn't apply to those on the scale of this syndicate. Sometimes people say that groups have much more power than the White House, and they're referred to as the shadow government. Even here in Japan, we had a shadow government before the war, our Zaibatsu. After we lost the war, the GHQ dismantled those blocks, but 40 years have passed since then. There's no guarantee our country hasn't given birth to another shadow government, given how good we are at collusion, groundwork, and backroom deals. Mio Takano was, in fact, attending a conference of such a shadow government. It might appear to be a guest house at a huge golf course. There were no golfers in sight, but by appearances, that must be it. But appearances can be deceiving. This wasn't a golf course, but a huge backyard. The guest house was, in fact, a very stylish mansion. Normal people would be surprised to learn this was a private residence. The interior of the building was as lavish as the exterior. There were beautiful carpets on every floor, expensive-looking decorations on the wall, and expensive-looking bottles of alcohol on the shelves. That's the kind of room Takano was in. There was a knock at the door, and an old man in a wheelchair and a young woman pushing it entered. As Takano stood up to bow, the old man stopped her by raising his right hand.
No, you don't need to stand up. Long time no see. I've been telling you to come see me any time, but you never do.
It's great to see you, Koizumi-sensei. The old man sat down on the sofa with assistance from the woman. He was very old. His face was covered in wrinkles, and he could hardly do anything on his own. Even so, he still held a great deal of power and influence. Oh my, you haven't changed a bit, have you? I can see lipstick on your neck.
Oh, is that right? Good grief, how embarrassing.
There was no lipstick on his neck. The woman who was helping him with his wheelchair was too beautiful to be a mere helper, so Takano had suspected something. As it turned out, her guess was correct. Although he was so old that he could die the next day, he wanted to stay sexually active until the very end. Even the Grim Reaper would think that's just absurd.
Mio-chan, you've become quite beautiful yourself. You're not a little girl anymore, eh?
Oh, stop. If you really think that way, why did you try to touch my bottom,
What have you got to lose from having an old guy like me touch your butt?
God, this guy sucks. This guy sucks. Habaki Gaming with the $2. I hate this guy. Chat, let's hit him with hammers. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. I'm sure you have plenty of chances to touch a softer butt, don't you? Takano and the old man enjoyed a tasteless conversation. They had clearly known each other a long time and were very close. The young woman came back in to serve tea. After she left, the old man started to speak.
Anyway, I'm so proud of you, Mio-chan. I'm sure your grandfather in heaven's proud of you, too.
I hope so. But I'm not even close to approaching the level of my grandfather's great work.
Takano-kun was unlucky in many different ways. The era he lived in. If he lived in a different era, I'm sure he would have finished his research.
But he lived in that era. And ironically, that's why he noticed the existence of the Hinamizawa syndrome.
The world today is in the nuclear era. With America and the Soviet Union glaring at each other over mounds of nuclear stockpiles, it takes nukes to have authority as a major power. Yet we've forever abandoned our nukes thanks to our 3 anti-nuclear principles. In this age, we're now a nation without nukes. How deplorable.
In the middle of the 20th century, despite rising tensions between East and West, there was a temporary peace known as the Cold War brought by a balance of nuclear weapons pointed at one another. Permanent memberships in the United Nations were monopolized by nations with nuclear arms. They secured their predominance with nuclear weapons, bound the world with nuclear non-proliferation treaties, eternally banning non-nuclear nations from the world stage. For Japan to become a nation that can compete with the world, it must develop nuclear arms, or something as powerful. That's what some people believed, at least. Realistically, Japan will never arm itself with nuclear weapons.
I know. The citizens wouldn't accept it. Even if the government ignored their opinions and armed itself with nuclear weapons, it wouldn't work.
By abandoning nuclear weaponry, Japan gained the deterrent power of the United States. Though some people thought the only way for Japan to become equal to the United States would be to get nuclear arms of their own. But realistically, that was impossible. Even if Japan armed itself with nuclear weapons, that wouldn't automatically let Japan join the great powers. Takano and the old man discussed the balance of nuclear power in the world. Eventually, the sound of the cuckoo clock reminded them to return to the main subject at hand. The old man pointed to the attaché case that had been sitting next to Takano. Takano nodded once, opened it up, and removed the contents. There were brand new bills packed in it. How much was actually in there? A bundle of brand new million-yen bills is 1 centimeter, so there must have been at least enough to make up 8 digits. There were also 2 more attaché cases by her side. However, neither Takano nor the old man were surprised at all. Takano closed the attaché case and bowed. Thank you very much, Koizumi-sensei. I'll never forget about this.
Money should be handled by younger people. I can't take it to heaven with me. I just hope this will be of assistance to you. Use it wisely.
Of course I will. I'll use this money only to make my grandfather's dream come true.
I envy Takano-kun. What a wonderful grandchild he has. I'm sure he's bragging about you up there.
I haven't done anything yet. I'll have earned this praise when I complete my grandfather's work.
I'm so jealous. My boys are no good. They're only interested in making money. What really matters is how the money's spent. How you contribute to the country is what's most important. That's how you repay your debt to it, you know?
Oh, so are you saying that treating all those lovers so lavishly is also a way of repaying your country?
Of course. When they shop, the country makes money. Money goes around, you see?
However, those lovers would probably end up buying some foreign goods. Things probably don't work quite the way this old man thinks they do. Takano chuckled to herself.
But the money I give to those women and the money I give you are completely different.
I know that very well.
You've worked very hard. You've retained trust and support from so many people. This is the first time I've mentioned it, but Haruyama-kun and Mochizuki-kun both weren't sure about you because of your age at first. That's why I'm acknowledging your efforts, and that's why I'm giving you this money.
I understand.
Also, for me to give you this money means that I recognize you as the official successor of Takano-kun's research.
Thank you very much. Thank you for believing in me. I truly appreciate it.
No, don't mention it. This research is Takano-kun's, and yours, too. He wouldn't want anyone else to take over. So, thanks to all of your effort, I didn't have to spend too much time convincing the other old folks.
Completing my grandfather's research is the least I can do for him. I won't begrudge any efforts towards that aim. Takano smiled as she remembered everything she had to go through to get to this point. It went without saying, but the old men around Takano saw her as someone from their grandchildren's generation, or maybe even younger. Just how much trouble did Takano have to endure in order to gain the trust of those with such a large generational gap? It was hard to describe to those who couldn't even imagine her trouble. But Takano earned it. She gathered allies, drove away enemies, garnered support, and forced them to recognize her. She spent a long time establishing trust and rising to a status that the old men would welcome, which was all the more reason this meeting was a reward for her many days of hardship. Now that she officially had a powerful influence backing her, she could spread her wings and see the completion of her grandfather's unfinished research.
Well, now that you're officially continuing Takano-kun's research, there's something I need to tell you, Mio-chan.
What is it? I'm listening. The old man paused and pulled an expensive cigarette from the cigarette holder on the table. Takano lit it up for him. She didn't smoke herself. But knowing that the old man did, she kept a lighter in her pocket. The constant buildup of little gestures like that were how she gained the trust she held today.
Takano-kun noticed the Hinamizawa syndrome in Manchuria, not Japan.
Yes. According to my grandfather's journal, around 1940, he learned that many soldiers sent from Hinamizawa to the I forget how you pronounce this precisely. It's like Guantung? Guantung? Something like that. Sorry, I apologize if I struggle with a couple things here and there. To the Guantung army expressed terminal symptoms, which led him to surmise that an unknown infectious parasite dwelled in Hinamizawa. Under the harsh conditions of war, people sometimes lost their mind. In those conditions, those who were sent to a far-off battlefield from Hinamizawa spent their days under duress, and occasionally they exhibited terminal symptoms, hallucinated, and caused twisted incidents. Yet that all occurred in the extensive chaos of the battlefield. Every incident was handled separately, and no one suspected there was an underlying cause.
At the time, Takano-kun was working as a military physician in the Guantung Army. He was researching the prevention of different infectious diseases, and one day he noticed that several incidents of deranged behavior were occurring among soldiers from the same hometown. He hypothesized that these symptoms were unique to those from Hinamizawa, and began his own personal research. He hired soldiers from Hinamizawa as workers in his research center and studied them there. Then he learned of the unique Hinamizawan faith in Oyashiro-sama, and he was convinced that he found an infectious parasite with unique properties.
Some may wonder how he could be so certain that these symptoms were caused by unusual parasites. At the beginning of the 20th century, German doctors proved that some unknown diseases were caused by bacteria and parasites. At the time, it wasn't too far of a jump to assume that unknown pathogens could be behind unknown diseases. For instance, in modern times, it's been revealed that beriberi is caused by vitamin B1 deficiency. But at the start of the 20th century, many loudly proclaimed that it was the work of an unidentified pathogen. Yes, my grandfather predicted that this research would be invaluable to the army, so he asked for a budget, but they just laughed at him. As a researcher, her grandfather was very talented and passionate, but when it came to gaining the aid of political powers, he simply struck out. Hinamizawa syndrome. No, the possible existence of a parasite that infected the human brain and controlled emotions. Even though he made the remarkable achievement of discovering a mystery no one had explained before him, he was unable to convince others of that achievement, and spent his life alone, unable to garner support and unable to achieve proper recognition for his achievement. Independent research has its limits. Talented people, funding, and backup. A research project can be successful only if all those things are present. Takano had noticed her grandfather's mistakes, and that was why she did everything she could to obtain all of that.
The military at the time was hoping for a low-cost, immediate-acting weapon. While Takano-kun's research was extremely intriguing, it didn't meet the military's expectations.
But I heard you were the one who understood my grandfather's research, weren't you? In his journal, he calls you his best friend.
We came from the same hometown. It was a miracle to run into someone from the same town on such a distant battlefield. Although we weren't close in age, we became very good friends, so we talked a lot. Many times he told me his research would be revolutionary and asked me to lay on the groundwork to secure funding for full-scale research.
I read in his journal that you talked to many different people about his research. Unfortunately, its value was never recognized, but I'm sure your support meant a lot to him.
But I was never able to really do anything for him. That's why I want to help you, Mio-chan. Helping you is like atoning for my mistakes.
Thank you very much. He was lucky to have you as his best friend. If only there were more understanding people like you in the military's upper echelon. It's very regrettable to think that my grandfather's life might have been different. The old man closed his eyes and paused for a moment. Shortly after that, he looked into the distance and spoke.
Actually, that isn't true at all. The higher-ups were interested in Takano-kun's discovery.
What? I've never heard that before. Then why didn't they support his research?
Something came up and they couldn't let him look into Hinamizawa syndrome. Only a few of the top brass and myself knew the reason. Now that all but myself have passed, I think I should tell you, Mio-chan, since you're carrying on his work.
What came up? What was it? Takano had believed until this day that her grandfather's research was ridiculed by everyone, which was the reason why it had never gained any recognition. Her grandfather had asked the military for funding so he could uncover the secret of Hinamizawa syndrome during the war. But just like the old man had said earlier, the military wanted an instant-acting weapon. That was why they weren't interested in his research. That's what she had believed. But as it turned out, the military had actually shown an interest after all.
Before I go on, I need to explain about the Guantung Army in Manchuria at the time. While the Guantung Army was stationed in Manchuria, opinions were divided on whether to advance our forces, north or south.
At the time, Japan had troops in Manchuria, but opinions were divided on advancing north to deter the Soviet Union or advancing south to expand our territory and secure resources. With the Soviet Union and its predecessor, Russia, being a landlocked, frozen nation, they had long yearned for an ice-free port that wouldn't freeze over in winter. They had made numerous attempts to expand their territory southward, too. Those expansionist policies were said to be the cause of the Russo-Japanese War. In the history books, it's said that Japan won the Russo-Japanese War, but it was actually a draw ending in peace signed at the Treaty of Portsmouth. Both sides had simply set aside their spears after mutually exhausting their forces. It wasn't like Russia capitulated and offered a complete surrender. As a result, the perception of the Russian threat continued to smolder. Later, the Russian Empire was overthrown by a revolution, but Japan was unable to shake the threat that the new Soviet Union would advance south. According to the history books, Japan went south. They signed the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact and abandoned the northern advance. As a result, when the Great Patriotic War began, the Soviet Union was able to respond to pressure on their German front by pouring in their eastern forces. Though the Germans have managed to lay siege to Moscow, the Soviets launched a massive counteroffensive that reversed the tides of war. Even with the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact, the Soviets couldn't tell if Japan would attack them at some point. Because of that threat, the Soviets had to leave some forces in the Far East, and they weren't able to devote enough troops to the German front. For starters, the Soviets had forged the Germany-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, too. Yet Germany broke the treaty and attacked the Soviet Union. To make matters worse, Japan and Germany had forged a military alliance. With all those factors in play, the Soviets naturally couldn't trust Japan to uphold their neutrality pact. Ironically, the Soviet Union was the one who broke the pact, but I won't go into that now.
Exactly. Hitler signed the Tripartite Pact because he expected Japan to keep the Soviets' other front in check. But ultimately, Japan abandoned the North. With the superior German offensive, many supported the idea of waiting and watching it play out. They believed that even if we did advance north, it'd be after Germany conquered Moscow. However, that plan was exposed to Zorge, and the Soviets transferred their heavy tanks from their far east border to the German front. That secured Germany's defeat at Moscow, and the Germans began seeking a string of defeats starting with the Battle of Kursk.
It was a turning point in history, huh? During the Cold War, the Soviet Union was recognized as a global power, but at least in 1940, the Kwantung Army didn't think it was a particular threat. Japan had earned a victory with the Russo-Japanese War, and they took the new Soviet Union government lightly, assuming it wouldn't be stable after overthrowing the Russian Empire. That underestimation was corrected after the Nomonhan incident in 1941. After several fierce short-term battles with the Soviet Union's advanced mechanized corps that led to great losses, the Kwantung Army realized they shouldn't fight the Soviets, and that inclined Japan towards the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact. Casual log, hi. Hello.
But at the very least, up until the Nomonhan incident, the Kwantung Army was strongly conscious of the Soviets and divided on advancing north or south. Thanks to that, there were also voices advising caution, suggesting we avoid an all-out war with China in order to shore up our forces against the Soviets.
But the Sino-Japanese War broke out after the Marco Polo Bridge incident, right? July 1937. The Japanese and Chinese armies were staring at each other across the Lugo Bridge in Beijing. It was the middle of the night on July 7th. The Chinese army fired on the Japanese army in training, and they engaged in combat. This triggered the long Sino-Japanese War.
Yes. According to historical records, that incident triggered the Sino-Japanese War, but with opinions divided over advancing north or south, the army was equally divided over a full-scale confrontation with China. No, in fact, we even received orders from General Staff Headquarters to resolve the matter quietly before the incident grew much bigger.
So those supporting the northern advance wanted to settle the Battle of Lugo Bridge quietly, insisting that conflict with China was pointless in light of their anti-Soviet strategy. However, those on the mainland supporting the southern advance used this incident as cause to dispatch more troops to China. They enacted hard policies against China, and thus the Marco Polo Bridge incident became the trigger for Japan and China to enter all-out war. After that, and their bitter struggles in the Nomonhan incident, Japan greatly revised their Soviet strategy. They signed the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact and secured the route from their southern advance. The Sino-Japanese War got worse and worse.
If the Marco Polo Bridge incident hadn't happened, it's possible that history would have gone very differently. Maybe we would have ended up in a war with them anyway. However, if the South faction didn't get that chance, the military authorities would have kept restraining the Soviet Union, and the Soviets would have had to divide their forces between East and West. And maybe Germany could have invaded Moscow. Then Japan could have gone to Siberia. The map could have been very different today.
Germany wouldn't necessarily have won the war if it had succeeded in taking Moscow. England was keeping its strength on the other side of the Dover Strait, after all, and the United States was poised to enter the conflict. Besides, Napoleon once occupied Moscow, but in the end he couldn't beat their winter and had to withdraw. It's one of those ifs, huh? The Axis might have won the war.
Yes, it's possible that the gunshot from the Marco Polo Bridge incident changed the tide of history.
Both sides had different opinions on who fired the shot, right?
According to the Japanese, a Chinese soldier fired a shot at a Japanese soldier who got too close to the Chinese camp. However, the Chinese side claimed that the shot was a conspiracy invented by the Japanese military.
But the shot was fired. Even though nobody knew who actually pulled the trigger, it sparked the Sino-Japanese War.
Yes, that's what the history books say.
But Koizumi-sensei, what does that have to do with my grandfather?
In the Marco Polo Bridge incident, a shot was fired at a unit that was training in the middle of the night. Everyone was summoned for a roll call. They were missing one soldier. This soldier came back later, and it was said that he was sent as a messenger and got too close to the Chinese camp. By the way, did you know that soldier was from Hinamizawa?
Huh? Really?
When Takano-kun was talking about Hinamizawa syndrome, he said that soldiers from Hinamizawa could suddenly fall into a deranged state. And we realized that the soldier from the Marco Polo Bridge incident was in fact from Hinamizawa.
Then what about the first shot fired?
I don't know the truth, but I think it's possible that a soldier within the terminal stage of Hinamizawa syndrome fired the shot.
This is a big leap of assumption to make, but okay.
That soldier was killed in the incident. Since there was no record of it, nobody knows exactly how he died.
The Japanese side claimed that the Chinese army had fired at them and negotiated with that in mind. Just a scant few days after the incident, Japan demanded an apology from the Chinese, and as a show of force dispatched 3 divisions of reinforcements. The Chinese side was, of course, opposed to doing that. The situation escalated at once.
If research into Hinamizawa syndrome continued, the higher-ups thought it would negatively influence the Japanese army's claims. So in order to avoid the risk of traversing that political gray zone, they rejected Takano-kun's research.
Arabaki Gaming. See, this is really fascinating from a writing standpoint if you think about it. It kind of is. Like, it's sort of like weaving the fictional narrative with the historical narrative is... I'm sure for some people that would be a little bit controversial of a decision, but I do like that it is being presented in a way that's like, it just furthers the ambiguity surrounding Hinamizawa syndrome and people's understanding of it and their assumptions of it. They're just like, well, I don't know if it made him do it, but it could have made him do it. It just, it just piles on sort of like this stigmatization surrounding the people from Hinamizawa and like the conditions that they live with. I mean, like, we've already had it, fair enough. But yeah, like, we've already had it explained to us that, like, basically everyone in the village has it to some extent. It's just that it's triggered by, environment and circumstances in some way. Much in the same way that you can obviously say that a lot of people live with certain conditions that aren't going to act, violently or, like, whatever, but that stigmatization still contributes to the way they are treated societally. Obviously, Hinamizawa residents have faced more than a little bit of that. So it is just kind of interesting how they use the historical context surrounding the time period that Higurashi takes place in to sort of play around with those ideas, I think.
So in order to avoid the risk of traversing that political gray zone, they rejected Takano-kun's research.
So because of that, they refused to even consider my grandfather's research long after the war ended, too?
Yes, that's exactly it. The war's over now, but there are still some conflicts there regarding historical recognition. Even if Takano-kun didn't mean for it to happen, if his research into Hinamizawa syndrome became public, it might cause a resurgence of quarrels over the long-ended war. Certain authorities were afraid of that, so they made sure his research was ignored even after the war. I was long warned not to aid him in any way myself.
Takano tried to remain calm, but she couldn't stop herself from grimacing. She had just found out the real reason why her grandfather's research had been ignored. It was because of secret maneuvers by political masterminds. If those masterminds feared it so much, ironically, that meant they acknowledged the importance of his research. Takano was saddened and frustrated to no end by her grandfather's lonely life.
However, they're all dead now. I'm the only one who knows about this. And if Takano-kun was still alive, I was going to apologize to him and give him my unconditional support. But he's no longer around. That's why I'm apologizing to you and offering to give you my full support instead. Sorry.
Are you sure? Wouldn't research into the Hinamizawa syndrome dredge up those same subjects again?
It's different now. Besides, research into the Hinamizawa syndrome may produce more than a mere local disease. Depending on your research, post-war Japan may gain a trump card that makes it a world power once more.
So the tides and times have changed then?
That's right. Unfortunately, Takano-kun didn't live long enough to see that tide change. But he has you to continue his research. So as long as I'm alive, I'll give you my full support. I promised to help Takano-kun, but because of various things, I couldn't do anything. So I want to make up for that as long as I'm alive. I think that's the least I can do for the man who called me his best friend.
Koizumi-sensei, thank you so much.
Oh, don't mention it. I'm glad I was able to tell you everything before I died. Anyway, until I'm gone, I'll make sure that you get everything you need, okay? So if anything comes up, be sure to let me know. I'll do anything for you.
Takano couldn't even imagine what kind of bond this old man and her grandfather had between them. But thanks to that bond, Takano was able to gain a powerful supporter. Tears welled up in Takano's eyes as she gave him an emotional look, but in her mind she was practically dancing at the promise of the old man's full support. The old man and Takano both bowed at the same time to show each other their appreciation. Once that was done, the old man became a little more serious. After that far too lengthy preamble, he finally said what he really wanted to tell her.
So there you have it. This is what I wanted to say. The Hinamizawa syndrome has the potential power to make history. It may even twist the fate of our country. So keep that in mind and be careful with your research.
After the proprietor finished serving the food, she bowed and left. The room was very tastefully put together, reminding them of a tea ceremony room. While it was sparsely decorated, quite a bit of money had obviously gone into it. This was a very famous Japanese restaurant where many high-up officials and other important people held secret meetings. Takano was there, accompanied by about 5 gentlemen. She was sitting slightly further away from the men. They were clearly in a much more important position than she was. One of the men, wearing an expensive double-breasted suit, told Takano not to be so nervous.
Please, relax, Takano-san. What we read's very interesting to us. I can't believe this research was just sitting there for dozens of years. It is surprising. I thought most of the research on BC weapons the Japanese military conducted during the war failed to bear fruit. And nothing was left after the US military confiscated even the fundamental research.
I heard this research was barely even glanced at by the top brass.
I see. So that's why nobody knew about it and GHQ didn't investigate it. In that sense, at least, it was truly fortunate. Interesting that Dr. Takano's research would be succeeded by a different Takano-san. I suppose that's fate. It's like the deceased is using your body to complete his life's work.
Maybe that's true. I feel a mysterious connection to him, too. Takano adored Takano Hifumi and called him grandfather, but she hadn't revealed that relationship to others. She realized it wouldn't be beneficial for people to think she was involving personal feelings in her continuing Dr. Takano's research. So publicly, she once had exchanges with Takano Hifumi, and after his death, discovered his research documents with his remains and chose to carry it on. At least that's how the story went. Well then, what do you think?
The defense agency was very interested. According to Nakagawa-kun, the defense agency's Technical Research and Development Institute showed great interest. They offered to sponsor the research, too. Oh, that's wonderful. Congratulations, Takano-san.
Thank you very much.
Here's what they said. There's a research council for next-generation deterrence being led by experts from several different ministries. One of those is called the Alphabet Project. Have you heard of it, Takano-san?
There was no way she would know about something like that. But it was very possible for these nationalists to research something dangerous without citizens knowing about it. Society forms something like a web made of connections between people. People hold hands with each other who share the same ideas and end up knitting a net. Of course, some nets are well known, but there are some secret ones too. So there was no way of guessing just how the men at this meeting were connected. A society involving research into deterrent weapons for the next generation, the Alphabet Project. With those words, it was possible to imagine what this might entail. Deterrent weapons. That usually refers to nuclear technology. Weapons are normally used to destroy enemies. However, the general idea of deterrent weapons is very different. The assumption is that they won't be actually used against anyone. Nuclear weapons are largely used as a threat to prevent enemy invasion. Both the US and Soviets possess large stockpiles of nuclear arms, keeping each other in check. But they'll never actually use them, because if they did, there'd be a nuclear war and both countries would be destroyed. So they're like a legendary weapon you never draw. Of course, that last resort only works because both sides have nuclear weapons. If one side lacks them, they'll lose all military negotiation power. In other words, nations without nukes are powerless before nuclear-armed states. That can't be true. Japan abandoned nukes and it still functions as a nation today. Or so some people may be thinking, but they're wrong. Japan abandoned nukes, but lies under the nuclear umbrella by allying itself with America. That means the nation functions thanks to America's nukes. However, that also means we must resign ourselves to forever being a vassal of America. In order for Japan to escape that and become a powerful nation equal to America, it must possess its own deterrence arms and step outside of that nuclear umbrella. That society must have been put together by experts who believe in that ideal. Given that, even the name Alphabet Project makes sense. Nuclear weapons are weapons of mass destruction. However, weapons of mass destruction aren't always nuclear. They also include biological weapons and chemical weapons. Atomic, biological, chemical. The initials of these three words make up A, B, C. That's why weapons of mass destruction are sometimes called ABC weapons. I won't go into weapons of mass destruction that don't belong to these three categories. ABC, alphabet. In other words, Alphabet Project must be a code for research into weapons of mass destruction. Evie Curry, MGS moment. Literally, this is literally some Metal Gear Solid shit. As it happens, this guess of Takano's was correct.
By rights, Japan should possess nuclear arms. We established ourselves as a peace-loving nation after the war, and after our vast international contributions, we've been recognized as a permanent member of the UN. Yet until we possess nuclear arms, we won't be recognized as a proper nation. That's the long-held desire of post-war Japan. Exactly. However, realistically, thanks to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the major nations hold a monopoly on nukes. Worse, our domestic public opinion's growing allergic to nukes, so foreign and domestic pressures make implementing them impossible. Biological and chemical weapons are sometimes known as the poor man's nuke. Small countries that can't own nuclear weapons have already started research into that kind of weaponry. Takano-san, please don't misunderstand us, okay? The purpose of our research isn't to obtain a biological weapon. Instead, our goal is to prevent such weapons from coming into Japan from other countries. So, this research into self-defense, I want you to understand that.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Takano hated this Japanese tendency to make excuses, but she didn't let it show on her face. No matter what they said, they already saw the value in using this research toward biological weaponry. However, in truth, that was just an excuse as well. If they actually wanted to research biological weapons, then it would be much faster to research diseases like smallpox and anthrax, instead of an unidentified disease like Hinamizawa syndrome. So it wasn't actually correct to say the defense agency was interested in it as a biological weapon. In other words, Takano needed a powerful sponsor who could back her up with funding, personnel, and a facility to conduct her research. So she used her connections and turned to the old men behind the government and economy, reaching out to each of them and getting them to forcibly pull funding out of the defense agency under the excuse of its application toward biological weaponry. That was the truth. Therefore, her project wasn't officially recognized by the defense agency. To be exact, the people who secretly controlled the defense agency were the ones who knew about it. These masterminds diverted funding from the defense agency to the Alphabet Project, and then they pushed for Takano's research to be a part of it. Takano gets her funding, and the influencers get to drain public funds through kickbacks. Considering that, it was doubtful the project was genuinely about researching the next generation of deterrence arms. It was probably just an excuse for the masterminds to funnel money into their own pockets. Well, those complicated matters didn't matter to Takano. Whatever those old men and influencers were planning wasn't her business. As long as she could get the funding for her research, that was enough. Either way, Takano had found her sponsor. It was one of the biggest organizations around, too. This had always been her grandfather's dream. Takano was trying to stay calm, but she was about to jump up and down in excitement.
Nakagawa-kun says that once the research gets underway, he doesn't mind buying it out. Although it's still incomplete, he definitely sees potential in it.
You're absolutely right. This research is only halfway complete. Sufficient funding, facilities, and personnel will be indispensable.
About that. Here's where the negotiations start. Apparently they wish to take on this research in its entirety. I feel bad saying this, but they think the burden's too much for you to bear alone.
Hearing that put quite the damper on Takano's ecstasy. I'm not trying to make money off of this. I'm working as a researcher purely out of intellectual curiosity. What I need is a sponsor, and what they seek are results. That was the relationship I'd hoped to establish. Takano realized she was talking rather breathlessly, so she tried to calm herself down. Either way, they'd be backing the research. Considering they're hoping for results that merit the budget, they probably feel that Takano is still too young to handle it.
I know. You've been working on this for a long time, and you don't want anyone to just grab it from you, right? I totally understand that. Of course, we've already informed them. So here's the compromise we came up with. First, we'll start your research as an offshoot of the Alphabet Project. Once you have the Board of Directors' approval, you'll be given official funding. We'll have you participate in the project as an associate researcher, and you'll take part in the research that way.
If she wanted their funding, she'd have to fall under their authority, of course. So far, she had no objections.
However, the Research Society's listed a few conditions in exchange for funding this project. First, as was just mentioned, is to entrust the position of lead researcher to an individual that's skilled and talented in this field of research.
I hate to interject, but who would be more knowledgeable about this than me? Other than the late Dr. Takano, of course.
Now. Please calm down, Takano-san. I understand how you feel.
Still, how is this any different from selling my research to this individual? This isn't what we discussed at all.
Calm down, Takano-san.
Those cunning old men didn't miss sight of the faint link of anger that crossed Takano's expression. They gave evasive laughs, as if remarking how immature she still was if she let her emotions show over such a little thing. However, they weren't laughing to look down on Takano. On the contrary, they were trying to tell her to wait until the end.
Of course, we'll make sure you get your way. Koizumi-sensei told me to take good care of you. Do you think I'd just ignore you after he told me that? Don't worry. Please let me work things out. I'll make sure you'll be happy.
What do you mean?
You see, I get to select the person in charge.
Everyone chortled except Takano. After a moment, she joined in. In other words, he meant that he would find just the right person. The defense agency had suggested finding an expert to lead the project because they didn't feel comfortable with just Takano. However, Takano's sponsor was the one tasked to find such a person. In that moment, Takano realized it. Ah, how wonderful it is to have such a powerful backer.
Let me work it out. I'll find some candidates for you. All you have to do is pick the one you think would be the most suitable.
Takano felt better after hearing that. While she wouldn't be the official head of the project, she would end up leading it from the shadows. Of course, she wasn't an expert per se. Having a partner would actually be beneficial.
Give me some time to talk to the other end. I'll make sure you'll be happy with the outcome. Please just be patient for a while.
I understand. Thank you for everything.
Oh, by the way, it's not just the defense agency. Nagata-kun from the Ministry of Health and Welfare is willing to help you too. He introduced me to Ito-kun from the National Institute of Infectious Diseases. He's willing to help you with equipment and other technology.
Really? Thank you so much!
This is a national project, isn't it? Congratulations, Takano-san. This is all because of your effort and the deceased Dr. Takano's hard work.
Oh no. This is all because of Dr. Takano. I haven't done anything yet.
Being humble's a good virtue, just like Koizumi-sensei told me. You truly are a nice person, aren't you? No wonder he adores you.
Just a second. Okay. Just wanted to check a message thing real quick.
Anyway, they want you to join the defense agency. Luckily, you have a doctor's license, right? We'll secure your position as a medical officer of the TRDI.
Do you mean I'll be a public servant? I wasn't expecting that.
All the organizations that are involved with the Alphabet Project are public institutions. The SDF actually is interested in this research as well, and they're making strong requests to dispatch some of their personnel too. So depending on the circumstances, you may be treated as an SDF member. Well, just think of those matters as officials squabbling over jurisdiction. So to stand above those officials, you'll need your own position. No matter what, we'll make sure you'll be happy, so please don't worry about anything.
I understand. I'll let you work things out. But knowing Dr. Takano's research was once rejected by the old Japanese military, it's hard to believe that the Self-Defense Force is interested in it now.
Well, that couldn't be stopped. With the war situation worsening, the Japanese military sought something with immediate effect, something that could turn the war around. I don't think they were looking down on Dr. Takano's research.
That wasn't true, of course. Takano already heard the confession from the old man. She exhaled. To her, it was like the meeting in front of her was happening somewhere far away. She had longed for this day to come and worked so hard to reach it. Finally, her grandfather and his research were attaining recognition. This was the day she had dreamed of. So she was frightened just imagining that it might be an actual dream. True joy can't be felt all at once. Oftentimes, it's a delayed reaction. Takano thought that must be exactly what she was feeling.
I imagine you'll probably be given a field officer's rank. Since you'll be a second in command, you'll likely be a major. That's wonderful. Major Takano, huh? My, I'm a little jealous. As a man, I wish I had a rank like that. Boy, oh boy, Major Takano, Mm-hmm.
A major? What does that signify?
Well, it's reasonably high in the rank system of the Self-Defense Forces. It's like a sub-manager at a company, I guess. That'll be your rank once the project gets underway. It's equivalent to a lieutenant commander in the old Japanese military. What a coincidence. Dr. Takano was also a lieutenant commander in the old military.
Takano remembered suddenly. They were right. Her grandfather had been a lieutenant commander in the Japanese military. Everything she had done until today was so she could continue her grandfather's research. Now everything had fallen into place. She had even been granted the same rank as her grandfather. She had always believed that succeeding his research would be proof that they had a bond tighter than blood, and now she would even be the same rank as him. This is fate, Takano thought. Maybe this is even a message from Grandpa? Yes, it must have been a shout of encouragement from heaven. It was proof that she inherited not only his research, but his will as well. Takano couldn't help but feel a sense of destiny for attaining the rank of major. Grandpa, I'm finally here. Nobody else could hear her say that, but her grandfather in heaven could. That's what Takano believed. She had only come so far. There were still a lot of things to do for this research to be recognized as a great work. Otherwise, her grandfather won't become a god. She wouldn't become one either. You must become a god. That was in her grandfather's will. I was unable to do so. That line preceded it. It was her grandfather's dying wish. Her grandfather entrusted it to her. All of his research. A god can't be physically brought back to life. A god is made in the hearts of the people who remain alive. Her grandfather will live on in her heart. His exploits will be known to many, and all the scholars will fight to read his documents, to steal them from each other, and they'll learn about Hifumi Takano, who began his research during the war. They'll know that nobody understood him and that he ended up devoting his lonely life to his research. And finally, they will extol his grand achievement. Nope. No tips. No tips for you. Just continue the story, please. It's literally like tapping you on the shoulder, like no distractions, keep going.
Allow me to introduce you. This is Major Takano. This is Major, this is Dr. Kyosuke Irie.
Hello.
I'm Irie.
Irie seemed extremely nervous at our Oh, okay, we're back to Takano POV directly. Irie seemed extremely nervous at our first meeting. He probably thought I was in charge of some suspicious organization. Please, relax. Call me Takano.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I really appreciate it.
Please, have a seat. A model lower middle class citizen was a good way to describe Kyosuke Irie's demeanor. One could also say that he was the stereotypical type of person to get conveniently discarded after those crafty elders used their seniority to constantly pick on him. He certainly doesn't seem as cunning as I am, but that doesn't mean he isn't ambitious. Like me, he's a young person who dreams of accomplishing something great and leaving his name upon generations to come. While he acts humble in person like this, his articles were actually progressive as well as aggressive. The gap between the two was quite intense.
I've read the data concerning this Hinamizawa syndrome.
What did you think?
Well, it's really quite the shock. It's very possible that this is something that steps onto the dark side of today's medicine, but I can hardly control my intellectual excitement in knowing it's a mystery that has yet to be solved.
Hearing that made me chuckle. Irie is more than interested in Hinamizawa syndrome, which is good enough for me. She had been through the ringer with far too many people to reach this day, so her honed intuition could tell. She would get along well with this man. Even if he isn't useful to me, he won't cause any problems. For both me and my sponsor, he's the best person possible for the job. I was shocked too, to imagine a man of your experience and knowledge was just wasting away in the medical office without any responsibilities or work to accomplish. I have to say that was a grave loss to the medical field. Irie laughed. He probably thought I didn't know, but I had received detailed documents on him, so I knew why he was exiled from the limelight despite his rare talent and achievements. He displayed extraordinary skill working under a neurosurgery expert, and everyone expected a bright future from him, but he was kicked out due to an ethical controversy. Irie's pet theory was that the antisocial behavior of individuals could be explained by brain disorders. He believed that no one in this world was born a villain, and that they were all just poor patients in need of treatment. He proposed that they were all proper and normal when born, yet as they matured, psychogenesis and various exogenous factors caused brain disorders that made them into villains. Therefore, what those evil people need isn't punishment, it is treatment, and if their diseases are treated, they will become good citizens again. That manner of thinking actually fell in line with the Confucian belief of innate human goodness. According to this theory, humans are born with a capacity for altruism towards their kind, and it's only afterward that they learn and acquire cruelty. Irie believed that acquisition was the result of brain disorders. The human brain creates human thoughts. Therefore, if one becomes emotionally ill, that means their brain is ill, so if their brain gets treatment, they'll recover emotionally too. That field was called psychosurgery. It's fallen out of practice in the current Heisei era, but the surgical techniques were applauded until mid-Showa, especially since it produced spectacular results on a chronic mental patient that was said to be incurable. The man who invented it even won a Nobel Prize. That was how revolutionary it was. Humans think, that's why they become ill. Everyone knows that's why those who overthink matters are prone to mental illness. When the organ that thinks and debates grows ill, humans deviate from social behavior. That part is called the frontal lobe. Put simply, psychosurgery is surgery performed to operate on the frontal lobe. This kind of surgery doesn't require removing the whole epicranium. A small hole is drilled through the cranium, and a special scalpel is inserted down to cut it. It's not a major surgery, it's just a technique for quickly operating on the precious frontal lobe. Indeed, it was revolutionary in its simplicity. All the severely ill mental patients miraculously recovered, so the technique spread across the world quickly. Yeah, everybody chiming off for lobotomies in the chat is very much a like, you had me in the first half, not gonna lie. Yeah. Those with obstinate and chronic mental illnesses, the severely ill trapped in deep, inescapable depression, all of those could be saved by this technique. Throughout history, humans have come up with many different religions and magic tricks to heal emotional injuries. So needless to say, the idea of being able to treat them with a surgical technique was truly revolutionary. Irie admired psychosurgery and pushed forward in the field of surgical techniques to treat human souls. However, from the modern human rights standpoint, severing a portion of the brain simply because someone is emotionally disturbed is absolutely out of the question. People gradually started to think differently and said that psychosurgery was inhumane. The frontal lobe controls how people think, but it's also the part that makes humans act human. There were quite a few cases where that cut caused drastic, irreversible changes in the patient. A baseless happiness born from a lack of thought, a change in personality, a loss of interest in everything, major mood swings due to a lack of control over one's emotions, some even lost part of their memories, Of course, some didn't even survive the surgery. By the mid-1960s, use of psychosurgery declined. Also, due to development of psychotropic medicine, the surgery was hardly performed anymore anyway. Yet, some people still believed in the idea and continued to perform the surgery and gather clinical data. They wanted people to recognize the value of the technique once again. Some of these surgeries were performed without consent. One theory is that in Japan alone there were thousands of people who woke up from general anesthesia, only to find part of their brain had been removed. Today, to perform such a surgery without a patient's consent is considered totally unethical, but it was different at the time. For one thing, the idea that doctors required prior patient consent was proliferated in the modern Heisei era. Therefore, people at the time didn't think that it was that big of an issue. It was only later that people started to argue that it was inhumane. Finally, a decision was reached, and a curtain closed with the rejection of psychosurgery. Later, the Japanese Society of Psychology and Neurology passed their resolution to end psychosurgery. After that, psychosurgery was banned throughout Japan and made a forbidden subject of Japanese medicine. Irie was the leading person in the field of psychosurgery. He continued to advocate its effectiveness and results. Therefore, he was treated as a war criminal who practiced inhumane medicine, and he was exiled from the public eye. However, that doesn't mean he changed his beliefs. He still believes that immoral behavior is caused by brain disorders, and the secret of treating them is in fact hidden in the brain. So the existence of Hinamizawa syndrome, caused by parasites living in the brain that control human emotions, actually affirms his theory.
If it's all right with you, I would love to accept this position.
Of course. Given Irie's history, he would never turn down this offer. Despite his mild-mannered appearance, Irie was possessed by a mighty ambition. There was no way he didn't desire a chance to complete research that would prove himself to the medical society that ostracized him. I'm handing him that chance on a silver platter. Thank you very much. I knew you'd accept. We're very lucky to have an expert like you. You'll be a great help.
But are you okay with me being the director? Wouldn't it be better for you to hold that position, Takano-san? I'm just a simple doctor. Being in charge of other people is...
Don't worry. I'll give you my full support. Our sponsor wanted to pick a civilian. Besides, wouldn't you like to be called Director Irie?
Well, but...
Irie laughed to hide his embarrassment. We're building a research center in Hinamizawa. Publicly, it will be a clinic. So, with your consent, Dr. Irie, we'd like to call it the Irie Clinic.
Lord of my own castle. That's more than I deserve.
You'll also be placed under the SDF, so you'll be registered as a medical officer with them. Since you'll be my superior, you'll be a lieutenant colonel. Lieutenant Colonel Irie, how does that sound to you?
I'm not a military man. I'd rather refrain from being called lieutenant colonel. And director's already a frightening title as is. Oh my.
He's getting a chance to research brain parasites, plus being given the title of director of a new clinic as camouflage. Plus, it comes with staff and funding. He'll even have support from the Defense Agency and Ministry of Health and Welfare, as well as a research lab with state-of-the-art equipment. No wonder he's laughing so excitedly. However, there are some risks, too. Since he'll be involved with this secret research, he has an obligation to keep it as a secret. Also, he's going to an area plagued by a mysterious and bizarre disease. There's no guarantee he won't contract it himself. But Irie is too young to even think about those things. Aware of all the risks, he quickly signed the contract with the ambition to have people recognize his talent once again. When I saw him sign the contract, I finally relaxed. I knew he would agree to join us, but at the same time I was afraid of the chance that he'd refuse. Selecting a director proved more difficult than expected, and the only candidate Selecting a director proved more difficult than expected, and the only candidate Takano paired well with was Irie. So if Irie refused to take the position, then frankly she'd be placed in an even worse situation. Now that Irie has agreed to take the position, research on Hinamizawa syndrome can finally begin. The research center, or rather the clinic, will be completed next spring. The Ministry of Health and Welfare and the Defense Agency will send the best equipment and staff, plus an abundant supply of funds. Then, finally, our research will begin in earnest. Everything is going well. Of course it is. I've put so much effort into making sure things went smoothly up to this point.
Okay, that's it. Congratulations, Director Irie. Major, the contract has been signed.
Thank you. I look forward to working with you, Director Irie.
I look forward to working with you too, Takano-san. I hope we can get along. I'll be devoting my best efforts to this.
No, thank you. Let's both give it our best. Now the position of director has been filled. Everything is set.
That's great, just great.
Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to click out of the window. There we go.
Congratulations, Takano-san. No, Major Takano, isn't it?
This was all possible thanks to your assistance. I must give my thanks to all of you.
Oh, don't mention it. But we should save our congratulations until you finish your research, huh? You're only at the starting line, aren't you?
Exactly. I'll be devoting my every waking moment to this research.
We can hardly wait to see the results of what Dr. Takano couldn't finish. Well now, Sensei. Let's not talk about business today. Let's have a toast to congratulate Takano-san and the Irie Institute. Hello, everyone. I'm Nagata from the Ministry of Health and Welfare. I'd like to say a few things before the toast. Takano-san, make sure he works hard, okay? His research center will be supporting the Institute. If you need any technical support, just call him.
Make him work hard? No, I have to thank you for your support. I'm Takano. Pleased to meet you.
Takano-san, let me introduce you to these gentlemen. Meet Tomitake-kun and Okanogi-kun from the Self-Defense Force. They're your backup from the SDF. I'll let them introduce themselves. Nice to meet you. I'm Tomitake. I've been commanded to serve as an auditor of this project. I look forward to working with you.
The funding for our research is largely coming from the SDF. It's only natural for the SDF to assign a watchdog to make sure reasonable research is taking place. However, someone in a position like that should be my opponent. Why was someone in that position invited to this private party? Does that mean that this auditor is on my side too? Seeing that thorough groundwork, I couldn't help but feel the strength of having a sponsor all over again.
I won't be staying in Hinamizawa. I'll only come by routinely to check on the progress of the research.
Oh, that's too bad. Hinamizawa is a beautiful place with clean air. Please come visit us at any time, outside of work too.
Thank you. I guess I will.
If he really is an auditor, I should maintain a good relationship with this man. He'll hold the key to all future adjustments of our funding, so long as we continue drawing it from the SDF.
I'm Okanogi. Nice to meet you. He's the commanding officer of the Mountain Dogs, one of our unconventional warfare units. They'll be stationed in Hinamizawa to provide you direct support, Major. Should I
consider you my bodyguard then?
Their principal duty is guarding VIPs and preserving secrets. Think of them as your hands and feet, and work them hard. Thank you.
Tomitake seems to be an honest type for a military man, but this Okanogi person looks the complete opposite. His main job is to preserve secrets, but I bet he's also good with espionage tactics like counterintelligence and information control. Yes, that would explain his demeanor. Since the SDF is funding our research on Hinamizawa syndrome, of course this is considered a military operation. Neon Roses with the $5. Tomitake in his damn rectangular coat. I know, he literally looks like a big block. Just big wall. Therefore, this research has to be done in secret. That's why a unit like this is necessary. Besides, it's very reassuring to have someone capable of combat working under me. I should maintain a good relationship with him, too.
Okay, enough introductions. Come on, Tomitake-kun, you can relax too. Let's put aside our ranks today and have a toast.
Well, this is supposed to celebrate the establishment of the Irie Institute. Irie himself isn't here. Rahela Waters with the $5. Irie, I put years of hard work into getting my lobotomy degree at lobotomy college, and now everyone's like, oh, lobotomy's bad, it's ineffective, fuck off. It literally, that is literally accurate to Irie's career trajectory. But that is his job, after all. Irie is simply a puppet to fill a seat. Of course, I expect him to help me a little with his expertise, but he's ultimately an outsider. This was supposed to be a gathering where I would show my appreciation to those who helped me establish the Irie Institute, but it's turned into them thanking me for all of my efforts. But I'm always the one to pour alcohol for others. I'm always the one to pour alcohol for others, but today people are pouring alcohol in my glass. The new participants were trying to make me happy, and all the top people talked to me casually. They've all praised my hard work and my efforts. My research is now recognized by many institutions, and I'm ready to spread my wings open wide. and all the people who are expecting some returns once the research accomplishes something are trying to curry favor with me. But right now I'm just very grateful, regardless of their motives.
Let's have a toast to wish the best of luck to Mio Takano-kun, and to the new Irie Institute. Arai-sensei, please lead the toast.
It's like a dream. I know. This is just the beginning, and I shouldn't be satisfied with this alone. But just for today, I can forget about everything else and enjoy this celebration. I'm not a heavy drinker, but the drinks taste good tonight, and the more I drink, the happier I get. This is really wonderful. To be called Major by Tomitake and the others is wonderful too. Atropos with the $5. You will never understand how funny this was without experiencing the original sprites. Tragic. This is the first time you see Okanogi and he is so silly. Yeah, that's true, because, I guess, yeah, if I remember correctly, in the original Minagoroshi, he didn't have a sprite yet, until later, right? That's the rank my grandfather had during the war. That means I'm finally caught up with my grandfather. This is only the beginning. From here on, I intend to reach what my grandfather couldn't. This is the best night of my life. I ended up leaving to fix my makeup. I'm filled with elation. I need to feel fresh air to calm myself down. My heart's about to explode because I'm so happy. The gathering is taking place at a little distance away from the main building. The restroom is in the main building, so I need to walk across the hallway. A beautiful and well-maintained Japanese garden is visible from the hallway. It's raining. I usually don't like rain, but I don't mind it at all today. I feel like even the raindrops are congratulating me. The cool air feels pleasant on my hot skin. It took me a moment to notice how unsteady my footsteps had become. Maybe I drank a little too much. It isn't like me to drink more than I can handle. Although this is a party, I don't want to embarrass myself, so I decided to cool off a little by looking at the beautiful Japanese garden. I found an elegant chair set on a red carpet nearby and sat down on it. Since I was with the associates until now, I was forced to constantly be on guard against embarrassing myself. But now that I was alone, I could let go and truly relax. When I looked up at the sky, I realized it's still raining hard, but in the distance the horizon is a little lighter. Maybe it won't be raining for much longer. Well, that's normal. Rain stops eventually. No matter how cold it is or how hard it's raining, rain stops eventually. I saw a pair of sandals and an umbrella, almost inviting me, so I took them into the garden. The tasteless laughter coming from the party sounds far away. I tilted the umbrella and looked up to the sky. I felt the raindrops hit my face, and gazed up at the sky for a while, forgetting all about my hair getting wet. I thought the rain would cool down my boiling heart, but as my body got cold, I started to feel miserable. My bare feet were all swollen, and the throbbing pain I felt made them seem twice their normal size. The gravel road continued forever. I didn't even know what direction I was headed in anymore. I could no longer hear my pursuer. I'd probably lost him by running through the woods like mad. My body was covered in scratches. I finally started to feel the pain from them. I felt both cold and hungry. There was no place nearby to take shelter from the rain. I was just on a little path in the woods. My worst fear was that I could end up heading back towards the orphanage, after bolting and losing my sense of direction. I'd crushed that man's finger. I didn't think I bit it off, but I was sure it would leave a scar. Taking that into consideration, it was very clear to me what kind of torture awaited me back at the orphanage. Therefore, I'd have to reach the house of love and mercy. I'm going to take a quick little break to grab some water and stuff. I will be right back. The reason I'm breaking it off here to go do that is because I'm going to need it for the next scene, so give me just a minute.
all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shout out to UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Okay, I am back. I am prepared to destroy my voice, so let's get it over with.
If only it had been daytime, then I could have easily have found the right way to go. However, with this rain, there was nothing I could do. But I couldn't stop. I had to keep walking until I reached something. I wondered if Eriko and the others had escaped safely. I didn't know how many people came after us, but at least one came after me. In other words, it meant that they had a better chance. Did they reach the House of Love and Mercy? Were they drying themselves with soft towels? And if they still remembered me, would they save a towel for me, too? I felt so cold. I wanted to find shelter and sit down. But there was nothing of the sort. I saw a tree that looked like I could take shelter under it, but the branches and leaves were dripping with water. It was then that I realized that the sky was gradually getting darker. Would this day end in rain? There were no streetlights where I was. Soon enough, it would be totally dark. Then I wouldn't be able to walk any further. I just wanted to sit down, even if it was raining. But if I did sit down, I probably wouldn't be able to stand up again. So I endured. If I hadn't escaped with Eriko and the others, I wouldn't have had to go through such misery. But compared to what I had to go through at the orphanage, this was nothing. Thinking about that was the only way to make myself move. But when I thought about that, it's true that this freezing cold rain was far better than my life at the orphanage. But that was only when compared to the life at the orphanage. Was it better than the normal lives of normal kids my age? I didn't even need to think about that. When my parents were alive, although we weren't rich, we led a normal life. The gentle smiles and forgivable selfishness. The sound of my mother cooking breakfast in the morning. The sound of a newspaper being folded. Precious memories like that. I didn't need anything else. I had plenty of friends. I had fun at school. I didn't like my teacher, but I liked studying. I had everything I needed. That was enough for me. I never complained. I never did anything bad. So why was this happening to me? Everything went downhill after that train accident. The die of fate kept rolling a 1. The die never showed its good side to me. If the accident was my fault, then I could have accepted it. But it wasn't. I wasn't even there. I waited for my parents at home. I liked going to the mall with them. We always had a meal at the restaurant in the mall. I always told them to let me know if they were going to the mall. But on that day, they went without me when I went to my friend's house to play. My friend wasn't in, so I went back home. I didn't see anyone at home and found a note saying that they were going to the mall. I regretted going to my friend's house. I waited at home. They didn't come home. They were still gone by dinner time. I was getting hungry and got angry with my parents for leaving me. I thought they were having dinner at the mall restaurant without me. If I hadn't gone to my friend's house, I'd be eating dinner at the restaurant too. I loved the little flags that came with the kids' meals. I was collecting those flags. Yes, I was. I was trying to collect 20 of them, thinking that once I collected 20, something wonderful would happen. But I couldn't collect 20 of them. I only needed one more. If I had one more, maybe the accident wouldn't have happened. A very sad memory of a flag from a kid's meal. I kept waiting for my parents to come home from the mall. I was hungry, so I started to eat some dried fish. If I ate too much, my mother would find out, so I was careful not to gorge myself. Then the phone rang. I assumed it was from my parents. I answered the phone in an angry manner, but it wasn't them at all. What happened to the house? We had rented it, so maybe somebody else had already moved in. What happened to my room? What about my desk and all the flags that were there in the right middle drawer? If I wasn't at my house anymore. If it wasn't at my house anymore, then where was I supposed to go? Even if it remained my house, my parents wouldn't be there to welcome me or protect me. Just because I didn't have my parents to protect me, the whole world became so cruel. How could anyone take me away from the house I was used to living in just because my parents were gone? Why didn't they just leave me alone? They asked me many things. They tried to confirm many things. But how could I have understood any of the forms that they gave me? I was asked a yes or a no question. I had no choice but to answer yes. And before I knew it, I ended up at the orphanage. It was beyond heartless. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just a little girl. I had to sign so many papers, but why this? The warm and gentle world ended suddenly without advance notice, and I was thrown into the cruel and merciless world alone. Was this the real world? Did I have any allies at all? Just because my parents died and I didn't have any relatives, the world had become so sad. When is the die going to come up with a 6 instead of a 1 to make up for the continuous series of the latter? Tears were pouring down my cheeks. The salty taste further saddened and irritated me. I couldn't do anything but cry. But no matter how hard I cried or pitied myself, the cold rain wouldn't warm my body or save me. I didn't even know where I was or in which direction I should go. Eriko showed me the map to the House of Love and Mercy when we were planning our escape, but we only learned the shortest route. I was completely lost, but strangely, after I finished crying, I felt a groundless strength within myself. I once learned that tears wash away particles in the eyes, but there's a different purpose to them too. Tears also wash away what's in the heart. I clenched my fists and forced my feet to move. I headed in the direction that I believed to be the correct one on the gravel road. The rain was still pouring, and it was getting darker and darker. I roared at the sky amidst the rain. My sadness was turning into anger.
You stupid God! Why? What have I done to deserve this? What did I do? I didn't do anything! I was just living a normal life, that's all. So why this? My daddy told me that there are good things and bad things in life, but neither lasts for long. That means that this misery won't last that long either, right? I won't be all alone in this miserable place forever, right? Isn't that right?
As I looked up, I felt the raindrops hit my face. There is no God. I knew that in my heart. But such disbelief wouldn't save me. If I believed he was there, I should have been saved. No, I needed him to be there. Was he going to answer me? I heard thunder. Then I realized he was there. He was there and he was listening to me. In his eyes, everyone was supposed to be equal, and he was listening to me.
I've gone through enough! More than enough! If I was too happy before, then I could take this misery, but I wasn't! I was living a normal life! If you ask me if I was happy, then sure I was. But this is what I get in return? That's not fair at all!
I heard thunder again. He was listening. I continued.
If this fate of mine was your mistake, then let me be free! Please end my misery and let me be happy again! But if this is in fact my fate, and I'm supposed to live this way until the end, then I don't want it! Kill me! Kill me now with your lightning!
heard thunder again. It was loud enough to make me shiver. Normally, I would just hide in the house and wait until the thunder went away. But on that day, I wasn't afraid. Come on! Kill me! Miyoko Tanashi is right here! Just like you killed my parents, take my life too! The heavens replied to my provocation. The heavens took aim at me, a lowly human who dared sling constant, insolent insults at them. That was my wish. I opened my arms. He's God, so he wouldn't miss me. However, I guess even God makes mistakes sometimes. Although he's supposed to be fair, he'd been unfair with me. Come on. Kill me! Take me to heaven! But if you fail to kill me, then try turning my destiny around! Pitiful child. A flash from heaven. I thought I smelled something burning just before it hit. The sheer force knocked me to the ground. It was a strange experience. It was something that had just happened, but it already felt like it happened many years ago. I had no idea how long I was down for. I smelled something odd. The bad stench woke me up. When I looked, I saw that a huge tree behind me had been split open. Its leaves were smoldering. I looked up and saw sparks in the darkness. I couldn't understand what just happened. I just stood there. The thunderbolt had struck. It didn't strike me. It struck the tree behind me. I didn't get to die. He was telling me to keep walking in the woods in the cold rain. I won my bet with God. I bet my life. I bet my life against the lightning and thunder. It could have killed me instantly, but he missed. So he had to fix my life. I looked up at the sky, laughing and bragging that I was still alive. I heard thunder again. It was acknowledging its loss. Come on, God. Save me. I won the bet, so save me from this misery. I stood there. I waited for God to do something while the rain poured down around me. But he didn't answer me again. I couldn't hear the thunder anymore. Again, I felt the warm rain, the warm tears pour down my cheeks. What was I thinking? If there was a God in heaven, he wouldn't have let anything like this happen to me. My miserable life was the proof of God's non-existence. The darkness was about to swallow me utterly. Would I have to sleep out there? God must have wanted me to die slowly in this cold rain instead of granting me an instant death by lightning. I wished the sun would go away. I wished the sun would never rise. I wished that as the woods had grown completely dark, my existence would be hidden by that darkness. I wished that I could just disappear. Had it been an eternity? Or was it a matter of seconds? I couldn't even tell time in such darkness. It was then that I saw something. It was a light. I'd noticed it only because the woods were so dark. But was it really there? Had it been there this whole time? I felt like the light was inviting me towards it. It was a fluorescent light. I didn't normally like fluorescent lights because I always thought they looked cold. But I didn't feel coldness from that white light. I made myself believe that the light was a guide sent by God. I had to believe, otherwise I wouldn't be saved. The light reflected in a puddle. It wasn't a muddy puddle. It was a puddle on asphalt. I had made it out of the woods and was on a paved road. The light was a street light. Being on a paved road didn't really resolve anything. It was just a country road. It was a road that went through the woods, so there were no houses, no shops, and not even a single car going by. There weren't too many streetlights on the road, so it was still very dark. My feet touched the asphalt. It felt so different from the gravel I'd been walking on earlier. It felt almost merciful. My feet had grown used to walking on gravel, but after feeling the softness of asphalt, I never wanted to go back to the former again. I could only choose between heading left or heading right. I was grateful to God for leading me to this asphalt road, but I wished that he had given me a little more guidance. Such a little bit of luck couldn't make up for all the unhappiness that I'd gone through.
I was taking a sip of my water.
And that was when I sensed his guidance. I saw another light in a distance. It was only on the right side. I headed towards it, and when I got there, I understood what it was. I was amazed to find it there. A telephone booth. Who would actually make a call in the middle of nowhere? A telephone booth in the countryside was rather unusual. There were plenty of red public phones all over, but I'd always thought telephone booths only existed in big cities. It almost looked as though the telephone booth had been put there as punishment for doing something bad. When I thought that, I felt bad for the lonely telephone booth. It reminded me of myself.
Yeah, Gona, what was that you were just saying about Takano and Rika parallels? Speaking of parallels...
Even if I went inside the telephone booth, what could I even do in there anyway? I already knew the answer to that question, but no matter what, I just had to get in there. The door squeaked as I opened it. There were lots of moths and other bugs flittering around the light. I usually hated bugs, but in that moment I felt like they were my friends, sheltering from the rain like me. There was no heater, but it was still very warm inside of the booth. It sheltered me from the cold rain. Soon enough, I crumbled to the floor. The warmth from the fluorescent light embraced me gently, and I felt like it was telling me that it was okay to cry. But I had no more tears left, because I cried them all when the lightning struck. Aching scratches covered my body. My calves were in pain too. Everything hurt everywhere, and I didn't want to get up ever again. I wished I could fall asleep, but if I did that, the staff from the orphanage might find me. The windows on the booth were high up, so if I sat down I wouldn't be visible from the outside. But as it was the only shelter in these dark woods, the staff would be sure to check it. That was why I couldn't stay there for long.
Telephone booths from back then weren't completely made of glass, so it was possible to hide inside one.
My exhausted spirit understood that I had to move, but I just couldn't make myself. Maybe I was experiencing some kind of vision. I felt a strange calmness that I'd never experienced before. I didn't feel that I was myself. It was very strange. I thought that maybe I was killed by that lightning. I'd assumed that I was still Miyoko Tanashi, but maybe I wasn't her at all. I seriously considered these things. Then I started to think that the telephone booth had something to do with it, because God led me there. He couldn't have done so just because it was providing shelter from the rain. There had to be something else. I wondered what it was. Could there be something in the booth that could save me? But what? A telephone booth is used to make a phone call, but I didn't have any money. But then, I noticed something that looked like copper. My heart skipped a beat. The 10-yen coin I saw wasn't there before. Did I just miss it? I didn't think so. It must have just showed up. In other words, this 10-yen coin was guidance from God. He was telling me to make a call with that coin. But who? There was no telephone booth.
There was no telephone book, rather.
In that case, I could only call a number I knew. Did God want me to do that then? There was only one coin. I could only call one number, and I couldn't talk for that long. I'd challenged God earlier, so it was a matter of course to think that God was challenging me in return. I had only one chance, and he wanted me to test my luck with that chance. I left the phone booth and looked up at the sky. Then I yelled in my heart, "You're on, God!" I wondered who I could call. Who? My house? My parents were dead and I had no relatives. Even if I called, nobody would answer. Actually, the phone bill wouldn't have been paid for a long time, so the phone line would already be disconnected. My house was my lost life itself. No, the debris of my life. Calling home would simply be an expression of regret, which ran counter to the positive attitude of one trying to change their life. So surely using the coin to call my house was wrong, which meant I had to cast this 10-yen coin towards my future. Future? My future? What future, anyway? Then I heard a large thunderclap, a huge thunderclap, which cleared my mind. In that clear state of mind, I saw something from the past. It was the last sight of my father, his final moments on the hospital bed. Though suffering from pain, he tried to tell me something very important.
If, by chance, I'm to die, turn to Dr. Takano. Dr. Hifumi Takano. Say it for me.
Hifumi Takano.
That's right. Dr. Hifumi Takano. He's my former teacher. He'll help you.
Daddy! 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 Many doctors came into the room in a hurry. He wanted to tell me something else, but the doctors stopped him from talking, so it wasn't audible. It shouldn't have been, but it was to me. I heard it. I heard it, but I didn't want to hear him say it while suffering, so I pretended that I didn't hear. He said it while coughing. I heard it. They were numbers. I swallowed once.
Yeah, some people noting the music right now. That leads me to another thing I wanted to bring up really quick. And I'm not going to get too into it because of, obviously, the rule. We have a rule around here. We're not going to discuss Umineko stuff, just in case somebody is watching this first and hasn't watched Umineko yet, or, you know, whatever. But I have a note to make. For those of you who were present for the Umineko reading, or have gone through it on your own time, I have a request to make of you now. Sometime after this stream, if you recall, after I finished episode 4 of Umineko, I did a bonus stream where I read a bunch of short stories in Umineko. One of those short stories was called Memoirs of the Lambda Delta. I highly encourage you to go back and read that one again. That's my advice. Anyway, let's continue.
That's right. It was a phone number. He knew nobody would take me in because we had no relatives. He told me to get in touch with him. Dr. Hifumi Takano. He tried to tell me his phone number. What had I done? He tried so hard, using his last chance to tell me the most important thing. The thunder from earlier had made me remember it.
Sorry. Water.
The number I couldn't remember even once came out so smoothly. I dialed it in. This really was it. This was the number for my father's teacher, Dr. Takano. But my hand stopped just as I tried to put the coin in. What if I hadn't remembered it correctly? No, there was no need to hesitate. I had to believe in myself. This had to be the correct number. I had to dial it before I forgot it again. I picked up the phone number. Picked up the phone, rather, and put the coin in. Beep. I heard the dial tone on the other end. At that point, I decided to kill myself if it didn't work. I could go back into the woods and wait for another lightning bolt. I could lie down and let the rainwater drown me, too. I could also fall asleep in the middle of the road and wait for a car to run me over. I made up my mind and put the coin in. I didn't hesitate any longer. I dialed the number at once, but I had to be careful. If you dial quickly, sometimes you can make mistakes. I was getting irritated, and that almost made the phone go vague in my head. I dialed the last digit and heard some electronic sounds on the other end. I hoped that I dialed the correct number. I didn't know what to say to Dr. Takano if it did connect. Where was I? What was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to ask him? I didn't know any of those things. Making a call isn't cheap. 1 10-yen coin would only buy me a short time to talk. The line must have connected then. I heard a ringtone. I only had a short time once someone answered the phone. I thought for a moment that I should put the phone down. Then I could at least get the coin back. I could call back after sorting out my thoughts. But then someone answered.
Hello? This is the Takano residence.
I felt like I was suffocating. My memory had been correct. I couldn't tell the age of the speaker, but it was a grown man's voice. Anyone who was my father's teacher must have been quite old. Never mind that. I had to hurry and say something. Hurry. Are you Dr. Takano? Dr. Hifumi Takano?
Yes, who is this?
He must have been suspicious. I couldn't blame him. A stranger was asking him about his name. Of course he'd get suspicious. I'm sorry. I'm Tanasi. Miyoko Tanasi.
Tanashi-san? Yes.
My father told me to get in touch with you. His name is Takemitsu Tanashi.
Tanashi. Ah, Tanashi-kun. I remember him.
His voice suddenly changed. Dr. Takano had remembered his old student.
I'm his daughter. He told me to call you.
Did something happen to Tanashi-kun?
Not good. I was going to run out of time. My parents died in a train accident, and I was told to call you.
Tanashi-kun is dead? I see. Both of them? I'm sorry to hear that. I knew him from when I was teaching at a college. He was a very hard-working young man. I think the last time I saw him was at the wedding.
Obviously, he didn't know I was born, but he remembered my father. That was truly a stroke of luck.
So, what did Tanashi-kun want to tell me?
Well,
I didn't know what to say. I was only told to call Dr. Takano. How could I tell him that? My time was running out. I felt more and more anxious by the minute. Phone calls are disconnected without notice, but somehow I sensed it. I only had enough time left for one sentence, so I decided to say one sentence filled with all of my hopes.
help me!
The phone call got disconnected. Maybe he only heard part of what I said. I could only hope he was able to sense my despair. I couldn't hear anything from the receiver anymore. But I actually talked to Dr. Takano. I confirmed that Dr. Takano existed. He existed and he remembered my father. If he grieved over his student's death, he would come visit my house, and he'd find out that I was sent to an orphanage. Then he would come get me. That's when tears flowed down my cheeks again. I thought that my life was hopeless. I never knew that finding even a grain of hope could make me feel so happy and strong. The voice I heard on the phone was so warm and dependable. My father must have thought about me for a long time in that hospital bed, and came up with a name that he could trust his daughter with. Dr. Hifumi Takano. So I could trust Dr. Takano. I had to believe that he would find me. But it might take more than just a few days. I'd have to wait patiently. A few days? A month? More? I could only wait patiently. Either way, I couldn't stay in the telephone box. The staff would easily find me there. I went out into the rain again, but this time the rain felt a little warmer than before. I'd wished to die by lightning, but after that phone call, I was filled with hope and the will to live. I wanted to live, and that was why I felt pain all over my body. When I still wished to die, I didn't feel anything. I had to wait patiently until Dr. Takano came to pick me up. I had to get to the House of Love and Mercy. That would be the best place to wait for him. I didn't think the orphanage would tell him I escaped to the House of Love and Mercy, but the house wouldn't stop me from calling him. All I'd have to do was call him again and let him know where I was, but I didn't know where I could find the House of Love and Mercy. I couldn't see any signs anywhere, and I didn't even know what direction the orphanage I escaped from was in. But I couldn't just stop. I had to walk. I had to find shelter. I had to find someone and ask for directions to the House of Love and Mercy. I had to keep going because I finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The chills and throbbing pain tormented me, but I couldn't die until I met Takano-sensei. I wished a car would come by. If it was someone who lived in the area, I could ask. But the police wouldn't do me any good. I was sure the orphanage had already called the police about our escape, and they wouldn't be forgiving. The police were sure to send me back to the orphanage. Either way, I wished that someone would show up. Otherwise, I'd have to keep walking on the asphalt in the darkness forever. Oops. I dropped my coaster. My Higurashi coaster, which has been on this desk the entire time I've been streaming this series, by the way. That is a true fact. It came in one of the limited editions of the DS games that I bought for my collection at one point. How long did I walk? Still no car. Just as I couldn't help but think that maybe the world perished, leaving only me behind, a car showed up. Who's on the coaster? It's not a character. It's for It's for an establishment. I'm sure that you can suss out which establishment by the disappointment in my tone.
I sensed the car coming up behind me, so I turned around. I saw their headlights approaching me. I thought for a moment, should I stand in the middle of the street to stop the car? It was so dark. I didn't think the car would notice if I just waved at it. But if I were to stand in the middle of the street, I could get run over. While I thought, the car was getting closer and closer. When I made the phone call, I panicked and didn't know what to say. So with this car, I'd have to think very carefully. If I couldn't think of anything, then I should just let the car go. With those thoughts vaguely on my mind, I was incredibly surprised when the car slammed the brakes with a screech and came to a stop. Maybe I wasn't all there after the miraculous experience of lightning striking near me. I had half lost my mind in those dark woods, so I probably wasn't thinking very straight. Because the car had stopped after recognizing me. In other words, the driver knew who I was, and the only people in the area who would recognize me were... Suddenly, a chill ran through my whole body. I started to dash away. I heard a voice calling after me. I no longer had the strength to run. My feet were trembling and I couldn't make them cooperate. I realized then that I shouldn't have sat down in the telephone booth. That was why I couldn't keep running. I was suddenly grabbed from behind, the collar of my clothes almost choking me. I heard fabric being ripped. I fell in a puddle and a staff member got on top of me. This time his finger wasn't in my mouth. All I could do was struggle. As I did so, I remembered all the scary stories Eriko and the others told me. All the torture the child who was caught had to endure. The drowned ducky punishment, the mashed caterpillar punishment, and the splayed piggy punishment. The names of those eerie-sounding punishments came to my mind. I screamed and struggled with all my might, but it was too late. I was shoved into the back seat of the car. Why couldn't they just let me go? Simple. They didn't want me talking about them to anybody. The staff were yelling and screaming while chasing me, but once we were in the car, they were silent. It was like the Grim Reaper had come to get me. Whether I liked it or not, I had to come to terms with the fact that my luck had run out. But, I'd called Takano-sensei, so I knew he would come to get me. I didn't know when that would be, but I knew it would happen someday. So I wanted to live. I would be saved if I lived. I couldn't even imagine the kind of punishment that was waiting for me. But even so, I said to myself, I have to live. I'd already found the light at the end of the tunnel. All I had to do was endure until I reached it. The car stopped. We'd arrived at the front gate of the orphanage. The two staff members grabbed my shoulders so I wouldn't run. My shoulders were very skinny, so it hurt a lot. I was scared of what I would have to go through. We went through the door and I was finally sheltered from the rain. In a way, I wasn't sheltered at all, though. It was the middle of the night and long past time to turn all the lights off. The orphanage should have been quiet. But I heard a noise. It was a strange noise. The noise of a shower. The noise of metal objects crashing into each other. Also the staff's yelling and screaming. A chill went down my spine. What could I possibly write down to fully describe this fear? A staff member knocked on the door of the storage room and the door opened. The moment it did, an angry roar issued from inside. The sight leapt into my eyes. I couldn't completely take in the bizarre scene before me. Two staff members were hitting a mat with bamboo swords while yelling violently. It was a mat used in, the one you use when you do gymnastics. But why was it rolled up like that? The rolled-up mat was tied with a string and was standing up in the corner. The staff members kept hitting it. Usually words are said to a person. But why were they yelling at a rolled-up mat? The way they were hitting and yelling at it as if they'd gone mad. But wait. I could see something sticking out from the top of the rolled-up mat. It was... let me see. Whose shoes were those? All of a sudden, I froze and couldn't think anymore. One man stood in front of me. The man's pinky finger was wrapped in bandages. My eyes moved upwards from his pinky finger and met with his.
Yeah, like I said, heed that content warning. Heed that fucking content warning. about child abuse, please.
My eyes moved upwards from his pinky finger and met with his. The beast's eyes met mine, peering with intent to devour me. I squeezed out a voiceless scream. My voice didn't come out, so it was more like a goldfish opening and closing its mouth. The beast stuck its little finger in front of me and roared. I couldn't tell if it was a word or a meaningless shriek, but I was certain it was something abusive. I was scared. I didn't want to die. I wanted to live. I knew that Dr. Takano would show up to save me. That was why I had to live and submit myself to the fear. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The hand with the bandages grabbed my hair and dragged me along. All I could do was apologize and beg for forgiveness while hoping the beast had even a tiny bit of mercy in him. I was like a broken, apologizing doll. A mad doll that kept muttering apologies until its key wound down. I was their toy, shedding tears, coughing blood, and apologizing in place of clicking gears. I could see into the shower room while he dragged me along. The door was open and I heard wailing from the inside. What I saw was very strange. There was a locker on its side in the shower. What an odd sight. A locker was taking a shower, sideways. I'd never even imagined anything like it before. The locker was taking a cold shower while 2 staff members hit it with bamboo swords. That explained the metallic noise I heard before. The beast didn't want me to see that. He pulled my hair violently and twisted my neck so that I looked in the opposite direction. Then I realized. He didn't do that to stop me from watching that shower. He did it to make me look at something else. I saw a window in a courtyard. Usually it was too dark to see anything. But the lights were on and the courtyard was very bright. Then I saw it. Inside of the hen house. I saw... blank. What is that? Blank and blank and blank. That hair was Eriko's. Blank, blank. But why was she blank? That was far too blank. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ah! I don't want to die. I know Dr. Takano is coming to save me. I know he's coming. I was taken to the staff bathroom. It stunk of ammonia. I saw it blank, which just doesn't fit in a bathroom. Why was this in the bathroom, I thought? He's not planning to blank me with blank, is he? No way. No, 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 no!
Tanashi, this is your punishment for breaking the rules, okay? Everyone must follow the rules. If you don't, you get punished, you understand?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. I'll do everything you told me to. I promise, I really do. Please spare me. Please spare me from... No, that hurts. No, 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 no. No!
Okay.
That was pretty heavy. Also, obviously no new tips. As usual, just showing it to make sure you know. Anyway.
How long have I been crying? I don't even know how long I've been comforted like this.
Arahabaki Gaming with the $2. Will you forgive her? Forgive Miyoko Tanashi?
My grandfather's hand is on my cheek to comfort me. I'm holding his hand lovingly and pressing my cheek against it.
Are you okay?
Grandfather put his other hand on my head. The warmth of his palms gradually calmed me down. Piles of documents were all around me. It was a mistake to sort through data while lying on a fluffy carpet. I must have fallen asleep and had a terrible dream.
If you sleep facing down, the pressure on your chest makes it easier to have nightmares. It's getting quite late. Why don't you go to sleep, Miyoko?
I'm fine. I took a nap, so I'm not sleepy anymore. I'm almost done, so I'm gonna finish up, okay?
You have school tomorrow. You should go to sleep, otherwise you'll get scolded for yawning again.
I've been going to bed late recently. Because of that, I yawn a lot at school. My teacher must have written a note to my grandfather.
I'm fine. I'll go to sleep as soon as I'm done. So please let me finish, okay? Besides, you shouldn't mind me. Go back to your study and continue with your article.
The day for him to present his findings is approaching. He's been working so hard, devoting himself to his research, but there's unfortunately a limit to what an individual can do. He needs a collaborator in order to go further with his research. He has to explain that his investigation could be the key to solving the mysteries of human behavior and make people understand just how important his work is. But this research is about a very complicated subject, so he couldn't seek assistance from just anyone. Someone will be able to help him one day. Believing that, my grandfather earnestly continued his research. I want to help him more, but all I can do is sort through his data and tidy up his materials. I also assist him around the house so he can concentrate more on his research. He always tells me how helpful I am, but that isn't enough for me. I'll study hard, get into a good college, and learn many things so I can actually be of assistance to his research. I'm a mediocre student right now, and I don't particularly like school, but I'll do it. I want to help my grandfather. If his heart were to fail and he couldn't continue his research, I wouldn't hesitate to cut open my chest and offer my heart up for him. If he needs lungs, I'll give him my lungs. If any of his organs fail, I'll give him mine. There's nothing strange about those feelings. They're perfectly normal ones. For if he had found me even a day later, I might not have been alive. Or even if I lived, it would either be without my body intact, or with my mind lost to me. In other words, I'm alive because my grandfather came to save me. If he hadn't rushed to find me, I wouldn't be here. So I won't hesitate to give up my life for him. Moreover, I'd be more than happy to do that. Even though I want to be with him forever, human lives aren't immortal. Just like how my parents died. It happens so suddenly, without any warning. I'll never heal from my parents' deaths, but now that I have my grandfather, I'm not sad. However, his existence isn't eternal either. He may disappear all of a sudden for any unexpected reason, just like my parents. That's why I wish to be a part of him. That way, no matter what happens, we'll be together forever. I don't want to be all alone ever again. I want to be with my grandfather forever. I want to help him forever.
Okay. And be sure to get sleep after you finish this, okay? Promise?
Yep, I promise.
We pinky promised after that. We smiled at each other and my grandfather went back to his study. The dried up tears are making my cheeks itch. I headed to the bathroom to wash my face and brush my teeth. I looked at my face in the mirror. None of my grandfather's features are recognizable on my face. Of course they aren't. We're not related. He must have a family too, but I've never heard about them. He doesn't seem to want to talk about that subject, so I don't ever ask him about it. I don't care if he has real grandchildren or not, even if I'm not related to him. I'm a granddaughter of Hifumi Takano. I'm not just a granddaughter either. I want to be more than that. I don't want a parent and a child relationship, nor a lover's relationship, nothing like that. I want something more certain that binds our souls, something that not even a tragedy can destroy. I'm Miyoko Takano, Hifumi Takano's granddaughter. Maybe it should be Mio instead. That's what my grandfather sometimes calls me. I want to succeed Hifumi's spirit. Since his name counts from 1 to 3,
I want us to share that 3 and be the 4th in his line. Today, my name changes. I wrote that new name in the mirror. Mio Takano. What a wonderful name for the new me.
Colonel, sir, good to see you again. Takano-kun. Come on, no more Colonel stuff. No. I was worried when I heard you were ill. You sure look great now.
My grandfather always told me he doesn't have any friends. He used to tell me that everyone died in the war. But that's not true. He has one very close friend. This is him. He's an elderly man my grandfather calls Colonel Koizumi. I don't exactly know where they met, but every time they get together, all they talk about is the military and the war. So I guess that's where they met.
Is there a pun or a meaning with the name Mio? Yeah, Mio literally means 34, like 3-4, 34. Hifumi is, yeah. 1, 2, 3, and then Mio 3, 4. Yep.
Look at you, Mio-chan. How tall are you now?
We just had a physical checkup the other day, and I think I've grown 2 centimeters.
That's wonderful. Good girl. Make sure you eat well, play a lot, and grow big and healthy. I envy you, Takano-kun, for having such a cute granddaughter.
Mr. Koizumi knows that my grandfather and I aren't related, but he always calls me his granddaughter. That makes me very happy, so I poured a little more black tea into his cup. After I finished serving tea, I left with a bow. I want to stay and listen to them talk. But I guess my grandfather doesn't want me to hear stories of the war, so he always makes me leave. I left before I was told to. But having to leave doesn't mean I need to go to a different room. I just headed to the other side of this huge living room instead. Although I'm not right by them, I can still sit on a sofa and listen to their conversation. And if they need something, I can come help them right away. I try to earn points that way to prove I'm useful. I sat on a sofa away from them and started reading an encyclopedia.
To prove that she's useful. Like, she can't conceive of the fact that, like, any caring adult would want to keep her around, so she has to continuously prove her own worth so that she doesn't think that they'll leave her behind. Girl.
While doing that, I tried to listen to their conversation.
That's great. The professor said that they want to come over on Sunday, the week after next. Really? Thank you very much, Koizumi-san. Don't mention it. This just means the report you wrote was that interesting, Takano-kun. They're showing a lot of interest. They even said it's possible that this research could receive the Nobel Prize. A Nobel Prize? That sounds wonderful.
My grandfather laughed. Since he laughed so cheerfully, something great must have happened. Mr. Koizumi must have shown the society the essay my grandfather was about to announce and gauged their reactions. And supposedly they found it extremely interesting. That means they recognize the value of my grandfather's research. That makes me happy too.
But what worries me is that you'll get infected with the syndrome yourself. And make sure you don't end up clawing out your own throat, okay? Well, maybe I'm already infected. But Hinamizawa syndrome's harmless if you live a normal life. It was a dangerous disease back when the villagers believed in Oyashiro-sama and bound themselves with strict rules. But those have faded over time, and now people rarely show symptoms unless something major happens. After that many cases, a patient's emotional state has a lot to do with how the syndrome develops. As long as you live a normal life, there's nothing to worry about. So when one's under a lot of pressure, like during the war, the disease gets worse. That's right. Well, there's nothing to worry about. The subjective symptom of the initial stages is a paranoia akin to that of depression. Once you notice it happening, you can teach yourself to relax emotionally and physically by using my breathing method. And you should also get at least 9 hours of sleep a night over a 1-week period. That's how you prevent it from worsening. In fact, all of the Hinamizawan soldiers under my direction, not even one died mysteriously.
As he talks, grandfather started demonstrating the Takano breathing method and a bizarre exercise technique. According to him, this technique relaxes the body and lets blood and lymphatic fluid flow smoothly. As a result, you relax emotionally too.
but the movements involved in the technique are so weird. I had to look away because my grandfather looked so silly. That was the one thing about his research that I felt bad about. Oh. Grandfather asked me to do this exercise too. I don't want to make him sad, so I do it when instructed.
I'm glad to hear that. Hideo Noguchi died in the middle of his research, so please be careful, okay? However, Noguchi-sensei's great work is still acknowledged even after his death. As a researcher, I'm sure that was his long-term goal.
Grandfather tells me about Hideo Noguchi often. He was born as the son of a poor farmer, but he studied hard and became a doctor. However, he was mistreated because of his background, so he left Japan. He moved to the United States. There, he made many accomplishments as a researcher. He discovered a vaccine for yellow fever. Grandfather's background is somewhat similar to his, so he often said that of all researchers, he admired him the most. Hideo Noguchi died in North Africa. While he discovered a vaccine for yellow fever, he heard it wasn't effective on yellow fever in North Africa. He went there to research it, came down with the disease and died. A researcher losing his life for his research. Sometimes that's a test of a researcher's courage. In that sense, Grandfather is very brave to visit Hinamizawa himself to gather information. He himself says that he may already be infected, although my grandfather estimates from ancient texts that the Hinamizawa syndrome was only a menace centuries ago, and now it's no different from the usual bacteria that share symbiosis with humans. Many people became ill with the disease during the war, but that was because they were in an extremely abnormal situation. In today's peaceful environment, it's almost impossible for a person to develop symptoms. He sounds very optimistic, but he never brought me with him to Hinamizawa, so maybe he isn't as optimistic as all that. However, since I live with him, there's a possibility that I'm already infected as well. But I'm not worried at all. That's because my grandfather has taught me that as long as I maintain myself physically and emotionally, I won't develop any symptoms. I know all about the horrible terminal symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome, but I'm not overly fearful of them. Grandfather's enjoying his conversation with Mr. Koizumi. That's understandable. Mr. Koizumi told him that some people showed great interest in his report. I'm actually going to take a moment, by the way, here. Usually I don't do this. I usually just post them in the manga screenshots on the Discord after streams. But in the manga, Ryukishi has a couple of interesting sort of like postscript notes that he includes after certain chapters or like volumes. And he actually has one in Minagoroshi about Hinamizawa syndrome in particular. And I feel like considering some of the things being said in this conversation, it's like something that I just find really interesting, and it's something that I think about a lot whenever the subject of the syndrome gets brought up in story. So forgive me for the diversion for just a second, but I did want to read it to you real quick because I just find it very interesting. So, hello, I'm Ryukishi07. One of the themes in Higurashi When They Cry is the idea that if you stop communicating and succumb to paranoia, it will always spark a tragedy. To depict this, it will always spark a tragedy aspect in a very clear, organic way with no ambiguity whatsoever, I came up with Hinamizawa syndrome. Anyone who manifests Hinamizawa syndrome gives in to extreme paranoia and as a result causes multiple tragedies. The important point here is that Hinamizawa syndrome doesn't cause the tragedies directly, but indirectly. It's true that when the symptoms activate, the victim may cause a tragedy and kill someone. However, it was the person who committed the murder, not Hinamizawa syndrome. The syndrome drove them to kill. It's easy for us to understand direct crimes. He wanted money, he killed someone, he took their money. If that's all there is to it, it's very easy to blame the criminal. But if we knew the following about that person's history, then maybe our opinion would change a little. The killer has been cruelly abused since he was young. He has absolutely no self-esteem. He's always been forced into a subservient position, and as a result, he had no time to worry about school and had to enter the real world with a very poor academic history. Unable to choose a career, he finally found a job, but because of his servile attitude, he became a target for bullying and was forced to change jobs again and again. In the end, in desperate need of money and driven to the edge mentally and emotionally, the only option he can see is the aforementioned tragedy. Of course, knowing this doesn't change the fact that what he did was wrong. However, now that we all know this, I think we might start to think some of the blame lies in the environment that created the criminal. The emotion of paranoia is no more than a symptom of poor communication, and that is one of the many themes I wanted to bring across in this work. In the case of the paranoid Keiichi committing murder, of course Keiichi should be blamed, but when I think of the circumstances that forced Keiichi to murder, I think it's not right to accuse only Keiichi. And to make that a little easier to understand, I came up with this term, Hinamizawa syndrome. When someone falls prey to this illness, they become extremely paranoid and aggressive, and they cause tragedies. These tragedies are very unfortunate, and while the diseased is still a criminal, he or she is also a victim, a patient. That should be pretty easy to understand. In other words, the name of the sickness, Hinamizawa syndrome, is just a key word to represent the environment and history that drove the criminal to murder. However, by understanding the name of the illness, it becomes possible for us to move from a position of merely blaming the person who committed the murder, and for us to direct our attention and questions to the environment that created the murderer. Is there someone close to you whose isolation and helplessness are amplifying his paranoia and leading him to aggressive behavior? It's easy to talk behind that person's back and say, oh, he's not very social, or, oh, he's weird and creepy. But before we start prejudging him, why not think about the environment that made him what he is, why he is in that shell, what made him so hard to approach? He might actually be a nice person who just wants friends. Maybe he's had a lot of bad experiences that make him afraid to associate with other people, and he's trying to protect himself by being the first to attack, shielding himself with the quills of cowardice. Please, look at the people around you and notice if they have Hinamizawa syndrome. He didn't do anything wrong. It's his illness that's making him bad. How can we break the bonds of Hinamizawa syndrome? It's not an easy thing to do, but I'm sure all of you who have been with the story this long already know the answer. Anyway, sorry for that little diversion from the reading. Let me get back to it. After a sip of water. Okay. They even want to come over on Sunday, the week after next, to meet and talk to him directly. With the rapid advance of modern medicine, unexplored frontiers are steadily dwindling. Was it possible that the Hinamizawa syndrome my grandfather discovered might be a new continent in the field? It'll be decided in 2 weeks. It sounds like there will actually be more than one person coming. And it also sounds like they're all important people in the society. They're all rich and famous, yet they aren't satisfied with just that. They all want to be involved with something that's worth an international award. This is a chance to gain assistance and sponsorship at the same time.
I'll see you in 2 weeks. I'll make sure to be here. Good luck. Thank you very much. I owe you everything. It's too early to say that. Let's wait until you find some sponsors. When that time comes, let's have a toast with that treasured wine of yours.
That was the last of their conversation. My grandfather kept his head bowed until Mr. Koizumi was gone. It sounded like he set up this great chance for my grandfather, so I bowed my head just like him.
Did you hear that? Finally, there's a chance for me. There are people who are interested in my report.
I know, I heard. Now you'll have people to fund you and people to help with your research.
Well, that's not set in stone yet.
Although he didn't want to admit it, he had a good feeling about it. The research he had conducted all alone was finally about to gain recognition. Sunday, the week after next?
Quite. I'll be busy. Their first impression depends on my presentation. I have to rearrange my data. No, I should probably practice explaining things in front of people. Anyway, I have to make sure I don't forget anything.
Boy, it'll be a lot of work to rearrange your data. Your handwriting's bad, so maybe you should write bigger.
Anyway, I'll be busy. The next 2 weeks will go by fast.
You're right. I'll help you too. All the formalin jars have to be dusted. Also, we'll need to straighten our rolled up documents.
Do you...
Do you think leaving them laid out under the rug overnight would fix it?
We have plenty of things to do. Mio, could you help me?
Of course. I'll skip school for it.
No, you can't miss school.
We laughed together, thrust our fists into the air, and motivated ourselves to work hard toward the week after next. Since that day, my grandfather spent more time in his study. It's not easy to create a report that you're going to show to other people. Copying machines hadn't been invented back then, so everything had to be handwritten. He knows it somewhere, but he just can't remember where he put the data he needs. As for me, I have to make sure I have enough guest cups to serve tea, so I'm counting them. Do I have enough tea leaves? Maybe I should get something to go with tea. My grandfather knows nothing about these things. There's a whole list of chores to do. I need to clean the windows so the room will be bright. What else? The 2 weeks pass quickly while we busy ourselves getting things done. What a wonderful 2 weeks it is. I can finally feel that I'm actually doing something to help my grandfather with his research. I hope the day of the meeting will be a memorable one for my grandfather. I hope that day will be a beautiful and clear one. Just as I wish, the day is beautiful. Evening. My grandfather, having dressed formally, paced around his study nervously. I'm also in a beautiful dress. I've only worn it once before, at my piano recital. But I'm not nervous like my grandfather. His silly nervousness actually relaxes me. Are they here yet? Grandfather looked out the window. Then, a black car stopped in front of the gate. Back then, a car was a luxury item. I don't think I had even one classmate whose family owned a car. Near Fantasy, what do you mean? Mion is not here. I'm not sure what you're referring to. So it only makes sense that the men are coming out of the car look respectable. Grandfather and I ran out to welcome them.
Welcome. I'm Takano. Thank you for coming today.
May I take your jacket? I greeted them and filled the role we decided to ahead of time, though my being relaxed by my grandfather's silliness ended at that point. Both my grandfather and I were stiff with anxiety as we greeted them now that the moment was here.
Nice to meet you, Doctor. And hello, young lady. Are you his granddaughter?
Yes. Oh, not, that wasn't her.
Yes. Mio, please say hello.
Very nice to meet you. I'm Mio Takano.
What a good girl. I'm here in place of Koizumi-sensei. Something came up and he can't make it today. He's very sorry. I see. I'm sorry to hear that.
The person who set up everything isn't here. My grandfather even had his treasured wine ready, just as they promised 2 weeks ago.
Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Hifumi Takano. Dr. Takano was a leading member of the Research Center for the Prevention of Epidemics in Manchuria during the war.
He made many advances... Oh, wait. Sorry.
He made many advances in developing synthetic food and synthetic alcohol as measures against malnutrition and ration shortages. Nice to meet you. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you for having me.
The men are even older than my grandfather. They took off their hats one at a time to greet him. Oh, I guess I should have been going, Nice to meet you. No. Their beards, expensive-looking canes, and glasses tell me that they're very high up in society. Grandfather bows to each one of them.
Everyone, please come into the study. Please excuse the mess. Come in. Mio, serve tea for everyone.
Yes.
I wasn't nervous at all earlier, but now I think I'm the most nervous one. I'm not the one making the presentation, and I'm not the one being evaluated, so it's ridiculous that I'm feeling so nervous. I don't know if I should use that as an excuse, but I was so nervous that I knocked over the thermos I had filled to the brim with hot water and ruined the black tea I'd chosen specifically for this day. I apologized to my grandfather and started to boil water again. I just need enough for the guests. By the time I had cups of tea and cookies ready, Grandfather's presentation was at its key part.
It pierces the blood or lymph vessels and spreads to the spinal cord, and from there it travels along the cerebrospinal fluid to the brain. I've confirmed many cases of encephalitis after autopsies. Eosinophilic meningo... I forget how you pronounce this word in particular. Meningocephalitis, I think it is? Yeah. Sorry, I can't say that very quickly. Is known to be caused by roundworm, and we predict its behavior to be extremely similar.
Grandfather said, walking between samples in formalin jars and pointing to several as he gave his explanation. There are over 100 formalin jars in here, with parts of the brain in them. They were all very dusty, so I spent a few days cleaning them. I'm rather proud to see the sparkling jars all lined up like this.
However, roundworms induce an extremely wide range of symptoms. A headache, narcosis, derangement, none of those are characteristic symptoms of roundworms.
On the other hand,
symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome are very specific to that disease.
I think it's a soft G, like Evie said. I did look it up beforehand, and it wasn't a soft G in that word in particular when I heard the pronunciation. Maybe the thing was wrong, but it was a harder G. whenever I listened to that. I honestly kind of thought that it would be a soft one too, because yes, it does resemble the word meningitis, and I have to assume it's related, but yeah, it was different.
You're saying one of them is to claw out one's own throat, yes? Exactly. Some soldiers witnessed it just before their fellows died. Such self-mutilation was never seen before in any disease. It only occurs in Hinamizawa syndrome. Also, since that symptom was only seen with terminal stage patients, I believe that's a means of exodus, something we've seen before in several parasites. Parasites mature inside of an organism, reproduce, then leave the host and look for the next one. So what do you think about the fact that cases were only seen in soldiers from Hinamizawa, even though other soldiers touched their blood, which must have been full of parasitic eggs or larvae? Don't you think there was a possibility of them getting infected? I suspected things like an incubation period, but since it was limited to people from the Hinamizawan region, I believe something such as the unique local climate must play a role. I'll talk about that in the next part, but the ancient indigenous beliefs of Hinamizawa have... That can't be possible, Dr. Takano. I've never heard of parasites behaving socially. Yes, well, that is one of the revolutionary discoveries in Hinamizawa syndrome.
The elderly gentlemen mumbled to each other while pointing at the data. With that, I finally realized that things aren't going too well.
Dr. Takano, I've been reviewing your data while listening to your gracious presentation. First of all, it's simply impossible for parasites to control human minds. Human thoughts are controlled by the brain, which is a work of art created by God. Furthermore, ideology is an extremely advanced aspect of human thought. It's an advanced capability bestowed only to humans on this planet. Yet you'd say that parasites intervene in that? Please, that's absurd. I agree. Ideology can also be considered a manner of thought that prioritizes the whole over the individual. In other words, that's the most important prerequisite condition for a society. There's no way parasites would be gifted with that when their only demand is to pass on their genes. In the field of biology, there's never once been a discovery of sociality or eusociality within parasites. But there are cases of parasites interfering with the host's behavior. You're misunderstanding one thing, Dr. Takano. The principle that drives parasites capable of controlling their host is always reproduction and propagation. It's only that primitive concept. Even in the example you used before, of a rat infected with Toxoplasma gondii, losing its aversion to cats, the altered behavior is simply a means to let their host be eaten by a better host in order to change hosts. That's just like a grasshopper infected with a horsehair worm drowning itself. Once a horsehair worm matures, it becomes aquatic. When that happens, it guides a grasshopper to the water and drowns it, and then enters the environment it's adapted for. Exactly. The suicidal act of clawing out one's throat corresponds to that in the case of Hinamizawa syndrome. For example, guinea worms escape the body by having the host scratch the affected area. Indeed, the purpose behind all of these parasites is reproduction. For them to infest the brain, God's masterpiece. No. Infecting the brain itself isn't that strange. But to say they infest it and influence human ideology is frankly delusional. In fact, that's a dangerous idea. I don't think it's that strange that Hinamizawa, an isolated culture, developed its own unique faith. There are actually many examples of that all over Japan. So are you saying that all of them were due to parasites? Or that they were all due to cultural reasons except the one in Hinamizawa, which was caused by parasites? How do you establish the distinction? Well, as I said in my autopsies on the Hinamizawan soldiers who died in the war, there was sufficient evidence to believe... Excuse me, Dr. Takano. I don't think you've gathered enough case studies to call it clinical data. Furthermore, as you said, it was during the war. No, I mean, as I explain in the next part, Hinamizawa syndrome develops when one experiences suspicion, nervousness, and stress and becomes emotionally unbalanced. I think it's a unique approach to suspect some manner of commonality if there were several cases of unique and bizarre self-mutilation, such as clawing one's own throat out. Yet, that's all the more reasons it's unreliable. Maybe it was just a coincidence that such rare cases happened under abnormal circumstances like the war. I believe you witnessed a convergence of coincidences and trapped in a gestaltist view, deluded yourself into finding a pattern. To prove otherwise, you'd need an enormous amount of clinical data on Hinamizawa syndrome patients. But ethically, that's impossible to prove. The natives' act of recognizing it as a curse suggests it's more within the realm of culture-bound syndromes. And do you think that it's a delusional parasitic disease? I hate to say this, but I think you admire the beliefs of the Hinamizawans a little too much. and as a result, you yourself have been taken in by their culture-bound reactive syndrome. Actually, that happens quite often with people who research more unusual fields of study. We're trying to be careful ourselves.
The more they talk, the paler my grandfather's face becomes. I was just stunned myself. We've never heard of parasites like that. That's impossible. It was just a coincidence and there isn't enough data. The talk goes on, and every time grandfather says something, they dismiss it like that. Before he knew it, my grandfather could only hold his silence before their criticisms. Oh, Gestaltus? Is it? Is that it? I don't know.
Well, no revolutionary discovery is accepted at first. Maybe this research of yours is one of those things. Even if it's ridiculed at first, it may achieve recognition in later years. That happens all the time.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry, I must got my terms mixed up for just a second.
I'm just an amateur. I'm just a private researcher who didn't graduate from an elite college, nor do I belong to any academic clique. I don't have any connections with experts or research centers. That's why this is all I can do. Is the Hinamizawa syndrome real? Or is it just my delusion, just like you all say it is? To find out, I need your help. Of course, if this was the discovery of the century, it would create a major uproar. After all, you're suggesting that human culture and ideology is all the will of parasites, and our frontal lobe's a place for them to live. What an audacious theory. If a link between the existence of this Hinamizawa syndrome and the disease carrier's belief in Oyashiro-sama could be established, then it'd be possible to explain all religions, no, all cultural divisions on Earth. What a magnificent and unique idea. Dr. Takano, instead of showing people like us your essays in secret, you should publish a book about it for the general public.
Grandfather looks at the ground, his fists trembling a little. But their words were far too cruel. I don't know anything about academics. I'm just a little girl. I don't know exactly what they're talking about, but Grandfather worked so hard by himself until today. But to prove his research and delve further into it, he needs sponsors. Yet those sponsors are casting him away, calling his research a delusion. That's outrageous. Like asking which came first, the chicken or the egg. Besides, if his research was at the level those cheeky men want to see, he wouldn't need their help. But they're saying that they can't help him unless they see some results that are beyond the level of private research. In any field, doesn't research always start out with just a little idea? If you can prove its existence beforehand, then what's the point of researching it to begin with? If a wild idea can't be the subject of research, how do we gain any knowledge at all? But never mind that. When Mr. Koizumi came 2 weeks ago, didn't he say that they were really interested in his research? What's going on? This is the complete opposite of what he said.
Yes. I think this is very interesting research. The human brain still holds many secrets. Dr. Takano's idea is an extremely unique one. Seems impossible to ignore, especially from a eugenics perspective. Humans are not God's children. We're simply animals who underwent the baptism of evolution. As such, according to Darwin, there will be differences in that evolution based on environment. In other words, humans can be either superior or inferior. As a nation, we must think of how we can maintain good bloodlines and how we can leave good genes behind. If we do not raise that as a national policy and research towards it, then by the next century, mankind may fall to a fatal position on the hierarchy. Dr. Takano's research has the potential of encompassing more than just parasitic diseases. If the evil inferior humans we shouldn't let breed can actually be explained by a disease instead of genetics, then it becomes possible to correct their behavior through surgery. As a result, we can leave wonderful people for our future. From the eugenic point of view, Dr. Takano's research should get started immediately. It's possible that this could be the greatest discovery since Moniz's invention of the lobotomy. If causality between infectious diseases and an individual's nature could be established, this would be more than Nobel Prize worthy. Koizumi-sensei, thanks for giving us this chance. Jesus, these guys suck.
Sorry, I don't mean to interject my commentary too often whenever I'm getting deep into the reading, because I know you guys are in the zone and paying attention, but I just had to interject, be like, fuck these guys. These guys fucking suck. Anyway.
Takano-kun's a single-minded and passionate man, but he's not good at dealing with people. He's been working on his research all by himself, but now he's hit the limit of what only one person can do and he needs help. Please, everyone, listen to what Takano-kun has to say. Oh, you don't even need to ask, Sensei. We're the ones who should be thanking you for this opportunity. We're already willing to help him. In fact, the more urgent matter will be arranging jurisdictions within society. I'd like to thank you for giving me an opportunity to be involved in such a unique research project at this age.
There was a knock on the door. The sliding door opened and the owner peeked in.
Excuse me. There's someone asking for you. May I bring him in?
Someone? Who could it be?
The owner whispered into Koizumi's ear and his face turned pale all of a sudden.
Please let him in. No, I'll come greet him with you.
As Koizumi stood up, 2 pairs of footsteps reached the door.
Sensei! I didn't expect you to be here.
Koizumi-kun, long time no see. I have something I need to tell you today.
Yes. If you need to tell me something, I'm all ears. Please, go ahead.
The old man known as Koizumi was not someone whose status could be taken lightly. Although he had retired, he was still powerful enough to wield great influence as a fixer. So from his meek attitude, it was easy to figure out what kind of person this man must be. The old man held onto his bodyguard's shoulder as he walked. He had an expensive-looking cane in his other hand. He couldn't even walk on his own because of his old age, but his intense commanding presence hadn't declined one bit.
I'll get straight to the point. Your friend's research. You need to put a stop to that.
What do you mean?
Koizumi-kun, he must take his knowledge of Hinamizawa syndrome to his grave. Nobody should touch it. If anyone looks into it, well, if you poke a bush, a snake will come out. A big fat snake, too. It would pay me to watch you get swallowed by it. That's why I'm here to give you some advice. Can your friends wait for a little? So, how about it? Do you want to have some drinks with me in a different room?
Yes, I'll come with you straight away.
Koizumi realized that he was being pressured. He didn't know which direction it was coming from, but clearly some authorities weren't comfortable with the research on Hinamizawa syndrome and were trying to stop him from supporting it.
Koizumi-kun, do you remember the Marco Polo Bridge incident?
And we already know what that was about because we were told about it earlier. So yeah, this is why these guys went from basically being like, oh yeah, cool, this will be so based for eugenics reasons, to immediately turning around and being like, actually, this is fucking bullshit, it's wrong. And not for good reasons, mind you. The bureaucrats are still very much evil. They're just, they're just turning him away for different reasons.
This is utter nonsense. We came here today expecting to hear a more objective side. Normally we wouldn't want to come all the way here for something like this, but since Koizumi-sensei asked us, we didn't have a choice. This really was a waste of time. But in a way, it was a good thing we came. We were able to give you some advice. You should take up bonsai instead of wasting the rest of your life on this. Bonsai is great. I agree. It's not healthy to just stare at formalin jars in a study. But it sure is a unique subject. If you want, I'll introduce you to the chief of a publishing company. The general public loves things like this, you know?
They aren't even trying to hide their hostility. They're laughing at my grandfather, denouncing him and saying things to denigrate not only his research, but his personality as well. If they're simply trying to provoke him, any response would be giving them what they want. Even in this very moment, grandfather tried to remain a noble researcher and a proud human being. He's no longer trembling. On the contrary, he apologized to them for taking up their time, and told them that he had no intention of keeping them any longer.
Well, give this article back to you. Though it'd be so much easier if we could actually call it an article.
One of the elderly gentlemen tossed it back to him. Grandfather couldn't catch it in time. The article he worked so hard on fell onto the floor, and the papers scattered all over the carpet. The elderly gentleman left the study without even apologizing for it. Everyone else followed suit. As they left, they trod all over my grandfather's article. It looked like grandfather's expression didn't change, but I could see it warping. I could see the wall of research grandfather bore crunching and warping sadly. I jumped. I grabbed onto the elderly gentleman's leg. I don't hate him. If I were asked if I hated him or not, the answer would be yes, but that's not the point here. What I really can't stand is this foot stepping all over my grandfather's article.
Don't step on it! Don't step on it! Grandpa worked so hard on it! Don't step on it!
I just wanted to move the foot that's standing on his papers, but the foot doesn't move, no matter how hard I push or pull, as if it's rooted to the floor. I felt someone grabbing me from behind. It was my grandfather.
Please excuse my granddaughter. Don't worry about this. We'll clean it up.
Don't! Don't step on them! I'm telling you not to step on my grandpa's article!
My screams don't mean a thing to them. They completely ignored my screams. They continued to step on the papers and left the study. Only my grandfather and I remain in there now. My grandfather is still grabbing the back of my collar. I don't have any words left to say, only cries. My grandfather's determined not to show any emotion. He doesn't even open his mouth, so I have to cry for him. Just then, my grandfather slapped me in the face. That startled me. I'm crying for him, so why did he slap me? Then I understand. Grandfather is the one who wants to cry, but he's enduring, so I shouldn't cry either. I wiped my eyes and my runny nose, then I silently turned my eyes to the papers on the carpet, just like my grandfather.
Sorry, Mio.
I don't understand why he's apologizing. I thought he was going to complain about their rudeness.
If I'd worked harder, this wouldn't have happened. Until today, you helped me so much, and it was all for nothing. Sorry about that.
How courageous he is. Even after that disaster, he's still concerned about me. I shook my head and put my hands on the floor. I tried to gather up the papers, but then they began to fall. My tears are overflowing again, blurring the ink on the papers. These are all handwritten by grandfather. He was so happy that finally there was someone who understood his research. He was so happy. He spent all night writing these, but they stepped on them. They might as well have stepped on my grandfather's very soul.
I didn't work hard enough. If I had done more, this wouldn't have happened. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll work even harder. I won't give up because of something like this.
I don't know if he's saying that to me or himself.
Don't worry. God is watching. I have to believe that I'll gain recognition. That day will come. That's why I have to keep working harder.
Grandfather says that all the time, but I know the truth. God only plays with people's fate. He doesn't save anyone out of goodwill. That's why he let this happen to my grandfather, even though he's worked so hard and so humbly until today. That's why he let such a horrible thing happen to me when I was still just an innocent little girl. Grandfather keeps on repeating himself, but I know the truth. God exists. The existence grandfather believes in is real, but there's no mercy to be found in God. He delivers unreasonable fates and makes us call it a challenge. I can't tell my grandfather that, of course. I ask God once more, like I did on the day of the thunderstorm. Why? Why can't you give my grandfather's effort and hard work the recognition it deserves? Grandfather told me that he'll gather up the papers, so I should put away the teacups. I nodded silently and put the teacups that hadn't even been touched under the serving cart. As I pushed it out of the study, Grandfather told me. He told me to close the door after I leave. I always close the door when I leave. He doesn't need to remind me. But that's what he wants, so without saying anything, I closed the door. Then, as I walked away from the study, I heard my grandfather sobbing. Tears filled my eyes once more. Sadness and disappointment. I almost feel angry with myself for not being able to do anything for him. Then, I felt a cool breeze on my wet cheeks. The breeze was blowing in from a cracked open window. The curtain was flapping gently in that breeze. I heard the cry of the Higurashi. As I listened to them, I calmed down gradually. If I can ease Grandfather's pain by crying, I'll cry in his place. But that won't help. On the contrary, he started to cry because I did. I'm being useless here. I remember that day. I remember the reason why I'm alive now. If he hadn't come and saved me, I would have spent the last days of my life lying in the corner of the bathroom as a human-shaped piece of meat. Grandfather saved me. He gave me back my rights. The right to walk. The right to stand up. The right to wear clothes. The right to eat. The right to speak. And the right to think. In other words, the right to live as a human being. Grandfather took action right after he got the phone call from me. He found my house, and he found out which orphanage I was sent to. After struggling through the sloppily filed records of the public office, then he saved me. Of course, he was working on his research then. He spent his precious research time on saving me, a perfect stranger. I vowed that if his heart failed, I'd rip out my heart and give it to him. But of course, his heart is fine. So he doesn't need a heart. He needs something else that's equally important. That's something only I can give him in this whole world. I clenched my fists and held them so tightly that my nails left marks. I now know what I'm supposed to do with this new life as Mio Takano. I finally know. I know the reason why the new me was born. I know the purpose of Mio Takano. The big decision that inhabits a tiny soul. If my life is heavier than the earth, then my decision is heavier than the earth. I thought I knew of my grandfather's greatness, but I actually didn't know the half of it. For me to be able to really help him, I have to reach his level. All my lessons lead back to my grandfather. There wasn't a single subject I could ignore. Right now, studying hard is what I can do for him.
I've been a teacher for a long time, but I've never seen such a hard-working student. You've learned not only academically, but socially as well. You've made a great deal of friends.
I have a goal with which I can only reach by studying hard. Also, I know how powerless an isolated genius is. That's why I needed to learn to socialize.
That's not enough.
I'm not even close to where I want to be. Entering college is
Oh, what? Yeah, sorry. It's not little girl mode anymore. I'm not even close to where I want to be. Entering college is only a step forward. What matters is what I learned there. I'm not even close. I'm not even close to being able to help my grandfather.
I'm so proud of you. You can go to Tokyo or Ochanomizu University, or any college of your choice. Nothing will stop you. The most important thing for you is that the school will teach you what you want to learn.
To fulfill a wish and weave a desired future. The strength of a string is how strong your will is. A noble and strong wish will come true. Do I have what I need to be able to truly understand Hinamizawa syndrome and help grandfather in his research? I don't need compromises or excuses. The heights I seek are lofty and precipitous. This isn't enough, not even close. My classmates are such idiots, acting as if they're winners in life just because they entered this school. A college is simply a place to learn what I need to know. If this self-proclaimed best school isn't worth my time, I'm not interested.
I didn't expect a talented woman like you to end up at this parasite research center. I'm sure everyone wanted you, huh? I assumed you were interested in something bigger.
I wanted to study and research parasites. I've worked hard to earn the right to study here. Aren't I qualified to learn?
Yes, of course. There's no reason why we'd refuse someone who got the top score of the entrance exam. Welcome to the Parasite Research Center. People usually aren't that interested in our field. There aren't too many researchers who study it. That's why there's still a lot of unknown elements compared to other fields.
That's quite true. The study of parasites is a mysterious world. Or rather, it's an ignorant one. An ignorant world where the preconception that parasites can't possibly control humans pervades. And those ignorant people laughed at grandfather and stepped all over his article. There are still many unsolved mysteries in the world of parasites. I'm here to solve them. I came here to help the people who want to solve them. A wish that's guaranteed to come true is not called a wish. That is fate, not a wish. I weave fate. Fate is an absolute power to control people in the world, not just an individual. Learning isn't enough for me. I have to be able to research with my grandfather. And so, I don't ignore the means to gain the help my grandfather couldn't get. Grandfather's research isn't complete just when it's finished being written on a desk. I need the help of plenty of people to present it to the world so his great work would be praised by many.
Yes, that's correct. This is an association only the top graduates of the Imperial University are allowed to join. Therefore, as the only 7 people per year are allowed to join, it's a small group compared to a normal organization of alumni. However, its solidarity is unrivaled.
Thank you for inviting me to such a gathering. I'm honored. I'd like to take the lowest seat.
Oh no, we can't let someone with such accomplishments and experience sit in the lowest seat. I'm sure everyone will welcome you. The cabinet minister and several important government officials, company presidents, and company advisors will be here. They'll all need you, and they'll provide you with the help you need.
Koizumi-sensei belongs to this association, right? He was my grandfather's best friend. What a coincidence.
I see. I'm sure Koizumi-sensei will be glad to find out that you'll be joining.
An isolated genius is a useless one. People live in society. Society is made up of connections between people. Nobody can ignore that. I do my best as an individual, but to gain the power that can't be achieved as a mere individual, I have to rely on my connections in society. It's all for one purpose. My only wish as Mio Takano. Yes, I can't spare any effort. My certain conviction will forge a certain future. Nobody can interfere. Nobody can stop me. I won't allow the die to roll a 1. I won't admit that diligent efforts can be erased by a mere train accident. I'm going to make all the dice roll 6s. I won't entrust the die to God. I won't give in to luck. The only people who pray to God are people who don't want to work hard. I don't trust God. I'm going to create results myself. My strong will is going to create a certain future that God can't possibly prevent. This is a different way to become a god than the one my grandfather taught me. This is a way to become a god while still alive. When I realized it, I became truly free. Free from the sadness of losing my parents and my miserable life after that. Free from my grandfather's tears when his article was stepped on. That's right. I'll be above God. I'll be an existence that God's caprices? I can't remember. Can't even touch. I'll make people recognize grandfather's research. That's the future I wish for. The future I promised will come to pass. People will fight over grandfather's article. People will respectfully read the same article that was once ridiculed and stepped on. Even if grandfather dies before that day comes, I won't cry over something like that. Because he already taught me. Even after being buried, one can be resurrected. I'm going to complete his great work, and the whole world will praise him. Grandfather will resurrect and become a god. He will be eternal. That's an everlasting bond. A bond not even a train accident can break. A bond not even a die that rolls 1 can disturb. Since the day of the train accident, my die has kept rolling 1s over and over. But I didn't give up. I kept working hard until today. I'll rise above the die. I'll decide what to roll on it. I'll decide my own fate. I'll do that with my unshakable willpower. When does the clinic open? Is there going to be an air conditioning? I heard it'll open next month. I hope there'll be a young doctor there. I heard some old ladies talking amongst themselves when I was going up the stairs to the shrine. The Irie clinic is already completed, and it's waiting and ready for opening day. The state-of-the-art equipment has been delivered, and the research is waiting to begin as well. Irie, too, is standing by in top form, and he's almost as passionate as I am about the Hinamizawa syndrome. The Mountain Dogs, the counterintelligence unit to support and protect our research, are already stationed at a dummy company somewhere near Okinomiya. They're getting in touch with various public institutions. Everything is going well. The only thing to worry about would be the rumors about the Hinamizawa Dam construction plans. There's a rumor that the Ministry of Construction is pushing through a dam project that will submerge all of Hinamizawa, but they're under pressure from several groups. None of my contacts have much influence in the Ministry of Construction, so things aren't going well. Even if applying pressure doesn't work, there are other measures, so either way it'll come to a deadlock. I'm not being optimistic. I just know that's how it will end. I will conduct research here in Hinamizawa. I'm going to accomplish that with my absolute will. That's why, even if God rolls a 1 on that die and says that he's going to submerge Hinamizawa, I will not be afraid. I won't entrust my die to God. I'm the one who's going to pick up the die, and I'm going to roll a 6. I didn't come to this shrine to declare war on the god of this place. I came because I know that you can get a great view from up here. I walked by the shrine and headed to the spot that I found last time I visited. It's the perfect spot for overlooking the entire village. The strong wind reminds me that I'm only at the starting line, and that there will be a headwind before I reach my goal. I looked over the village without faltering in the wind. Grandfather approached the syndrome from a medical point of view, but he also approached it from a folkloric one as well. The strange belief system in this village is proof that the existence of Hinamizawa syndrome was already known of even in ancient times. So it will be extremely useful to research their history too. My grandfather hadn't been doing research for hundreds of years, of course, but this place had been here for hundreds of years, and they've been living with Hinamizawa syndrome for that long. Therefore, the beliefs created in this place and the legend itself can be considered the foremost researchers. It's simply stupid to just call them old folk tales or nonsense. I've been researching them slowly, but they're indeed very interesting. No wonder Grandfather was intrigued by them. Hinamizawa syndrome has many fascinating sides to it. It's just like a kaleidoscope, showing infinite light with ever a slight change in angle. It's so much fun to trace Grandfather's research. Finding the same results as my grandfather reminds me that I'm indeed following in his footsteps, which makes me very happy. This shrine's dedicated to Oyashiro-sama, the guardian deity of the village. But this god the villagers worship is simply a delusion that was created by the parasites. When I solve their secret and announce it to the world, the god of this place will be no more. That's the moment I will take revenge on the one who put me through misery and tested my fate. That's it, isn't it? This isn't just about making my grandfather's dreams come true. It's also about getting revenge for my miserable life. I went back to the front of the shrine. There's an offertory box there, and I'm tempted to throw in some coins, but you normally offer coins to ask for mercy. I don't entrust my fate to God, so I don't need to give an offering. I'm going to unmask him. But until then, Oyashiro-sama is a god. Okay. In that case, I'll show respect for now. As a declaration of war, I pulled out a 10-yen coin from my wallet. The 10-yen coin I found in the telephone booth changed my life. If it hadn't been there, my life would have ended then. I'm grateful at least for that 10-yen coin. I'm not grateful to the god of this shrine, though. But I haven't forgiven you yet. I never expected anything from you, and I'm here because of my own hard work. Even if you keep playing tricks of fate, or keep rolling a 1 on the die, that won't bother me. With my certain will, I'm going to get what I want. My grandfather will be praised and become a god because of the research I'll do in this place. I'll defeat the god of this village and become an existence above even gods. Since when did I care about God, huh? Maybe that's because my grandfather often talked about him. Here, this 10-yen coin that you gave me before. My debt is paid off now. You just keep clinging to your throne and tormenting people with your trials, while I fight my battles to knock you down from there. And so, I checked the 10 yen I once borrowed from God into the offertory box. For a moment, I couldn't understand what had happened. The 10-yen coin was supposed to fall into the offering box, but how can I explain this? That's not what happened. I aimed correctly, for certain. Who could miss an offertory box anyway? That's not it. Because the 10-yen coin stopped in midair, as if it got stuck in a spider web. Then it bounced back to me and fell by my feet. It was as though the offertory box had refused the coin. Of course, an offertory box is to respect God. But what I did was challenge him. That means this is. I jumped, because I thought I was the only one here. Anyone would jump when finding there's someone else standing there unexpectedly. How long has she been there? It's like she came out from the shrine. A mysterious girl is standing on the other side of the offering box. She's wearing a shrine maiden uniform, so she must be one of the caretakers here. That's what I thought too. But there's something else about her. She's not just one of the shrine caretakers. She's the shrine itself. Because the girl is staring into my eyes. No, she's glaring. I smiled back fearlessly. I think she heard my words of challenge to God. She's wearing that expression on her face because of that. The words came out naturally. You are the god of this place, aren't you? The girl didn't nod, but I took that as a yes. What a contradictory feeling. I'm rejecting the god of this land, denying its very existence. Yet, I don't doubt that this girl is that god. The girl opened her mouth to speak.
A strong will reinforces fate.
That's right. That's what I say to myself often. I've never said that to anyone or quoted it from anything. So under normal circumstances, I should be surprised to hear this girl say that. But this girl isn't human, so I'm not surprised. I replied to her. God throws the die of fate and has fun with people, depending on what he gets. But people have willpower. The stronger the willpower, the less chance of being bound by the result of the die. You see, people can gain a power that's strong enough to fight fate, by working to their limits.
Yes, I understand that very well. An unshakable conviction defeats the die of fate.
That's right. That's mankind's revenge against the gods who toy with them by dice roll. The hymn of those who would slough the gods' interference and forge their own destiny. Know my divinity, and that I earned this day through effort after enduring all misfortune. Spiteful laughter flowed out of my mouth, but the girl's face displayed a strong will of her own. Her expression didn't even change a bit.
I understand very well. No matter how many times we repeat, our fate doesn't change. That was all because of your strong willpower.
That's right. A strong will reinforces fate. That fate so empowered isn't bothered by the result of a die. That means it's a certain future.
You, a human, found that truth before us gods, have been living for hundreds of years. I admit it. Your existence is close to that of a god.
I'm honored. The girl glared at me with her eyes half shut. No, it was more like she was proclaiming something to me, while displaying her own strong willpower.
I won't be defeated this time. We always thought we couldn't win against you. That was why I surrendered. I abandoned hope and crawled around in the wheel of life. But then I learned the power of belief can cause a miracle that forges your destiny.
Are you saying you'll cause a miracle, using your strong will that will defeat the destiny woven by mine? That's logical enough, because that's the law of this world. A strong will can make a desired future possible.
We won't be defeated by your will.
That's fine. So you insist on being an old god. Try it and see if your willpower can defeat mine. God tests people, yet people aren't allowed to test God. So I'm going to test you here. See if your willpower can defeat mine. Come on, go ahead! Try it! That's clearly a declaration of war from me to God. This is the beginning of my revenge towards God, who put me through so much misery. And this girl, this god, is accepting my challenge directly.
I'm not as powerful as you are. I can't do as many things as you can. Even if my willpower is as strong as yours, you're still more powerful than I am.
That's right. I've gained an overwhelming power. You have absolutely no idea what I had to go through to gain it. You can't even touch me.
I know how powerful you are. Compared to yours, the power my friends and I command is insignificant. But I can choose not to give up. I won't admit my loss. I won't give up until the day when your die rolls 1 and my die rolls 6. I'll prove the strength of my willpower by not surrendering to you for eternity. Stacking up stones on the riverbed will allow us to cross the river and appear before you as an equal. And that's when this long battle of fate will come to an end.
Fine, come on then! We'll see who has the stronger will. Whoever has the stronger conviction will create the future. The future desired by the stronger conviction will come to pass. I will hold my ground. In my future, my grandfather's great work is praised, and he becomes a god. And I take revenge on God for testing me by making me go through such misery. Stupid little god! I'll show you. I'll drag you down from your pedestal! Bring it on! Hi. What a good fucking OP, right? If you're wondering about the text at the end of it, I will provide you a translation right now. This is provided by an English cover of the song that was done by Those Sisters You Know on YouTube, but they had this that text bit subtitled at the end, and it's very good. It is, "For those who wanted to be God, for those who were made God. The fate of those two thoughts intersect, being led by many hearts and one light, until they meet their end. Children lost to fate. Now connect the pieces and let the future unfold." Well, I guess we're going to be doing that, aren't we? Now, because of how long this arc is, and because of how long some of the particular chapters go on, I'm going to warn you ahead of time, we're still going to continue for a little bit today. But there are not going to be very natural, there are not going to be chapter end stop points a lot of the time when we're reading during this arc. So You are probably going to have some abrupt stops here and there throughout this arc. I apologize for it in advance. We are still going to be continuing tonight for a little while longer, but just letting you know ahead of time. Junkie-sama with the $2, been loving listening to these streams at work. I hope it's been making work more tolerable for you. Thank you for donating. All right. Well, you heard him. Let's connect those pieces. Welcome. Welcome to the world of Higurashi Chapter 8, Matsuri Bayashi. In this world, you'll be able to recreate the story from Hanyu's point of view. Your objective is to create the June 1983 ideal to you. You will need to collect many different fragments to make that possible. However, Takano's conviction is very strong. To overturn it, you'll need a lot of effort and a lot of fragments. I'll warn you right now, it'll be a slow and painful process. Hanyu went through it for over 100 years, and she even had to stop and give in to fate. Defeating Takano's conviction will not be easy. The trial in this world will put you through as much pain as Hanyu had to endure. You may surrender, just like Hanyu did, after being emotionally worn down by the constant repetition of the worlds woven by countless fragments. When you feel like surrendering, you can end this game at any time. But if you do, the worlds revolving around your friend's fate will be limited to Onikakshi through Minagoroshi. By forgetting about this world, and uninstalling this product, you will finally accept death, just like Rika did. Your ideal June 1983 can be created by putting together 50 fragments that are scattered all over this world. To connect these fragments together, you will need the right ones. There are 50 of them, which may be dizzying. However, this world isn't that merciless. To ease your pain, there will be a little help for you. When you choose the wrong pieces, your only ally here will give you a sign that it's not yet time to put those fragments together. As long as the sign remains, you won't be able to connect them. You might as well go look for different ones. After you put every other fragment together, you might be able to connect the ones you couldn't put together earlier. When that happens, she'll let you know. Let's put those fragments together. Then you'll be able to join the other ones too. When you connect all 50, they'll become one big fragment. There, you'll find your ideal June 1983. That's when the long-awaited Matsuri Bayashi will begin. Before you peek at each fragment, why don't you line up all 50 of them first? Most of them require other fragments, so there are only a few that you can actually look at. Let's try to find those first. To see the conditions for connecting fragments, just point the cursor at them. Before anything else, let's find the ones that you can look at without any conditions. This will be an extremely long and difficult trial. Let me tell you again, Hanyu challenged this for over 100 years and gave up on it. If you believe in miracles, in the same way your friends do, even if you don't live in the world where they live, if you believe in them. Welcome. Welcome to the world of Higurashi Chapter 8, Matsuri Bayashi. In this world, you'll be tested to see if you believe in the world that Rika and the others believed in. A miracle only happens when everyone combines their strength. The June 1983 created by Takano is nearly indomitable. She has gathered many people whose powers are beyond the average person to her side, her backers being at the center of national authority. Even if 100 dice all rolled ones, there wouldn't even be a chance to defeat her. In other words, a miracle is the only way forward. A miracle happens only when everyone combines their strength, and you are one of them. Are you ready? I'm more than ready. The key to a long journey is not to pressure yourself too hard. Well, let's take it at a light pace. I'll work while drinking my usual wine. Shall we begin? We have all the time in this world. All right. It's time for the big gameplay segment. Welcome to Connecting Fragments. As you can see, there's a lot to go over here. And it will be very important to do these in a particular order. As you can see also, if you hover over them, they will hint to you about the requirements that you need to unlock them, if it is not unlocked. This is a bit of a intricate process, to put it lightly. So, let's see. I have a guide here with me that will make this a little bit easier. So, let's see. Yes, this fragment is required first. A local explanatory meeting.
So the dam construction will bring in new jobs and revitalize the local industry.
That's not what we're saying. Who the hell gave you permission to build a dam here? You've squeezed tax money from us and this is what we get in return? Who do you think pays your salaries, huh?
Look, we're trying to explain to you.
We don't want to hear your excuses. We want to know when you'll stop the construction. You're useless. Bring the Minister of Construction here. He'll get to the bottom of it. Shut up, you yuppie! Hey, you're paid with our tax money, so why the hell are you talking down to us from up there? Come on down here and let's speak face to face.
The auditorium is filled with angry shouting. The sign at the entrance says, Hinamizawa Dam Construction Explanatory Meeting. Every time the official on the stage tried to say anything, the citizens packed into the room silenced him with their shouts. Trying to ignore them, the official continued to explain the pros of the dam. But that just further infuriated them. Between the stage and the citizens, there was an open area where a police squad standing by. If they weren't there, the citizens would jump onto the stage and start a riot. I'm watching all of this from the back of the auditorium. It's obvious to anyone that they're being swallowed by their anger. They've become filled with a bloody red rage. The anger that came from a certain purpose becomes a purpose in itself, and it creates a vicious cycle where anger leads to more anger. Anger is a necessary emotion for humans. People face many difficulties in their lives. Anger gives them the motivation to fight and conquer such difficulties. Well, it's not that, Ryan, it's not that the Connecting Fragments wasn't adapted for the anime, it's just that a lot of the events are, well, some of them are skipped over, a lot of them are presented in short form, a lot of them, they're basically just presented as one big, long, setting the scene sort of flashback set of episodes, essentially. And there is no, like, framing device around them. You don't have, like, the narration telling you, hey, you gotta connect these fragments to do this, and, you know, save your friends and all that. It's just events being presented to you in terms of a linear narrative, which is slightly more lame. But anyway.
Therefore, anger is an essential part of life itself. So I'll never reject anger itself. However, anger like this, that goes far beyond normal, makes people forget their purpose. That's no longer an essential part of life. As the blood rushes to their head, a person can't even remember what they've done. They go out of control. Such emotions are very painful, sad, and difficult to endure. I can clearly see the villagers who live alongside us turning into demons. I understand the rules of the human world. The power of an individual can't be compared to the power of the government. To be able to fight, an individual needs to become part of a larger, unified power. But to steer that unified power in the right direction is extremely difficult. The cycle of anger leads to more anger. Not anger that helps you live, but anger that exists only for anger. It's just like being a demon. And this emotion is capable of violently rousing us from our long, peaceful slumber. Everyone is immersed in their own anger. We lived peacefully with the villagers while we slept quietly. Yet now, we've awakened. And it's like the world is trying to return to that age when demons were said to rise from Onigafuji's swamp. I kept shouting at everyone to get them to calm down, but my voice can't reach them because of the vicious cycle of anger. Even so, I'll continue shouting, hoping that even one of them will hear my voice. Because if I don't do anything, the demons may awaken. The demons that went into a deep sleep.
may reawaken because of this commotion. Then, all of a sudden, the atmosphere changed. Looking up, I saw that the angry exchange between the villagers and those on the podium had devolved into confrontation between the villagers themselves. What's going on?
Shut up! Those are your reasons, not ours. Don't pull us into this, you old hag.
Who the hell cares? The hell you say, you bastard?
Hey! Do you know who you're talking to? This is Audio-san. You've got some nerve, huh? Who the hell do you think you are? Shut up! Sonozaki? So what? I'm Hojo. Get your goons away from me! Hey, Hojo! How dare you say that you want the village to be submerged? How much are they paying you? Shut up, you old geezer! Listen, there are plenty of poor people in Hinamizawa. Not everyone's rich and has fields all over the mountain like you. I'm satisfied with the compensation from the government. They've even offered to provide us with public housing. Yet you're ruining everything, you assholes! Don't pretend you're the same as us! If you want to fight with the government, why don't you fight by yourself? Then who's gonna pay? You? I'm poor and have 2 kids at home. I was planning to start a new life by living here in peace after getting compensation from the government and finding a job elsewhere. But you, since when did you represent me, huh? You think that you're that important or what? Hey, Hojo! How dare you betray us? Get out! Get out of this village! Sure, I'll be happy to. But you're gonna pay what I'm entitled to, right? You're gonna pay me every yen of the compensation I was gonna get from the government. Even if I wanted to leave the village, I don't have the money. If you're going to pay me, I'll leave straight away. Hojo's right. There are plenty of residents who are willing to leave. You 3 families shouldn't drag us into this.
The hell is this? Who just spoke? Come on, who was it?
If you want to stay, then stay. We have the right to leave, so don't interfere. That's right. Back the hell off, you damn Sonozaki hag. Of course, we'll compensate the people who support the damn construction plan. We most certainly will not steal the land from you.
Shut up, government dog! Are you trying to divide the village? Die, Hojo! You don't deserve to breathe the village air. Hold your breath and suffocate to death!
Screw you, old hag! I'll murder your ass! Step up front, you damn hag! Hey, stay out of this, you fat pig!
Very good. That was very good, Hojo. I haven't been this pissed off in so long. You'll get what you deserve. Look forward to it!
Get him, Hojo! The government has to provide us new jobs, shelter, and compensation. Hey, stop this violence. All of you stop it!
Like hell, bring it on! Come and get some! Everyone is being tainted with the bloody red anger, and I can only watch. The least I can do is to apologize for the tragedy that's about to happen. I'm sorry. This is how things started. From this day onward, the Hojo family and the Sonozaki family will wage a feud against each other, and the Hojo family will become ostracized within the village. This marks the beginning of Satoko and Satoshi's lives of tremendous hardship. Alrighty. So next we're going to want to go to page 5, fragment 8, Rika Furude. A conflict between the Hojo family and Sonozaki family is required. Well, we just saw that, didn't we? So let's get into it. I ran into Satoko while on my way to the grocery store for my mother. Satoko said that she was going there too, so we decided to go together. After exchanging our shopping lists, it became easy to guess what the other family would be having for dinner. Satoko's family is having grilled fish and cooked vegetables. We're having Salisbury steak.
My, that sounds so very good. I don't mind the grilled fish, but it's the vegetables I'm less fond of. I'm certain there's still plenty of pumpkin left from the other day.
Then I bet you'll be getting a lot tonight. Poor Satoko.
I don't appreciate knowing that pumpkin is going to show up on the dinner table.
Meep. You don't like pumpkin no matter how it shows up.
Rika, you have some food that you're not fond of, don't you? That's right, you don't like Daifuku cream puffs or anything sweet, don't you?
It's not that I don't like those things. I just choose not to eat them. If I wanted to, I could eat sweets forever. I could even eat pumpkin pie too. Nipa!
It's not fair that you aren't a picky eater.
Conversations like this are how I have fun. Satoko is my best friend. I usually don't like grocery shopping, but if I'm with Satoko, I can make it into an enjoyable evening stroll. Near the supermarket, there's a grocer's and other shops, forming a little shopping district. The grocery store is busy this time of day. The Gamer 201, you actually have to select them in the right order 50 times. That's crazy. You don't have to necessarily. Like, you are allowed to fuck up. You just get a little notification that's like, hey, you're fucking up here. You can't do this one yet. Go look for something else. And obviously the captions will kind of help you out, since there are fragments that you can start with that don't have any requirements. If you kind of try to suss out from the captions, you can try to connect them from there. But yeah, it is still kind of hard. The grocery store is busy this time of day. All the housewives in Hinamizawa gather here to shop. Since Satoko and I have different things to buy, we decide to do our shopping separately.
Welcome, welcome! Oh, Rika-chama! Are you shopping for your mother? What a good girl!
Nipa! I'm a good girl who can go shopping by herself.
Wow, you really are a good girl. Here, I'll give you this.
There were several candies from the owner's occasional asthma attack inside a sieve full of change hanging in the front. He picked out a sweet from there and gave it to me. It was my favorite flavor, strawberry milk. I put it in my pocket so I can brag about it to Satoko later. I get a lot of fun out of teasing Satoko and making her jealous. She always overreacts, so I never get bored when I'm with her.
What are you having for dinner tonight, Rika-chama? Ground pork?
We're making Salisbury steak. We're gonna put flower-shaped fried eggs on top and draw pictures of them with ketchup. On them with ketchup.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
I enjoyed that conversation while filling my shopping basket. But then I overheard some women whispering. They're talking about something that's a little harsh. They're talking about Satoko.
How long do those village traders plan to stay here? They should just leave. They don't even have the guts to go shopping for themselves and make their daughter do it instead.
The women went on and on. Ever since the Hojo family and Sonozaki family got into a huge fight at the explanatory meeting for the dam project, the Hojo family has been ostracized within the village. At first, there was a significant number of families in favor of leaving like the Hojos, but the main branch of the Sonozakis led a push to completely solidify the village's opinion, and the tone of unified resistance grew stronger. The pro-evacuation family steadily grew quiet. The public harassment led by the Sonozakis and Kimiyoshis, two of the three families with powerful influence on the village, also played an effect too. The Sonozaki family made the Hojo family into an example, to ensure there would be no more pro-evacuation supporters. The ancestors of the village have lived here for generations, and the villagers also know that they themselves will be buried in this village, so this harassment put a lot of pressure on them. Oh, the I is silent in Salisbury? Okay. I didn't remember. My bad. Who was it that agreed to make the Hojo family the leader of the pro-evacuation group at the explanatory meeting? Those same people no longer said anything, and they even joined in on harassing the Hojo family. The harassment they faced then became pressure from the entire village. The Hojo family is hardly wealthy, and they haven't paid the town council fees in a long time. When things were peaceful, nobody said anything about it. But now that the wind was blowing a different way, the Hojo family was asked to pay off all of their late council fees immediately. It wasn't an amount that they couldn't afford, but the Hojos recognized a fight was being picked with them and they responded to it. And so, the Hojo family quit the town council, but that only played right into the village's evil plan. Making an enemy of the town council meant facing vicious harassment. For example, the place the Hojos dumped their trash was a provisional dumping site established by the town council and the waste management department. Under the council agreement, only council members could use it. Ever since the day the Hojo family quit the village council, their trash bags were returned to their front door. Furthermore, all the bags were torn. On top of that, a sign went up on the hedge road near the Hojo family. It said, "Private road, no trespassing. Only council members permitted." A stubborn old man stood and guarded the road, saying they wouldn't let any of the Hojo family members pass through. A private road's private property opened up to the public, so it looks like a normal road. However, as private property, the owner can forbid anyone else to pass through whenever they like. more and more. The village piled on vicious harassment. The fear of antagonism spread throughout the entire village, and people became afraid that if they supported the Hojo family, they'd go through the same thing. This has made the Hojo family even more isolated. The grown-ups haven't told their kids about what's going on, so Satoko isn't harassed in any way at school, but it wasn't hard to imagine she probably spent her days feeling so anxious she could hardly breathe. Even the women whispering in here aren't saying anything directly to Satoko, but it's not like she doesn't notice their muttering and the cold stares. When did this village become so cold towards her? As her best friend, it's very sad for me. Satoko's shopping experience is nothing like mine. When I say hello or buy things, I usually get treats or a discount, but that doesn't happen to Satoko. On the contrary, she's served last on purpose, and sometimes shop owners even pretend they don't hear her. Obviously, people don't want to have anything to do with her. Satoko had been weaving through the housewives crowding the shop, telling the fishmonger what she wanted, but she kept getting ignored. She's decided to keep her smile and pretend she doesn't mind, but I know. It was far too painful for her to endure. At that point, Satoko dropped her coins on the ground. Maybe her finger got stuck on something when she was trying to put the change back into her wallet. I ran through the crowd to help her pick them up. But as I did, I noticed something. Satoko dropped a lot of coins and is struggling to pick all of them up, but nobody is helping her. It's not just that. It's almost like they're acting like they don't even see her there. Satoko isn't expecting anyone to help her, since she's the one who dropped them. But there are so many people around, and not one is even trying to aid her.
Satoko, I'll help you. I'm okay, Rika.
That reaction is all I need to tell how hurt she is. Furthermore, when I started to help Satoko, other housewives started to pick up the coins too, as if it's the natural thing to do. So they can only help if a shrine maiden of the Furude family does. If I didn't help, they would have disregarded her completely. And the fact that other people helped her only because I did hurts Satoko even more. I grabbed the coins from the housewives without thanking them. I'd rather spit at them than do that.
Thank you very much, Rika. Everyone.
If she didn't thank them, people would talk about that, too. Satoko forced out her words of gratitude. The housewives looked down at her with blank expressions. I can't stand this. I can't stand what Satoko is going through right now. If we're done, let's go, Satoko.
Sure.
I grabbed Satoko's arm and pulled her away. I was frustrated, sad, and bitter. What has Satoko done? Reality is just too cruel. Everyone loves me. But can I share that love with Satoko? Satoko must be wondering why people treat me so differently. I shouldn't come shopping with her. Or rather, I should have done her shopping instead. Satoko.
But what is it, Rika?
I feel bad that you dropped your coins. So here's something that will make you happy. I wanted to at least ease her pain a little bit, so I pulled out the strawberry milk candy I just received. But Satoko refused to take it.
That candy was given to you.
My hand froze. She saw. She saw me getting this candy.
The person wanted you to eat it. So if I did, it'd be rude.
Satoko turned her back on me and kept walking. Without even saying goodbye, she continued on to her house with the shopping bags in her hands. I only wanted to ease her pain, but I ended up rubbing salt in her wound. How can I call myself her best friend? If I could, I would have crushed the candy right there. All right. Next is, let's see. Page 2. Number 1. Dam construction operation withdrawal.
Sorry for being late. I had an unusually large number of patients today.
Thank you for coming, Lieutenant Colonel Ilya.
Tomitake stood up suddenly and saluted when he saw Irie come into the room.
All right. Stop calling me Lieutenant Colonel. I'm a doctor. I just can't get used to military ranks. Can you call me Director instead? Understood, Director Irie.
Tomitake, of course, knew that Irie didn't like to be called Lieutenant Colonel, so it was something of a joke. They laughed casually together. On the other hand, Takano looked rather fed up with it. She couldn't stand hearing the same joke over and over and was even thinking about talking to Tomitake about it. But she didn't want to hurt his feelings, so she simply never had the chance. Maybe it's because of how Tomitake pronounces it, but she keeps hearing Risa. Lieutenant Colonel in Japanese is Nisa. When she's heard it that way, she keeps hearing Irie Risa every time Tomitake said it. When Takano told Irie about it, he had a good laugh. Today was just a simple meet and greet, and tomorrow was the actual meeting. Tomitake had already arrived, but there would be more inspectors from Tokyo at the meeting, waiting to hear about the progress that had been made.
Anyway, I heard the whole village is all up in arms about the dam construction project. You can say that again. The village is in such a mess. I participated in the local municipal explanation meeting as an official, but the whole thing was alive with angry shouts and profanities.
After the basic Hinamizawa Dam project was announced, the village was consumed with uproar. The government retracted their plans for concessions rather early on. They made their aggressive stance clear. They didn't want the locals to take advantage of them by showing their willingness to compromise. However, that backfired horribly. As they had historical ties to the land, the government's actions only made their bonds stronger. Neither the government nor the locals wanted to back down. People from Hinamizawa are rather hot-tempered. Maybe because they're descendants of demons.
It's not funny. That wild meeting lasted all night. I feel your pain. Really, it's not funny, Tomitake-san. So, what's going on with the dam construction? Are they really going to submerge this village? And Tokyo's applying their pressure to the situation, too. Things might seem clamorous on the surface, but in truth, the supporters behind it are wavering rather hard. I hope their pressure produces results soon. The whole village is buzzing with action from dusk to dawn, and I worry the villagers' minds are growing agitated. Sometimes I have to listen to my patients go on and on about their opinion about the dam construction plan.
Why do you even listen to them? You're too nice.
I have to. I'm a clinic director first, and research center director second. It's part of my job to listen to them.
That's very nice of you. It's admirable.
I know that people in Tokyo will call off the plan sooner or later, but the villagers don't. So they have to live in fear that they might be forced to leave the land where they lived for generations.
Even if they're told to leave, they don't have money, and a lot of them are old. Maybe some wanted an increase in the amount of compensation they'd be offered, but the government changed its mind. I don't think it's possible for them to come to a peaceful agreement at this point.
There were actually some villagers who were satisfied with that amount, and were willing to leave. However, the Sonozaki family didn't want to change their stance against the issue. They're actually leading the villagers in the fight against the government. There were blaring announcement vans everywhere, and ads and flyers are attached to the circulation notices.
It's a serious matter for them. I guess I can understand.
I hope the construction plan will be called off soon, for their sake. Once it's all called off, this village will become peaceful again.
I know that, of course. Things are moving right along in Tokyo, so please just give us a little more time.
I've heard a rumor from Tokyo that you're having problems finding a way to pressure the Minister of Construction. Is that true?
Oh. I'm not sure, but I've heard myself that they're having a little problem with some of the details.
Takano had powerful people supporting her, but they didn't control all of Japan. There were some things they excelled in, but other things they weren't too good at. Finding a way to put pressure on the Minister of Construction fell into the latter. In all seriousness, though, we really won't be facing any requests to leave the area because of the dam, right?
Of course not. I can guarantee that won't happen. It's just taking longer than we thought, that's all. So please, continue your research. We were told that if things can't be resolved peacefully, then we may have to use drastic measures.
Drastic measures? What do you mean, Tomitake-san?
You don't need to worry about that part. You don't need to worry about that part, Director Irie. Please let us take care of it.
I see. Okay. Thank you for your work.
It's fine, Director Idia. The damn construction plan will be called off. It's already been decided. As Takano giggled, Tomitake laughed too. However, Idia couldn't understand what was so funny, so he felt left out. Idia only understood the meaning of those drastic measures when he examined a young boy he had never seen in the village before. Probably talking about the grandson there, I suppose. All right, next up is, let's see. This one will be on page 3. And is the 7th one. Jiro Tomitake. The forecast said there was a chance of rain in the evening, but I didn't think it would rain so hard. I can't remember if this is Takano or Tomitake POV. I think it's Tomitake. I don't know. I mean, it literally says Jiro Tomitake, so I don't know. We decided to wait at an abandoned bus stop for the rain clouds to clear. I'm sorry, Takano-san. Oh, don't be, Jiro-san. I knew it would pour, so don't worry about it. Takano-san giggled. Okay, yeah, it is Tomitake. Although she said the weather might change suddenly, I dragged her out there. I feel stupid for making her come along and ending up ruining her precious day off. I have to go back to Tokyo tonight, so it'll be a while before I can return to Hinamizawa. I didn't want to spend my last day at a cheap hotel in Okinomiya, so I asked her to go for a stroll. It's just... I'm really sorry. She teased me for a while, but only for a little. She wasn't actually enjoying driving me into a corner. That's just her way of communicating, and I find it very charming. I think I've become captivated by her. But on her part, I'm just an auditor from Tokyo. That's why she's being nice to me, and it's definitely not because she likes me personally. And so I feel like I might have used my position to drag her out here, and that makes me a little depressed. I probably should think that this slight fever I have is due to nothing more than a cold. But she was the type of person who made it clear when she disliked something. She wouldn't say so directly, but she would use all kinds of indirect expressions that meant the same thing. So I want to believe that she's out here. She's out here because she might be even a little bit attracted to me. I shook my head as I frowned upon my selfish thoughts. She chuckled as though she knew what I was thinking. I felt myself starting to go red after that. You're a mysterious person, Jiro-san. I bet women don't leave you alone, huh? So, why are you hanging out with a weirdo like me? Oh, weirdo? No way, you're fascinating, Takano-san. Actually, I feel bad making you spend a day with someone like me. Of course. I've decided to devote my life to my work, but life is too dry with only that. I need to switch gears once in a while. Besides, communicating with the opposite sex is good for the brain. It's all good if I manage to help you clear your head. Don't you feel refreshed just being with me? She gives me an impish smile that makes my heart skip a beat. I tried hiding my embarrassment so she wouldn't notice even my ears going red. Of course. When I'm with you, I do feel refreshed, yeah. Besides, if you learn about avian photography, I'll gain a buddy to share my hobby with. So, next time I'll bring my old camera. It's really expensive to buy a new one, you know? Thank you. I'd love to learn about the avian photography that you're so intrigued by. I'm looking forward to joining you on a stroll next time you go. So I don't need to buy a camera, do I? No. Try with my old camera first. And if you enjoy it, then you can buy one for yourself. I'll send it to you when I get back to Tokyo. Thank you. Then I'll have you critique my photos with you when you come next time. Sure. I can hardly wait to see them. It'd be nothing compared to yours. It'd be my very first time doing it, you know? While she keeps her cool and smiles, all I can do is blush and scratch my head. Am I being conceited? I can't help but think that Takano-san likes being with me. If it's mere flattery, I don't think that she'd come along this far. Oh, no. Taking women's flattery seriously is the mistake I always make. I shouldn't assume that she's attracted to me. By the way, isn't this the first time we've been alone like this?
Yeah, you're right. Usually the director or some other research staff is around.
I don't know anything about you. I don't know exactly what you do in Tokyo or what you've done in the past. I wonder what you do in the self-defense force.
I was an instructor for a while, but I was injured and hurt my eye. I can live life normally, but they made a big deal out of it, and ever since all I do is desk work. Takano-san giggles, saying I must have done something silly to cause the injury. And when I helped PR with their magazine, I became fascinated by photography. Cameras have the power to make people happy. But you don't know what I'm talking about, but it's true. Since I started to take pictures, my life has been a lot happier.
How can a camera make someone happy?
Well, a camera takes a snapshot of a moment of life. Of course, you want to capture a moment that's filled with happiness, right? So you look for happiness through the viewfinder. And as you search, you realize your everyday life is actually filled with happiness. For example, a dandelion sprouting from the crack of the asphalt's just a weed in a busy life. But when you look at it through the viewfinder, it's a gift to let you know that spring's approaching. You capture it and push it into the album, and every time you open the album, you remember the happy feeling you had when you took the picture.
So you always feel that way when you take pictures?
Sure. I don't have any ambitions of taking artistic photos or capturing a dramatic prize-winning moment. That's not important to me. I want those moments we don't notice, and helping us recognize those little moments of happiness is the greatest thing about cameras to me. So I'm really glad to be able to see Hinamizawa through my viewfinder. I have a tendency to go overboard when I talk, but most of the time Takano-san playfully twists my words right back at me. So it's very unusual for her to listen to me like this. Takano-san sat down next to me and tried to fiddle with my camera. I don't know how much of an impression I made, but I think she's indeed interested in cameras. I was expecting her to tease me like usual, so I'm happy to see that this is her reaction. Do you want to try?
Do you think I can?
It's easy. First, you need to learn how to focus and press the shutter. Why don't you hold it? Oh, don't ever touch the lens, though.
This isn't easy.
Since you seem to have shown an interest in cameras, I wanted to take a walk around Hinamizawa and take some pictures of the scenery. But unfortunately, the rain doesn't seem to want to stop. But she was still having fun, and kept taking pictures inside the bus stop. So the first set of pictures she ever took were of odd things in that dark little building. Since then, every time we'd meet, we ended up walking around the village with our cameras in our hands.
They have a little hobby together. How sweet. Alrighty. Next up, we have page 3, number 2. Kyosuke Irie. Group physical exams are very meaningful for our research. Oh, I guess this might be Irie POV, actually.
Although it's only for certain age groups, we can examine many of the Hinamizawan residents at the same time. It's a perfect cover for our research center. Also, because of the several arrangements, we have a monopoly on the villagers' corpses and can perform autopsies on them too. There certainly was an environment this rich in opportunity for those in the medical field. Our follow-up on the work of the late Dr. Takano is going smoothly. The amount of data he compiled is absolutely astounding. He truly was an incredible researcher.
Excuse me, Director.
Oh, Takano-san. Thanks for your work.
We just received the rest of the test results from Tokyo. Here they are.
Thank you. It's getting interesting, isn't it?
I'm glad we can share this, Joy.
Takano-san is my assistant, who was sent from the self-defense force. But she's far from the image I have of an SDF officer. Just like our research is being concealed. Maybe her identity is concealed too. I'm sure her name is an alias as well. I'm just a doctor and a researcher. Without Takano-san's support, it would be impossible for me to manage this institution. She's a pipeline to her clients in Tokyo, my assistant, as well as a researcher who's an expert on Hinamizawa syndrome. Her existence is absolutely necessary here. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this should have been the Takano Institute, rather than the Irie Institute, and she should have been the director. But that was explained to me when they asked me to take this position. My client wanted a civilian to manage this place.
They searched for a person who met their requirements, and there I was. I became the director. I have a feeling that I'm just a puppet on their strings. But I won't just sit here and do nothing. I was asked to research a rare disease. I'm a researcher, so of course I'm excited about that. My client's goals might be different, but I'm here out of the desire to unravel the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome and be the first person to uncover a new mystery for mankind. We have all this data that suggests the existence of a parasite as the cause of the syndrome, yet we still can't find factual evidence of the culprit microbe itself.
That's true. I thought we'd find it easily if we used an electron microscope.
Viruses are too small to see with a regular microscope, so the invention of the electron microscope was a dramatic advancement in the world of medicine. However, it's very expensive, and there's no way for a normal doctor to acquire one. The late Dr. Takano said an electron microscope could find the cause of the disease, but it seems his theory has been proven wrong. Even Takano-san was hoping an electron microscope would find it. She was disappointed when she didn't uncover anything after all the autopsies she performed. Our research seems to be having its first snag. It has actually stalled our work for several weeks now. So we need to think about where to go from here. Which means they're either smaller than microscopic, or maybe there's something wrong with the specimen itself.
What do you mean?
For example, as you know, wild mice have tons of fleas on them. But you can't find fleas on dead mice. That's because when the mouse dies, their habitat dies as well.
So if the host dies, the parasite's world will end too.
That's right. Just like you won't find a living human in a post-apocalyptic world.
Therefore, we just have to look into the earth before it ends, right?
That's true. However, we need to think about human rights. It's hard to look into a brain while the patient's still alive. Examining a living human's brain, no matter how you sugar-coated it, that bore very grave meaning. From a medical standpoint, it's necessary, but we have rules and morals in this world, and we have to advance medicine within such boundaries. There was a time when I was studying lobotomies for the betterment of mankind. I don't think I was wrong. However, could I ever be forgiven under our ideas of ethics? I don't know. One day my judgment will be handed down by the devil. Whether I'm guilty or not, I have to accept it. As I reflected upon my past, I heard a voice. It was Takano-san's. It was very clear and simple, yet it struck me with surprise.
Understood. Let me prepare a world on the verge of death.
What? I'm startled. Sometimes the phrase advancing medicine bore the whisper of the devil, tempting us to accept sacrifices. I heard the devil whisper.
It's not that difficult. I just have to find a Hinamizawan resident who's about to die, that's all. Criminal-san with the $20 just dropping in to donate. Love your work. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
But even if they're about to die, who would be brave enough to provide their body for research while still alive?
Don't worry about that. If they're dying anyway, we're just going to put them to sleep a little sooner. On paper, of course.
The patient would be legally declared dead, even though they're still alive. And we'd perform an autopsy while they're still alive. That's impossible! Besides, if we perform neurological surgery, we have to do a circular incision on the cranial area. Their family will notice the marks for sure.
That's where we come in. I'll have the mountain dogs look for a patient in the local hospital that matches our needs immediately. All you have to do is wait with a knife and fork in your hands. I'll bring your meal right away.
Mio Takano-san is my partner. There's no question about that. But I just can't trust her. It's her extremities as a researcher which contrast largely with mine. But are we so different? I'm here simply waiting with a knife and fork in my hands just as she told me to. I just don't want to witness such a gruesome scene, that's all. What she's preparing for me now is exactly what I want. Who's the hypocrite? Not her. It's me. How can I say that I'm different, knowing what I've done in the past? I performed lobotomies without the patient's consent, despite it being surgery that might affect their life forever. How is that different from what she's doing? I've never doubted my past achievements. However, when I look at her, I start to feel unease. Takano-san is talking to Okanogi-san on the intercom in my office. I'm sure she's telling him to come over so she can explain to him what was just discussed. I'm simply watching without stopping her. I begin to reflect upon my past, to remember why I chose to become a doctor.
Honestly, like, yeah, moments like this are what, like, I've said before that, like, without the stupid fucking, like, made, like, lolly fucking jokes with Irie that they do that suck, like, he would be a really compelling and interesting character. And that right there is why I say that. Like, yes, he's absolutely extremely morally ambiguous. His actions are pretty reprehensible. But, like, I don't know, just like the bouncing back and forth between his professional ethics and like his want to better society by any means necessary, quote unquote, and like literally doing evil shit, but being like, well, I know that I'm going to hell for this, but I just need to know, like, he's a very, very interesting character in moments like that, and I wish there was more like that instead of the fucking made joke bullshit. Anyway. Yeah, like, when he's not like that, I actually really enjoy reading that stuff about Irie. Anyway, speaking of Irie, Irie's background. Kyosuke Irie's reminiscence is required, which we have now.
I've wanted to become a doctor ever since I was little. Doctors make a lot of money. People look up to doctors. I think those are the kind of reasons I had. So when I played with my friends, I always acted like a doctor. I cleaned their wounds and applied ice packs when my friends sprained their ankles, using what I learned from household medical books. Everyone, including me, believed that I'd be a doctor one day. My family was poor, so they praised me for that goal. They told me that I'd needed to study a lot to become a doctor, so they borrowed some pseudo-medical books from the local library for me. The rental fees weren't cheap, so I'd speed read one book in a day, and the next day my parents would go back to the store to exchange it for a different book, saying they accidentally borrowed a book they already borrowed before. By doing so, my parents borrowed 2 books for the price of one. Of course, now I know those books were rather useless, but they were highly motivational just the same. My neighbors called me Dr. Kyosuke-kun, and I was always picked for class health officer at school. Even my teachers helped me with the classes I needed to take to become a doctor. Of course, in reality, becoming a doctor isn't as easy as it might seem. I had to study diligently, and the path was most definitely rough. To become a doctor, one must attend college. Since my family was poor, I was told that I wasn't allowed to go to an expensive private school, so I had to be admitted to a national public university. My grades weren't bad, but the admission rate to national public universities is very marginal. Especially since I wanted to go to a medical school, my chances were even smaller. I studied like crazy. My only driving force was my childhood dream of becoming a doctor. The dream of becoming a doctor and to be looked up to by everyone kept me going, and I was admitted. I wasn't at the top of the list, but I made it in. I was finally at the starting point of making my childhood dream come true. My parents were thrilled. Neither my father nor mother went to college, so they were proud of their son getting into a public medical school. They invited our relatives over to celebrate. Although it was a public university, tuition wasn't cheap, but they still had an extravagant celebration anyway. My father didn't express his emotions much. He always kept a straight face. He rarely voiced his opinion or took initiative on anything. My mother took care of everything, and he showed up last and left without saying a word. He was the typical stern and silent Japanese father of the time. That's why I was surprised to see him shedding tears of joy, and I cried along with him. He went around to all of my relatives while repeatedly slapping my back, saying how proud and lucky he was to have a son like me. He bragged about my achievements to all who would hear them. The celebration became my farewell party as I was about to leave for Tokyo. My father yelled "Banzai" repeatedly at the station as the train pulled away. I was a little embarrassed, but when I could no longer see my father, I could clearly recall the tears pouring down. The days of hellish studying and exams began after that. Some days I was tempted to just give up and submit myself to the lavish lifestyle of the city. But the letters from my family always encouraged me and gave me the strength to go on. My dream, then, was to open up my own clinic in my hometown so I could contribute to the region. I never even dreamed of getting involved with brains. One day, I noticed a difference in a letter from my family. The letter said the usual things about how it was at home and asked how I was doing. But the postscript was what caught my attention. Your father has become really violent lately. Sometimes he turns the house upside down, and I don't know what to do. I just couldn't picture him acting viciously. I was extremely surprised. Did something happen? But in the postscript, my mother said that there was nothing that she could think of. My mother and father had been together for a long time. They'd been together since well before I was born. So she noticed things that I couldn't. She couldn't even think of a reason why my father had become so violent. What happened? They got along so well. They were such a lovely couple. When I caused a problem for my mother when I was little, my father only bonked my head with his knuckle. Why was he acting this way towards my mother? Maybe there was some kind of misunderstanding between them. I was going home for the new year. Maybe I could have a good talk with him then. But the situation was a lot more serious than I thought. On one cold winter day, I found my apartment door unlocked. I thought someone had broke in, but I found my mother in my apartment with her luggage. That's right. My mother could no longer take my father's fury, and came to stay with me. This was back when people still believed in the proverb, a woman has no place to settle down all her life. She couldn't go back to her own family because they lived in the same region as my father, so she came all the way to Tokyo. I heard about my father's violence from my mother's own lips. She cried, saying she had no idea why such a quiet man changed like that. She said she wasn't ever going back to him. I didn't know what to do. I asked her if she could talk to him one more time, but the bruises on her body told me that it was no use. To remember what happened afterwards is too much, so I'll be brief. After my mother left, my father thought that she was having an affair and went over to the neighbor's house with a wooden sword. He was arrested. He was released immediately, but he assumed someone in the neighborhood was hiding her, so he did the same thing repeatedly. He eventually reached the point of getting into fights with anyone he saw. In the end, he picked a fight with some young punks and ended up being beaten to death. My relatives gave my father a decent funeral, but my mother didn't attend. It's no use beating a dead horse. So, nobody said anything negative about my father, but everyone was simply puzzled as to why he changed so much. What I heard from my relatives about my father's final days was a lot stranger than what I heard from my mother. My mother only told me about his sudden rage and violence, but my relatives told me he also laughed and grew sad. Apparently, he displayed several sudden fluctuations of emotion, especially so in his last years. They also told me that he started to complain about headaches after an accident he had. My father was a construction worker. He'd hit his head hard on a construction board during an accident at work. He regained his consciousness quickly and seemed fine, but since the accident, he started to have headaches and behave abnormally. I sensed the connection between the accident and my father's changes, so I talked to my professor after I went back to Tokyo.
I can't say for certain, but it sounds like it's possible your father suffered from some kind of brain damage. There's a chance that blow to his head caused an organic mental disorder. The symptoms your father showed in his final years are similar to the delirium and mental fluctuations we've often seen in similar patients. Human behavior is created by the brain, and if the brain is damaged, it can cause erratic behavior. In other words, my father wasn't crazy. He was suffering from a disorder. If you can perform an autopsy on him, you should check his brain carefully. Maybe you'll find something like a tumor there.
My father had already been cremated, so there was no way of knowing. But hearing about his behavior, I knew for sure. That was the only way to explain why such a quiet and gentle man would change. I tried to explain all this to my relatives to regain my father's honor, but hardly anyone understood. If his brain was damaged, he would have been dead. But he was alive and well, so the accident didn't damage his brain. It wasn't his brain that caused him to change, it was his mind. They simply brushed it off like that. This is the perception most people have about the brain. They don't realize the mind and brain are connected. Most of the relatives didn't believe me. But there was one person who I really wanted to anyway. That was my mother. As she got older, she grew senile, and she exaggerated the abuse she had to endure. All she did was criticize my father, and every time she ended up crying, lamenting that she married him. They were a lovely couple. We were a great family. That's why I wanted to convey to her that she was misunderstanding the situation with my father. My father's behavior was caused by his brain damage. What he did to her was very sad, but he didn't want to be that way. I told her that he wasn't at fault. But my mother didn't understand. Before she took her last breaths, I begged her to forgive my father, but her final words were, "Please don't bury me next to that man." My father wasn't at fault. He was simply the victim of a brain disorder. You don't complain to a person who's coughing because he has a cold, because coughing is just a symptom, and he should be sympathized with. In my father's case, the symptoms weren't as obvious as a cough. They took the form of changes in personality, which are much harder to recognize. If I'd studied the brain more, I could have explained it better to my mother so that she could have understood him. Then they could have been a nice couple again in heaven. When I realized that, I cried. And I also realized that there are plenty of people like my father in this world who are suffering from a disorder, yet they're misunderstood and despised for it. And then I found out. I found out about a miraculous cure for such disorders, called a lobotomy.
God, what a fucking line. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh during this serious moment, but like, Jesus, idiot.
Ever since that day, I spent my days learning about the brain so I could help people who were suffering from mental illnesses. My father is gone, but if he was still alive, I could cure him myself, so he and my mother could reconcile. That's the main reason why I'm here.
Yeah, it's like... 2-hour understanding, obviously, that's a fucking ridiculous thing to say. It's like, what do you mean? I discovered a great solution, a lobotomy. But, like... yeah, if it was a popular practice at the time, you can understand why he, as an aspiring medical student who had gone through, like, a lot of trauma, would see any proposed solution to that kind of thing and be like, oh, well then I'm going to research this, because if I had only known more about this, then I would have been able to save my failing family. You know, like... jeez. Anyway, next up is... page 2. Number 4. Requesting assistance from a queen. The research needs to have hit its first snag. Instructions for the kidnapping operation of the minister's grandson are required. That very night, the head of the Furude family, the priest, gathered his wife and Rika together for a family meeting. In Hinamizawa, it was tradition for the three families to gather and discuss the village's issues. So it was hardly unusual for big families like the Sonozaki family and the Kimiyoshi family to have meetings beforehand to sort out opinions amongst themselves. However, the Furude family had lost its branch families, so there were only 3 of them left. By the way, I know we are at a little over 5 hours at the moment, so we are going to try to speed through along, but there was a certain one that I wanted to try to get to by a certain point. Like I said, this arc is long, so dividing it up is a little bit difficult, but, you know, appreciate you sticking it out. So until that day, they had never had a family meeting at all. What is it? You're being so formal. Is it about the dam construction? The dam was the most important issue in the village at the moment. The wife naturally assumed the priest wanted to talk about the dam. For him to gather all of them together like that, it must be a huge decision he had to make. Perhaps he was going to talk about joining the pro-evacuation camp.
No, it's not about the dam. But it's about something extremely important which concerns this village. And perhaps all the ancestors of the village, too.
The Furude family had served in the priesthood of Oyashiro-sama, the guardian deity of the village, for generations. So for him, the head of the family, to start out that way, it must be something extremely important. Yet he said it wasn't about the dam, so what could he want to talk about?
I married into this family, so I want you and Rika, who carry the true blood of the Furude family, to listen very carefully. You two aren't normal human beings.
I'm the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, right?
Rika,
Wait. Rika, you shouldn't say such things. Dear, let's talk about things like that without her. She's heard enough nonsense from the elderly people at the village hall already.
what she just said, about her being the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, that appears to be true.
What?
It's a rather long story. Please, just sit tight and listen to me.
The wife had a dumbfounded expression on her face, not knowing what he was going to say, but Rika was completely relaxed, wearing her usual carefree expression. The priest started to talk after his wife calmed down.
There's a disease in this village that's been here for many years. It's a special disease which only exists here in this area. Everyone who lives in this village has the disease. Not only the people who live here now, but all of the people who ever lived here before had the disease.
What? But we're all perfectly healthy. I've never heard of a disease exclusive to this village.
Calm down. As long as we're here in the village, the disease won't cause any problems. But once you move away from the village, that's when it starts to act out. Do you understand?
How can you expect me to understand such a thing? I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's the same as the curse of Oyashiro-sama.
Rika said it so calmly while her mother became frustrated.
That's right. They say that when you leave this village, you're cursed. It's just like that. In other words, the curse of Oyashiro-sama, with our ancestors, have feared for generations, is actually a disease that only exists in this village.
How could that be possible? We've left the village before. Other villagers, too. Some have gone on business trips and even traveled to foreign countries.
True. But that's probably because the disease has weakened over a long time. So it was going to disappear eventually. But the business with the dam disrupted that process. Everyone knew that during the dam war, the entire village was aflame with agitation. Such excitement and emotional instability makes the disease stronger.
I still don't know what you're trying to say. What we thought was a curse all this time was actually caused by the disease?
That's right. All the rules Oyashiro-sama came up with were to protect the villagers from the disease.
No way! Then Oyashiro-sama is actually a disease, not a god? How could that be? How can I explain that to the Furude family ancestors?
Calm down. The fate of Oyashiro-sama won't change. The fact that Oyashiro-sama's watching over Hinamizawa will remain the same. It just means the disease producing Oyashiro-sama's curse was in this village since long ago. That's all.
I won't accept that. How can I explain that to our ancestors? This is a desecration of the Furude family's age-old traditions. No, this is a desecration of Oyashiro-sama. Who told you such a thing? This isn't acceptable. In the first place, can you prove such a disease actually exists?
I can.
What kind of proof? Who gave it to you?
The people from the Ministry of Health and the National Institute of Infectious Disease Prevention. They've already found the pathogen, and they're searching for a cure right now. I saw the documents and the samples last week. The people at the Ministry of Health call it Hinamizawa syndrome.
No way.
As long as you lead a normal life, the syndrome is harmless. But once you go far from Hinamizawa, or if you become emotionally unstable, it's easy for the disease to manifest itself. When the disease acts out, you can be possessed by your own delusions, and in the worst case scenario, you can go mad. They discovered this disease during the war. A distinguished scholar noticed that only the soldiers from Hinamizawa came down with an abnormal disease, and he's been researching it for all these years. They explained some details of this research, but I'm sorry. They're too complicated for me to explain. If you don't believe what I'm saying, then why don't you go listen to them yourself? At first I was indignant too, wondering how they dared to blaspheme Oyashiro-sama and spout such nonsense. The Iria Clinic was built to study the syndrome. It appears to be a clinic on the outside, but it's actually a secret research center for studying the syndrome.
Secret research? That's ridiculous! If it's actually backed by the Ministry of Health, why aren't they doing it out in the open?
Well, I guess they can't. For example, think about leprosy victims who were misunderstood and exiled. They're still misunderstood and discriminated against even today, in fact. If the whole country finds out about this and thinks that everyone in Hinamizawa who's contracted this weird disease can go mad at any moment, it'll turn into chaos. The Ministry of Health has taken that into consideration and is working on developing a cure while keeping the disease a secret. Don't get me wrong, though. They aren't trying to put us on display or anything. They're trying to eliminate this disease and free this village from it. It was a different story long ago when we supported ourselves, but nowadays it's impossible not to leave the village. If a simple act of leaving the village can trigger the disease, you realize how dangerous it is for the villagers, right? I'm repeating myself now, but in the recent dam protests, the whole village entered a strong, excited state, which is very bad for the Hinamizawa syndrome.
If some villagers go crazy and do something horrible, it'll be all over the media.
That's right. If that happens, it'll be too late.
But how can I believe this? Are you sure that we're dealing with people from the government? Are you sure that you aren't being tricked?
I don't blame you for not being able to believe it. They said that we can come take a look at their facility any time. I've seen it before, and I know that no mere fraud could have set up something like that. Even the big hospitals in Gogura don't have such large-scale equipment. If you can't believe what I just told you, you should go to the research center yourself and ask questions. They can explain it better than I can. They said that if their explanation isn't good enough, they can explain it to you at the National Research Institute in Tokyo, or even at the Ministry of Health's main office.
Whether I believe it or not, how are we related to them?
It's said that the Furude family inherited the blood of Oyashiro-sama. And it's also said that if a girl was born for 8 continuous generations, that 8th generation girl would be the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama.
Meep.
That's right. I'm the 7th.
Oh wait, that's right. I'm the 7th. And Rika is the 8th generation. But what does that have to do with the disease?
This is Hinamizawa syndrome. This Hinamizawa syndrome is caused by a type of parasite, although they're very tiny. You can't even see them with the naked eye. They say that there's a sort of leader among these parasites.
Are you saying that's the Furude family?
It appears that the leader of these parasites is passed down through the generations only by people with a direct bloodline to the Furude family. In other words, in the previous generation it was you, and now it's Rika.
Meep.
That's ridiculous! That's absolutely ridiculous! Why would it be something as disgusting as parasites in the first place?
Calm down. I'm not good at explaining things. Please have the experts explain it to you. According to them, studying this parasite leader is necessary in order to research the disease.
No! I won't have anything to do with such suspicious research, and Rika won't either!
I'm telling you to calm down. They think that Hinamizawa syndrome acts out when separated from the parasite leader, not the village itself. When you were little, do you remember villagers telling you that you had psychic powers? You were able to cure elderly people who got migraines after taking a long trip. That's the proof that you were carrying the parasite leader. The Furude bloodline has the power to cure people with the disease. To discover a cure, it's extremely important that we participate in their research.
If they could study me, will the villagers be saved?
That's what they say.
And all the villagers are infected. Me? Everyone else? Satoko too?
Yes. Not only the people who live in the village, but their relatives in Okinomiya, too. We're talking thousands of people. That's why the Ministry of Health spends so much money to build a specialized research center.
I object! How can you let Rika be a sacrifice for something that suspicious?
I don't mind. If Satoko can be saved, I don't mind being a sacrifice. I really don't.
You be quiet, Rika. I absolutely refuse. I'll go talk to them and refuse them directly. I won't let them kill Rika in some crazy experiment. Besides, Rika's the only one and only heir of the Furude family. What if something happens to her? The Furude family will die right there. Don't you see that? You need to think more about our family. That's why the villagers call you an opportunist. After all, don't you think it's odd? The Ministry of Construction is trying to submerge the village, and the Ministry of Health is trying to cure a disease. What in the world is going on?
The Ministry of Health has warned that this disease could be triggered by a change in environment, so they're all actually trying to have the Ministry of Construction stop the damn construction plan. You really should go to the research center. Why would they build such a huge facility in a location that could be submerged?
Rika let out a big yawn. It was long past bedtime for a little girl like her.
I'm going to bed now. Dad, please let them know that I'm willing to participate, okay?
Rika!
You can't make such a decision without consulting me. Rika! Wait, Rika!
Well, well, well. Well, next is page 2-2 at a quarry in Yagochi. The Queen Carrier must be willing to participate. She is. So let's get to it. When researching the Hinamizawa syndrome, there is something very important that needs to be discussed first. If something happens to the Queen Carrier, the village will collapse. In his article, my grandfather called it the most dangerous situation. According to my grandfather, if the Queen Carrier dies, all the infected persons will go terminal within 48 hours. Not true, but go on. This may sound unbelievable at first, but research on the collapse of past local religions and group suicides around the world should indicate that there is some truth to it. Among all the mysterious incidents around the world, there are some that were caused by parasites controlling entire communities, very similar to Hinamizawa syndrome. Grandfather picked a few cases that are very similar to the syndrome and investigated them. As a result, he confirmed multiple cases of entire communities losing their minds after the death of a religious leader or founder, and finally annihilating themselves. He stated that on average it happened within 48 hours. It's clear that infected people are infected by the Queen Carrier, and the condition of the Queen Carrier is in fact affecting the entire village. Our statistics already proved that on weeks Rika felt sick and visited the clinic, we saw an exceptionally high number of visitors. Rika being sick with a simple cold had a massive impact. If something particularly bad happened to her, we'd be facing a serious situation within 48 hours. That's why the Irie Institute has to protect Rika Furude, the Queen Carrier. It's the most important mission of the Hinamizawa Syndrome Research Project. And that, since some of y'all were giving guff to Rika for being like, why didn't you ever suspect Takano was the one killing you, bro? Are you stupid? Well, Rika knows their research aims and knows that this is what they think, and this is the information that she's working with. So yeah, if she thinks that Takano's goal is to eliminate Hinamizawa syndrome and, like, you know, that being the sort of, like, end goal of the research, she would have no reason to believe that they would kill her because it is literally the worst thing that they could do. It's just that she doesn't know there is more going on. Whoops. 1 second. Okay. She's already agreed to help us in our research, but we have to be very careful not to put her in any danger. Also, we have to protect her from anyone who would try to harm her. Her life is equal to the lives of 2,000 villagers. But what if something happens to her by accident? The Irie Institute must prepare for that situation. That's why I worked on the draft of an emergency manual when the Irie Institute was first established. It's a precaution in case the Queen Carrier dies, or if infected people show acute symptoms due to the death of the Queen Carrier. This is an emergency procedure, which must be followed within 48 hours of the mass occurrence of the acute symptoms. The final measure is to prevent the damage from spreading to nearby areas. The plan uses gas, making it look like a natural disaster. My client, the Alphabet Project, took the responsibility of working out the details of the plan. They're used to dealing with things like nuclear and biological weapons, so they ended up being such a big help. There's no way I could come up with a plan of my own to execute 2,000 villagers. Through a dummy company, the ground SDF has secured a closed quarry in the Ryagochi region, upstream of Hinamizawa. It's to be the secret storage base for the equipment we use in that operation. Equipment that sprays deadly gas that kills people as if they were falling asleep is stored here. In the case of an emergency, a special unit of the ground SDF is to use this equipment to destroy the village. However, preparing for the execution of the villagers itself is politically dangerous. So if I'm going to insist on them getting the equipment ready, I have to make them understand how dangerous Hinamizawa syndrome is, and also how urgent the need is to have a contingency plan. I have to prove the need for the plan by showing them enough data. So the files my grandfather kept intact come quite in handy. When the clients read my grandfather's articles about the syndrome, they were surprised to see how catastrophic things could be in the worst-case scenario.
In other words, if something happens to this girl, the Queen Carrier, all 2,000 of the villagers will become deranged. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. There have been several cases similar to Hinamizawa syndrome, where group suicides took place. In the case of the syndrome, we can easily expect extreme defensive behavior, which results from deep paranoia. The result may affect all 2,000 plus carriers. From there on, we may face abnormal situations involving lawless violence and bizarre religious despondence. We must be ready to face such a situation by having a contingency plan, otherwise we'll draw attention from the rest of the world. We would have to remember that we only have 48 hours to respond once it happens.
Are you saying that if it happens, there's nothing anyone can do? Can't you treat anyone within 48 hours? That'll be impossible. We don't even have a cure, and the research center isn't capable of taking in all the villagers. How frightening to realize that such a disease actually exists. The world's full of mysteries.
Constant vigilance against worst-case scenarios supports our national defense, and is one of the ideas behind the Alphabet Project. Besides, our goal is not to use the plan, but it's vital to be prepared.
Indeed. Precisely as you say. I'd still like to have a look into strengthening the rules of approval authority behind applying the plan, but I understand the necessity to prepare our response for the worst-case scenario. Let's have the Urban Suppression Research Team run a simulation of the Hinamizawa suppression operation in the region. I think we should get it going as soon as possible. It's possible that the Queen Carrier girl may be hit by a car and be killed at any moment. Thank you, Major Takano. We have further questions, so you can sit down.
Evie Curry, this is based on so much conjecture, too. They're assuming the person who fired the shot was Hinamizawa and suffering from the syndrome. They're assuming so much. Yep. Because it is politically expedient for certain people and certain goals. And, they're just willing to dangle the possibility of exterminating over 2,000 people, for those reasons. Hey, sucks. Thanks to a push from one of my backers, things were decided without too much of a problem. It took me almost all day to explain it to them, but it only took a short time to come to a decision. Nobody criticized, ridiculed, or tried to reject my grandfather's articles out of hand. In the files they're all reading today are the very same shameful articles those haughty authorities left their footprints on as they trampled them in my grandfather's heart. But they aren't ridiculing the articles. They're reading what was once rejected. It's nothing big at a glance, but in this moment my grandfather's research is being recognized for the first time. My heart is filled with satisfaction to see people discussing amongst each other, while pointing to my grandfather's files and raising them as proof. I've worked so hard for this day. Grandpa in heaven, can you see this? GOG. Well, next we have page 4, number 3. Depression of a Shinto priest. Rika and Satoko's shopping trip is required, and the Shinto priest contacting the Irie institution is required. We have both of those now, so let's do it. The gathering place inside of the Furude Shrine is in fact the headquarters of the Onigafuji Guardians. Normally, a shrine should be a calm and quiet place, but there are anti-dam signs everywhere, making it very obvious what this location has become. There are over 30 members of the Guardians here, at the moment, and they are having a heated conversation about their plans for the future. Although this meeting place is on the Furude family's property, it's a community facility, so it closes at 9 p.m. Of course, sometimes a discussion gets so heated that it goes on past closing time, but meetings are supposed to end by 9. If a discussion ends early, they usually chit-chat until that time. That's what usually happens. Of course, they mostly talk about the dam even when they chit-chat. They talk about someone's mistreatment at the government office, or someone getting arrested unjustly, or complain that people at the dam construction site are too violent. Since it's idle chatter, the topics are slightly emotional, and because of that, there was a good deal of bad-mouthing the Hojos.
Then she threw the circulation notes away. Can you believe that? That woman is crazy. Just the other day, she got into a huge argument with Makino-san's grandmother at the trash pickup. You know, the husband's rude too. He's so irrational. Yeah, did you see him at the explanatory meeting? That was bad, huh?
I can't believe they're still here. I wish they'd just leave. He said something about money. He has absolutely no shame.
No. If you talk about being irrational, his wife is the same or even worse.
It must be hereditary. I see their daughter shopping quite often, so I used to say hello to her, but she never replied. Can you believe that? So I got tired of it, and I don't say anything to her anymore.
Hey, their son always looks so depressed, doesn't he?
By now, the Hojo family has become the enemy of the whole village. Bad-mouthing the Hojo family was the greatest shared topic that anyone could easily contribute to. If he had known how powerful the three families were, especially the Sonozaki family, and if he had known Oryo-san's character, he wouldn't have said the things he did. The Hojo couple are residents here. Though they were never very enthusiastic about the council activities, they should have known what kind of person Oryo-san is. He could have imagined just what would have happened to him if he had talked to her that way. 1 second. Checking something real quick. There we go. Yet he let his anger take over and voiced his unpleasant feelings. So most people think the Hojo family brought their isolation upon themselves. If they wanted to negotiate with the government regarding the move, they should have done so privately. Yet he was foolish enough to express himself at a public gathering like that. So not too many sympathized with the Hojo family. Ever since the big fight at the explanatory meeting, the Sonozaki family has been looked at the Hojo family as their enemy and started to go after them. That caused the other pro-dam families to go quiet, fearing they'd be made into scapegoats too, and those who wanted to leave were bitterly forced to give up. Even those people started criticizing the Hojo couple, saying they could have gotten their compensation to leave if the two hadn't picked that reckless fight. Both the anti-dam and pro-dam people hate the Hojos now, and the family has become even more isolated. Moreover, the Hojos are both very aggressive. They should have stayed quiet at least until things settled down, but they didn't. That alienated the handful of people who took pity on them as well, so now nobody even says anything to them. All of that was immediately obvious by listening to this foul talk here and there at the gathering place. Rika always helps out by putting the teacups away. Oh.
So I'm sure that they hear what they say as well.
It's her dad.
One of the Hojo family members they're bad-mouthing is Rika's friend, Satsuko-chan. It hurts to think about what Rika feels when hearing that. As priest of the Furude Shrine, should I let this continue? Oyashiro-sama's a god who makes peace between enemies. When the humans and demons fought, Oyashiro-sama descended from heaven and mediated between both sides. As the caretaker of this shrine, I must do something before it goes too far. I'm sitting next to Oryo-san, who's spitefully disparaging the Hojo family.
So that ass was talking shit to me. Who the hell cares? He'll be cursed by Oyashiro-sama, that's for sure.
The elderly people cheer her on as they listen to her speak. If I barge in now, I have a feeling it won't be a peaceful conversation. But I have to make up my mind. As the priest of the Furude Shrine, also for the sake of Rika's friend, Satoko-chan. Oryo-san, don't you think you've said enough by now?
What the hell are you trying to tell me?
Well, I'm sure Hojo-san really didn't mean what she said. Isn't it a bit much for this kind of treatment to go on for so long?
Shut up! You heard what he said, didn't you? Weren't you pissed? He pissed me off! Shit!
Oryo-san is the head of the Sonozaki family, the heir to the demons. She never forgives anyone who stands against her, so there's no way she would even listen to what I'm trying to say. Oryo-san and the others became furious and refused to listen to me. I also mentioned that the dam construction plan will be cancelled soon, so they should calm down already. I said that because the staff at the Iria Clinic told me that the government is putting some kind of pressure on the Ministry of Construction. But thinking that I'm being an opportunist, soon criticism of me began to circulate the room. After that, I realized that I'd become branded as a fence-sitter. If the demons are willing to listen, then there's a chance to make peace. But how can I make peace with people who refuse to listen? I destroyed their mood, so I just have to give up and shut my mouth. Then I felt a little hand on my back.
Rika. Oh. Rika is here. No, it's him saying.
Rika, it's getting late. Why don't you go home?
No matter how hard we try, we can't reach them.
Rika looked into the distance while she spoke.
The evil of this corrupted village is probably beyond the means of those of us living in that muck. But I won't lose hope. Surely, someone who will destroy this stagnation will arrive. Very soon.
I know. Her eyes shone as if seeing a future that only the maiden of the Furude Shrine could see.
I wonder who she could be talking about there. All right. I think we'll probably just do like one more and then call it there. Let's see. This is page 2. Number 5. A murder with a dismembered body. Repetitive apologies are required. Early summer, 1979 AD. Hey, this is the start of the curse. Remember? Felt like that was a fitting place to leave off this stream. So let's do that.
Shit! Damn it! Shit! Manager, come on, say something! Manager! You idiot. He's dead already.
A loud noise snapped everyone out of it. Someone dropped the shovel he was holding. The shovel was smeared with reddish-black blood. No, not just the shovel. All 6 construction workers' clothes were blood-soaked, too. One of them cried out to the silent dead body of the manager, which was drenched in blood.
Manager! Shut up! He's already dead! It was self-defense! Right? Self-defense!
The fight had started after the manager yelled at them for drinking beer inside the office. There were no drinking and no smoking signs everywhere. The manager harshly scolded anyone who broke that rule, so it was the 6 workers' fault for disobeying. But they drank because they were stressed out by the anti-dam protesters. That's why they said things to provoke the manager. They told him to step out, and the others went along. The construction workers toiled hard and long hours. That's why they were instigated to fight with the manager to release their stress. They had expected to just curse at each other or to end up in a wrestling match, but things escalated. Or, to put it more accurately, the manager exploded all of a sudden. The manager had to deal with the residents' protests as well, so he was under just as much pressure, or maybe even more. But how he had changed was not normal. The manager was calm at first, but he gradually became more aggressive, and it was like he was transformed into someone completely different. No, it was like he was possessed by something evil. The men who instigated the fight sobered up when they saw his behavior. Then, the manager picked up a shovel that was nearby and tried to smash his opponent's head in with it. He managed to avoid the hit, but if he didn't, his head would have surely been split open. The manager kept pounding on him with the shovel, even as he frantically tried to avoid the hits. By this time, the workers had realized this was beyond a simple fight, so they tried to hold the manager down, but the manager turned on them with the shovel too. One of the men tried to protect himself by crossing his arms above his head, but there was no way that could have blocked the shovel swung with such force. Blood spurted out, and the man groaned in pain. By this time, the 6 men had realized the manager was not his usual self. This manager would try to bash in their brains without hesitation. Since their opponent was using a shovel as a weapon, they had to find some kind of weapon too. One of them grabbed a huge hammer. Then the others realized they needed to find something as well. To restrain the manager in that condition, it was better to arm themselves.
Who was it supposed to be this way?
It didn't take that long for the madness to infect the 6 workers. It was only a matter of time before they went from restraining him to lynching him. By the time they realized what had happened, the manager was already a lump of meat. His face was swollen, shreds of skin had been torn off, and his muscles and skull were visible too. Obviously, he was quite dead.
Fuck! He almost killed us, remember? If he hadn't attacked us, we wouldn't have fought him! Right?
The leader of the six, the one who instigated the fight, tried to bring the rest to his side, but nobody replied. And so, the leader became frustrated. He was the one who started the fight. The rest simply joined in. He was the main perpetrator. Maybe that was why he was feeling so exasperated. He sensed that he was the one at fault.
Don't just stand there like a limp noodle! It's too late! We killed him and there's nothing we can do about it! We're all murderers now! Buck up! You ain't thinking about turning yourself in and doing time, are you? Fuck you! I can't go to the slammer at my age! We're hiding it! We're hiding this corpse and pretending nothing happened!
Some of them knew he was on probation for an assault incident once before, so if he got into trouble with the law again, the punishment would be more severe than they could imagine. That was why he was trying desperately to find a way out. If he was alone with the manager's body, then he wouldn't have behaved this way. All he would have to do is hide the manager's body and pretend nothing happened. But there was 6 of them, including him. They were partners in crime and witnesses, too. If even one of them turned himself in out of guilt, he'd be in big trouble.
But even if we hide the body, they'll find out sooner or later. Instead, we should just plead justifiable self-defense and they might end up pardoning us. Don't be stupid! Look what we've done! Look at his face! Who would think that this is the result of self-defense? His parents wouldn't even be able to identify him in this condition, you idiot! But even if we hide it, everyone's gonna find out tomorrow morning when the manager doesn't show. It's hopeless! What's hopeless is your damn brain, you shithead!
He slapped the other man in the face. The leader had such an evil look in his eyes.
Listen well, dipshits. We're all murderers, okay? Keep griping now when we'll all get slammed with 5 or 6 years. Just one of you here try and blab. We'll all be locked up. Don't underestimate the pen. If you're prepared to be caught anyway, then run like your life depends on it. You can resign yourself to it later when it's time to pay the piper.
His visage turned more and more demonic. It was the same expression the manager had just a few minutes before. Was he possessed by the same thing that possessed the manager? The 5 men started to think that way. Now that they considered it, all the villagers in the anti-dam protests had the same expressions on their faces, too. The real name of Hinamizawa was Onigafuchi Village. People said that wicked demons lived there, and sometimes they possessed people. The men couldn't help but to recall that exaggerated story often told by the demonstrators. The manager swung the shovel after his expression changed to that demonic one. There was no guarantee that this man wouldn't do the same. In fact, he was still squeezing the hammer in his hand, glaring at everyone and threatening them. If someone suggested surrendering, he'd probably smash their head in with it.
I know. To make sure nobody betrays the rest, I have an idea.
Kero, thank you for renewing your channel membership for 9 months.
It'll make it easier to hide the body, too. What is it? We're gonna cut up the body into 6 pieces. What?
They all wanted to object to the idea. Killing him was a serious crime itself. Dismembering the body would be too much. But if anyone objected, he'd be killed on the spot. So no one said anything.
We'll all cut him up together. Remember what the manager used to say? Teamwork! We're all in this together. We'll each take a body part and hide it responsibly. What do you think, huh? This way we're all equally guilty, right? I won't let anyone give themselves up.
The 5 men were all taken in by his ghastly face, and they could even feel the fear of the Onigafuchi demons creeping up their back. Well. That's great. Let me, real quick, take a note of which one we left off on, so that I can remember that for next time. Which is going to be very funny, given the name of this one. I'm just going to have a sticky note on my desk that says, "A murder with a dismembered body." Hopefully, nobody questions that. Done. Note taken. I'll just put that over here, I guess. Alrighty. Well, that is gonna do it for tonight. But stick around for discussion and fan art. Get that thinker on the screen. Thank you once again to Indigo for this. Very, very good one to have. Cheesecake. Thank you for renewing your channel membership for 9 months also. I appreciate it. Okie dokie. Alrighty. Well, you guys get to saying your pieces, giving your theorizings and stuff if you want to, even though we're answering a lot of stuff right now. And I will read all of that once I get the fan art done being pulled up. Also, what a good track, by the way, right? I love the connecting fragments music track. If latest could actually show latest, that'd be great. Okay. There we go. Tumblr tag system, search system is definitely not broken. No, no, sir. Nuh-uh. Okay, got those. Let's go to the Discord server now. Oh, interesting. I'll have to pause that one. Nope. That will come later. Don't worry about it. Okay. This, got this, got this, got this, got this, got this. Got this. And this. And this. Okay. I think that should be everything, fan art wise. So, now that I have all of that pulled up, allow me to start reading some of what you guys are saying. Evie Curry, I have never seen Chapter 8. I am so fucking in disbelief. Oh yeah. It's a lot, ain't it? It's a lot, ain't it? Jetty Real, suddenly the manager exploded. Oh, so it wasn't a murder after all. Also, man, your performances have always been great, but this was something else. Thank you. I appreciate it. Matsuri Bayashi has a lot of iconic moments, so I really had to stretch myself this week, and I'm gonna continue having to do that. But I wanna sell the impact of these moments because this arc is fucking crazy. I need people to feel the same, like, oh shit kind of like weight that I felt slammed by every other second while reading this for the first time. So if I can convey that, then I'm doing my job. Grifter's Bones. Cool, I was onto something with Takano and her religious talk. That whole opening part recontextualizes a whole lot, and I'm trying to put my thoughts together on it all. This has definitely made me look at Takano in a new light. The fact that she still believes in God, even before encountering Hanyu, is very interesting. Yeah, it's, like, not only believes in God, but believes in God as, like, a malevolent force. Like, something that purposefully toys with people's lives. And that, like, almost like you have to wrestle with your, like, with your circumstances and, like, achieve some kind of good life by challenging God when he fucks with you. Like, I like, there's a more eloquent way to put it than that, I suppose, but it's still just, like, yeah, it is very informative as to her mindset. I was very much looking forward to, like, getting to all of this, specifically because, not because, obviously, like, it's like Ryukishi said in his thing about Hinamizawa syndrome, where it's like, well, the circumstances explain, you know, the person's actions. It doesn't necessarily mean that the person's actions are forgivable. It just means that you have additional context, and you can also say that, like, the blame doesn't lie solely with the individual. It also lies with the society that surrounds them and the things that lead to these things, like, happening and being done. And after everything that happened with Takano last time, I was very much looking forward to getting to this, specifically because I find Takano's backstory and, like, all of the setup with her to be so legitimately intriguing. And we're not even done with it yet. Like, we still have more of Takano to learn about. Because obviously, you know, she's, from our timeline here, she's only just sort of started working here, and, like, yes, there's already some, like, fucky shit going on with the lobotomies and stuff, but, like, we still need to learn more about exactly what gets under her skin. But it's, yeah, man. Takano is such a fascinating fucking character. She's such a fascinating character. I really like all of the setup that Ryukishi does with her, because it makes you go from, like, being, like, 100% fuck this person, I hate her, I hope she dies, and then, like, obviously she's still terrible, but then you read the beginning of this arc and it's like, it's hard not to feel some sympathy for her, at least from when she was a child. And to be like, fuck, that, like, that is so unbelievably brutal. I'm not surprised that somebody would be really fucked up from that. And, like, internalize some really harmful and awful ideas in that sort of domino chain of associations. I mean, man. Yeah. It's something. Gona. Obviously, there's parallels between Takano and Rika with the defiance of fate, and Takano and Satoko parallels with the abuse they went through. But the funniest parallels are the ones with Takano and Keiichi, with both of them walking in the rain after something awful happened and getting approached by a car. Takano driving, Keiichi with Tomitake's body in the back keeps getting better. You know, I didn't even think about that one, actually. That's kind of an interesting... Yeah, that's kind of an interesting point. I wonder if there was something about pulling up on Keiichi walking in the middle of the road like that kind of reminded her of herself in a way, and that's maybe why into Tarigoroshi she decided to kind of to give him a little bit of a, you know, throw him a bone, kind of be like, well, I mean, you know, this kid's fucked either way, but I guess I'll do this solid for him because, yeah, I don't know, that's an interesting thing to think about, actually. I hadn't thought about that before. Let me take a sip of water. Okay. Arabaki Gaming. I think lobotomies are a surgical procedure. Perhaps. What, you mean it's not a miracle cure? Atropos, what you were saying about Irie is something I've said a lot. It drives me crazy that he's so close to being a really good character, but then the maid shit's there. Like, imagine if Irie was a good person who just cared about Satsuko and wanted the best for her. Imagine the betrayal you'd feel if you thought he was trying his best, and then you learn that the rot goes to his core. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yes. I mean... Irie Kyosuke, your character. If it just weren't for that, if it weren't for that. Man. Like, I try to think about the interesting parts of Irie more than I think about that. But he makes it difficult! He makes it very difficult! Microsoft Defender Summary, shut up. I'm talking about Irie. There's no defending my computer from Irie. Once he's on it, it's already over. It was worse than any other virus I could have gotten. But no, seriously. I don't know. Imagine Ryukishi thinking he's not interesting enough when he has all that shit going on. I know! What do you mean he's not interesting enough? That would have been fine! I guess it, like, I don't know. I think maybe, too, he's just like, well, before we have all these reveals about him, he's boring, so I gotta give him a bit. But it's like, okay, well, give him a different bit. Give him a better bit. It's fine if you want to give him a comedy bit, but give him one that's not that. For God's sake. I don't even care if, like, what the bit is. It could be that he really likes cheese. It could be that he's really into MILFs. Like, make it different. Make it that he's really into cheese and MILFs. Anyway. Grifters. Actually, you're not even nearly done with your thing yet, so I'll wait for that, actually. Hibaki Gaming, I really think you could be like, hey, Kate, you could really, I really think you could be like, hey, Keiichi, how far would you go to save the ones you love? So you see the strain I have when I have all this power, and yet, like, the stuff about his backstory is very barely hinted at in Tatarigoroshi and the other answer arcs. Yeah, I agree. I also agree with that, yeah. You've used this music in videos before, right? I don't think I've used this track in a video before, actually. Maybe a similar sounding track, but I don't think I've used this one in particular. Even though I do really like it. Hot take, minors should not be sexualized for the means of comedy. True. Correct. Or at all. Yeah, also correct. Irie with the clumsy doctor bit. Imagine like Irie doing the eto bleh, like, oh no, oh geez, I've dropped my thermometer, oh no, oh it's flying down the hallway, I'm gonna have to get on my hands and knees like a little clumsy silly guy to go get it. And everybody's like, what the fuck, why is he moe? Actually, I think that would be way funnier. be like, why is this middle-aged man acting cute? Gona. Rika's dad is not as awful as I thought. He was actually trying to do the right thing with the Hojos. I wonder if Rika's parents were killed because her mom refused to help with ADA's research. I mean, you do have to remember, he did hit Rika quite a bit, as we recall, but, you know, corporal punishment standards of the past. That's something. So yeah, I mean, like, in some ways he's not a bad guy, but in other ways it's still pretty shitty. So, I don't know. EDA is ironically the only one not to be a victim of child abuse. Yeah, I mean, I guess the potential was there if he had stayed at home later, but no. It's annoying how long it takes for an otherwise incredible author to realize that. Yeah. You know, is what it is, I suppose. Not to say that any, like, those things are, you know, things that I treat lightly, that I'm like, you know, oh, well, yeah, poor Ryuki, just leave him alone. Like, you know, yeah, that shit sucks. Like, I'm definitely not going to contest that. That being said, it is still also, like, very impressive to me disregarding that, or not disregarding that, but, like, getting away from that, that, like, Higurashi is as good as it is with the problems it has for being Ryukishi's first work of any actual note. Like, this is, like, basically the first thing he ever wrote professionally. That's fucking insane. Like, not that Higurashi is flawless. It is certainly very flawed in many ways. But the fact that he was able to make something this fucking impressive with that little experience at the time is just like, mind explode. Jeez. Tripping and injecting random people with the virus. Okay, Grifters is done, so I'll scroll back up for that one real quick. Okay. I have some thoughts put together. I think it's interesting how her ideology has not evolved at all, same as it was in childhood, which I can't help but think is caused by whatever happened in that last scene at the orphanage. Like, it's fun to look at her and see how she hasn't grown as a person. Deep down, she still acts and feels like a child, most definitely because of that horrific, childhood experience. It makes so much sense in how her brain works, but I can't just say, oh, that's so sad, because at her age, it really is up to her. Like, at that point, she's so far down this rabbit hole that she dug that she can't even think about changing. Like, girl, you are 30, question mark. Oh, she's older than that. That changes on you. The self is ever-changing and eternal, and yet you are a tar pit. No, it's very interesting. It is very interesting. Like, I don't know. I think there's also kind of an interesting parallel to be made there, too, with, like, Rika going through immense trauma as a child and being forced to sort of rapidly mature emotionally and, like, mentally, to the point where, like, she acts like, you know, a sort of, like, extremely tired old woman at some times, down to even having a drinking problem. And, like, Takano is, like, you know, not to say poor Takano, because, yeah, again, the shit she's doing is evil, but, like, yeah, it almost kind of skews in the opposite direction. She has regressed into a sort of like comforting belief or ideal, like this idea that I will carry on grandpa's research and I will do all of this for grandpa and we'll be together forever and all that. Like, she hasn't grown outside of herself in like all of this time because she is just receding into that traumatic response. I think that's a very interesting contrast to have between your main antagonist and your real main character. Sorry, Keiichi, but I do love Keiichi, but let's just be honest. Let's see. Does Hinamizawa bus stop count? I mean, yeah, I suppose so. Bus stop is all, like, it's pretty good. It's a little like wonky in some places, but it's pretty good. Ryukishi is very good at writing believable characters with depth and realistic flaws. No, yeah, absolutely. Like, that's exactly why, like, you know, that's what I was kind of saying about Takano earlier. I love how in-depth he goes. I really do. Whoa, Ryan, with the $50. Holy shit, thank you. Thanks for the wonderful voice work and your insightful commentary on the story, as always. Hope this softens the blow to the Umivods a smidgen. Also, Irie being more clumsy and then learning he's a brain surgeon would be kind of more terrifying. You make a good point. Moe clumsy, rather. But thank you. Seriously, I do really appreciate it. The Umineko VOD situation is definitely a blow to sort of like residual monetization from people like going back through the playlists, because people do go back through them fairly, like, I wouldn't say like super often, but like I see new people coming in every now and then, so like I'm sure that it's probably given me a few extra cents every month, so it's yeah, anything helps, anything truly helps. I really appreciate it, thank you. Knowing Audio didn't kidnap the kids makes her so funny. Like, she legitimately believed those unknown dangerous people who kidnapped a minister's grandchild would listen to her, and they did. No, yeah, she literally was just sitting around like, boy, I sure hope that child gets home safe soon. It'd be good if that could happen. Not knowing who in the room was responsible for it, if anyone. And then just, like, believing, like, well, this'll probably go somewhere, and then it did. Man. I only finished watching the end of last arc the previous night because I wanted the victory over Teppei to last longer. Fair enough. I need Teppei to lose as hard as humanly possible, as often as humanly possible. We don't ever have to see that bum again. He's gone. He's never coming back. Well, actually, I can't remember if any of the fragment flashbacks have him. Maybe they do. But he's not coming back in present day. It's not happening. Let's see. Grifter's Bones. That last scene at the orphanage, though, fucked me up probably more than anything else in here has. How did it beat the maggots? I hate maggots. Really good, especially how vague it is. It's so well done, but God, that actually made me feel sick, which does not happen a lot. I have a pretty high tolerance. That was excellently done. What the hell? No, yeah, absolutely agreed. Like, obviously, like, when you get into really graphic descriptions of things, which Higurashi has at points, that's going to be like its own sort of flavor of terrifying, because you're hearing all of these horrific things sort of be like dove into, and like the minutia being brought up and all that. But there's something uniquely terrifying about a story that is willing to go that far, that is willing to show all of those really nasty, like, disturbing things and talk about them in detail, and then to reach a point at the end of it all where they have a scene where they just don't tell you what's going on. They make it explicitly vague, like, almost like Takano is actively repressing it as it's happening. And having no clear explanation, like, you know, like Headless is saying, it makes it that much more scary because you've already seen what the series is willing to tell you about, like, terrible things happening. You've already seen what it's willing to describe to you in visceral detail. Now, take a step back and imagine, what is it not willing to tell you? The thought of that alone is infinitely more terrifying than if it had just gotten even more excessive than the series had already gotten at this point. Just the implication that, oh, that's a step too far. Ugh. Anywho. Sure, if there's anything else I missed. I don't think so. Well, I feel like we got through stuff pretty quick, but we have been going for a while, so that's fair. Might as well just go ahead and wrap it up. I'm sorry if I'm wrapping up discussion kind of quickly. We'll maybe try to have a slightly longer one next time, but given the length of the stream at this point, I think it's probably best to just go ahead and get to the yards, if that's okay. But yeah, appreciate it. Let me sleep. I'm sorry, Atropos, I'm sorry. I thought that we would get to a different point, but I think the guide that I was using for my timings too was also like, they probably went in a different fragment order than the guide that I'm using for that, so I'm just gonna have to gauge by time instead of, you know, specific lines probably. Oh well. Anywho, let's get up the fan art layer now. Alright, starting off with this from Chiyoko at Chiyoko Arts on Blue Sky. A little late, but I finally finished the sketch from the last stream. If only Hanyu believed. Maybe this time she will finally be able to stand proud and take action. Oh, I believe that that's definitely happening right now, yes. But, like I already said before, this one was really good, but you did an even better job with it. Now that it's all finished up, I'm very glad to see the finished product. Very, very good. But that's not the only thing that you had to contribute this week, obviously, because you also had this. Finally, it is time to learn about Takano's past. She has gone through so much throughout her life and even took on a new identity with a new purpose. If only she could finish the research with so much bloodshed. If only she could finish the research with so much bloodshed, maybe without, I don't know if that was a mistype. But, yeah, this is really, really good. I'm always a big fan of this kind of, like, pose with, like, the eyes covered. But specifically with this is, a very good artistic choice. I also really like the sort of, like, discoloration and, like, sort of bags under the eyes around Takano's expression here, like, really gives the sort of, like, impression of, like, a forced smile. Somebody, like, you know, trying to be powerful and in control who is still ultimately just kind of a scared child who doesn't really understand what she's doing. Or, well, does, but you know what I mean. Very misinformed. Yeah, it's, this is really good. The framing is very strong, the composition is very strong. I really, really like this one. Very good job, Chiyoko. Moving on over to Tumblr, we have the art that was featured tonight from Indigo. Higurashi, the final boss of thinking. And here are alts as well. As we claw our way to the end of the game, the fog lifts on the board, and we can finally see our opponent clearly. In the realm of witches, this is colloquially referred to as a woman moment, TM. I did this in around 2 days and just got it done with finishing touches and minor corrections a couple hours before stream. I'm honestly really proud of this. I think I've become very comfortable in this style. The pose is pulled from that one image of the guy who isn't Eddie Murphy, with some minor influence from Cell Dragon Ball Z, who struck a similar pose. When I first looked at Takano's military outfit, I did mainly just think it was a sillier graduation gown, which made it funny when I realized people were simping specifically for that outfit. For the regular and nurse outfits, it was mostly just the Ryokishi designs, but for that outfit, I ended up merging it with the console design a bit, and making the inside of the cape green. It's cool. With Higurashi entering its final arc, I doubt I'll get to do something this fun again for a while, but I'm mostly just happy with what I've already done. Thank you for throwing out that silly prompt over a year ago, Marcy. You are very welcome. Let's finish this game once and for the last time. Lots of love and happy birthday, chat. Also, happy birthday me last Monday. All of my friends from the server were so niceys to me. Yes, happy late birthday to you, Indigo. As always, wonderful, wonderful work here. I'm very happy that you've continued to contribute to this prompt, which is, you didn't have to, but you've always done such a great job with it, and I think they've made such a fun addition to the streams. So thank you for that. This is a very good decision, like, as far as reference pose goes too, for this one. Very much makes sense for Takano to have this one. Yeah, I don't really, I still haven't quite decided yet what we're going to be doing after Higurashi, as far as big VN that we do every Friday. I have some ideas, but I haven't 100% decided yet. I'm sure we'll figure it out in the coming weeks. We still have time. But yeah. Probably won't be anything that requires a theory corner, though, I guess. Well, maybe not. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Anywho, next up is this from the Grand Arcana grifters on Tumblr. Madoka ing my magicas, magical girls Shion and Mion. This took me a while to figure out, as I didn't know what to do with their outfits for the longest time. Mion's color scheme ended up a bit messy, in my opinion, but Ironically, I had a bit of trouble expanding on Shion's color scheme, since her outfits are usually black and white. Mion gets her gun back, and Shion has her taser. Their soul gems are on opposite hands, of course. Oh, that's fun. This is really fun. I quite like the idea of magical girl Mion and Shion with their like contrasting design elements here. The text may need to be refreshed on my art. I realized I left something out. Let me do that. Also I've been back on Revolutionary Girl Utena, so I tried to add a little elements from Utena's outfit into Mion's clothes. It felt right. You are so true for that. You can get such a true for that, actually. Yeah, very, very good, though. Quite like this. Definitely like the little, like, standing up ribbons on Shion, too, with the almost kind of like the little demon horns. That's fun. Next, we have this from Seditious. One-winged cicada, dadvent children. So it's finally time. Satoko has had enough of Keiichi's shit during Tatarigoroshi. Instead of just pushing him off a bridge for the death of Rika, she finally went all out. Would this count as filicide or like half of a filicide? She is half his dad after all, and I guess she thinks Keiichi did a fratricide then? Anyways, this took way longer than I thought it would, and it's mainly because I could not write the drum part, mainly because I couldn't stand them, so instead I just didn't. We can all pretend, right? I also was initially writing Satoko's theme as Disbelief Papyrus, but a portion about 7 minutes into it was nearly impossible to make sound good, so I swapped with this. Glad this didn't get flagged for copyright. Let's hope I didn't just jinx it. Mixing might be a bit awkward because of some of the sound fonts refused to have their volumes adjusted, and while I did obtain FL Studio, let's not question how, I have no clue how to use it, so this was made in MuseScore. Also, it's hard to tell what that one hand is doing. She's pointing, couldn't get the finger to stand out. All the cursed child bits in the lyrics are in reference to Shion referring to Satoko as a cursed child during the Watanagashi arc. Also, in one part of the lyrics towards the end, I had to make the synth-V people mispronounce Keiichi's name to make the syllables work out. Only had 7 days for the voice trials, so I couldn't do much to get around that, especially working in a foreign language. Karaoke text is just because I thought it'd make the lyrics easier to tell from the song name. Lastly, Satoshi's bat ended up being a bit skinnier than I meant for it to, and the lighting shading a bit messier. The bat was on accident, not going back and fixing it, but the skinny bats to exist. Don't know how about how small it must be for it to look that small next to Satoko. The lighting was just me having no clue what I was doing and just wanting to finally finish it. Here's a list of all the songs referenced. They appear on screen to tell you when, but which parts of them are referenced, kind of forgot, so we'll see those in a second. Whether or not Keiichi, Shion, or Mion get their own themes depends on how much I can focus these next few weeks. Hoping to get something out for Keiichi, though, given how much of a Denial of Fate reminded me of a strange rune and its set of secret bosses. Ooh. Why is there so much Umineko? Easier to find sheet music. And those are the lyrics, which we will see in the video. Okay, let me go ahead and mute the game real quick so that we can listen to this together. Let's turn that down a little bit. Oh my god. Oh wait, I gotta minimize it so you can actually see the thing. Oh my god. It's kind of fucking insane how well you're mixing all of these in rapid succession, actually. Oh. Naraku no Hana. No clue what song it is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Seditious, the level of effort on this is fucking crazy. I was just gonna go ahead and give that a like. What the fuck? To pretend there's jumps here. I will. Can we get the 8-bit drummer to play this?
それは呪いであってケイチではない。そんなことしてないよネズム嘘。私を救った彼女を殺した。何も言う意味がないあなたは野菜だ。
Wow. Somebody went and liked it while I was listening. Don't think I didn't see that. Oh, the dear you. Man. That was lined up really well. The, like, dueling lines. That was fucking incredible. I'm just gonna, like, pause it on a frame there so I can just have that instead of the suggested videos. But, like, oh my god. Seditious, you really fucking outdid yourself here. This is fucking incredible. I have nothing but good things to say about this. I'm blown away. Like, the fact that you did this just to, like, submit for the stream is frankly crazy. I don't even know what to say. Like, genuinely, I am kind of blown away. Wow. Thank you for all of your exceedingly hard work on this, because I can't imagine that it must have been very easy to do this, but, like, man, just the amount of, like, musical references in here, like, but the thing that's crazy to me, like, the craziest thing about this to me is how well it all flows together. Like, none of it actually sounds out of place or weird or wonky to me. Like, it all flows really, really well. Lyrically, it's pretty good. Like, the actual, like, vocal thing that you used sounds pretty good. I know you said that it was, like, kind of difficult to write in a different language, and that's, you know, totally fair, but, like, I mean, it all sounded pretty cohesive. I had to rewrite Winged Angel from the sheet music boss video just to make it. Like, yeah, that's what? Like, even just saying, like, like, the process, like, imagining that in my mind, trying to like, conceive of how that would be done is, like, that, yeah, that's crazy. This is really, really fantastic. Incredible props. I am very, very, very impressed. Thank you. Oh, man. Okay. Moving on to this set of doodles from Pining Tree. Felt inspired to continue the Higurashi Slay the Spire shenanigans. Text below in case you can't read me. Okay, since I am no longer being depicted as an entire whale, let's begin.
I want to play too.
Well, if I need to go homebrew a character, I guess you could be the hermit.
Huh?
Hold on. I want to read the text. Rika, adult voice. I refuse to let you make her a character surrounding giving oneself curses. Alright, fair.
The outfit is cute, though.
Well, if you're going to, sorry, lost my place. If you're going to team, you can't play with Rika and Satoko since they're paired, so pick.
Oh, well.
Well, I'm not sure if you'd like my deck since it's about chipping away your deck and life for power.
Poison and torture via shivs might be too much as well. The more power I have, the stronger my darkness will be on evoke. Rena's character seems the less dark. How? Is that so? Is that so?
Oh, whoops. I thought there was a last one at the end there. But yeah, this is very fun. I always like seeing the club doing like tabletop shenanigans and stuff like that. So this is very cute. Very, very good. Surprise woman, yes. We have this from Gloomy. Hi, Takano. And twirls hair. Hi, Takano. Your research is so cool. Perhaps you could do it without the child murder. Perhaps. Very fun though. Really like the pose too on this. That hand on the cheek is very well done. As well. Good job with that. Yeah. Very, very good, Gloomy. Quite like this. We always need a cool military outfit, Takano, to get everybody acting unwise despite themselves. So, good job. Speaking of Takano, we have this from Rahela. I will create a world where you are accepted. I strongly, strongly promise that. By the power of certainty that I won't be discouraged, I break my fate. Dear you, Will. In darkness blooms a spider lily. From a mortal husk, a would-be god arises anew. Of course, there was nobody I could draw for this week other than Mio Takano, and there was no other flower I could choose for her than the Higanbana, a symbol of parting ways and abandonment, and widely regarded as the flower of hell. Takano managed to break free from a torturous existence, but she abandoned any chances she had to escape the tangled web of political nonsense and warped morals that Hifumi dragged her into, and so she became someone who's willing to inflict her past grief, paranoia, and suffering onto countless others, so long as she gets what she wants. Thank you to Didia4121 on YouTube for writing a Dear You for Takano all those years ago, and to Medibang Paint for the Spider Lily drawing tutorial. This is really cool. I like this one a lot. I also really liked the little written musings that you had on Takano there. I think that's a pretty good way of putting her character, honestly. Man. The Higanbana is a very good choice as well. And obviously, yeah, the Flower of Hell. The name of the Higurashi Kai opening song, Naraku no Hana. Very, very well done. I quite like this a lot. I always am a sucker for characters who go through an immense amount of childhood trauma being contrasted with their childhood selves in drawings. It's a very good artistic theme to hit on. So you did a very good job with that. And also from Rahela, we have this. Whoops, I was expecting that we'd get to the Irie backstory stuff next week, but thankfully it didn't take long to sketch in ink and scan this iteration of Troubled Higurashi, and there wasn't really anyone else I could use this quote for besides Irie. What a guy. Derogatory. He gave them the heebie-jeebies. He had nothing else to give. True. I do like this tired ass Irie. But that's a really good quote to use for him. And lastly, but not leastly, we have this by Dav. Takano secures the bag. Yep, she did indeed do that. the sneaky pose. Very good coloring though. I quite like the hair coloring on this one. Wait, I have last minute art. Okay. I will wait. I will wait for it, Evie. Dav art good. Yes. Dav art very good. Oh, man. I need to get food after this. I did eat earlier today, but it's been long enough that I am getting hungry again. Well, I'll take this moment while we're waiting to remind you, by the way, as I said earlier in the stream, that I have a video coming out tomorrow, and you should please watch it. Please watch the Yuri video. I need my videos to do well so I can eat and continue to pay rent. Please do that. Okay, we got it. Oh, scrunkly as fuck. True. Little furry Hanyu. This is adorable. Oh, she's so nervous. She's such a little sad creature. Oh, this is adorable. I really like this, Evie. You're really good, like, with, like, shape language in, like, expression. Like, you do like expressions very well. Like, she's so scrungled up, if that makes sense, but, like, just the big, like, sopping wet pathetic eyes and, like, the way her shoulders are all drawn up. Yeah, it's very well done. It conveys very perfectly just the exact vibe of the Hanyu. Very, very good work. And to scroll back through one last time, everything submitted. Very, very cool. Well, that was a 6.5 hour stream. And we've got 4 more of this arc left. And then after this arc is over, we'll have probably a week break, and then we'll do the epilogue all in one stream. So we've still got a decent bit of Higurashi left to go, but we've started the final arc. What a start to it. I'm very excited, and I hope you guys are all enjoying it so far. Thank you so much for watching, as always. Hopefully, I'll see you in the comments of that video tomorrow. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But otherwise, I will also be seeing you probably on Tuesday for Spirit of Justice. And then back here on Friday for more Hinamizawan goodness. Thank you for watching. I'm tired now. Bye.